Skyla, a normal young lady, has an unusual childhood friend. This friend of hers only has the advantage of being handsome and clingy. But the problem is, he is a great mage so powerful that he can't control himself. With terrifying magical power and a lack of morality and reason, he frequently causes trouble throughout the empire, and Skyla is the one who cleans up the mess. One day, the crown prince, who is living a life worse than death because of constantly dealing with the aftermath of that crazy great mage, comes to Skyla and offers a 1-year fake engagement. In return, Skyla will get to go to Hebnia, a place she has always dreamed of. She thought she was about to escape her full-time babysitting job until the royal palace explodes just 1 day later. Will Skyla find her freedom? Or will she forever be stuck keeping the world safe from the destructive hands of her crazy great mage friend? Join Lisa Manhwa and follow the whole video to discover the details of the chaotic life of Duchess Skyla Kaerun. Immersing myself in the clear, wide-open space of the dawn, a gentle breeze rustles through, carrying the tangled thoughts of someone. At some point, someone once asked me this. Skyla Kaerun recalls the brown-haired woman sitting across from her at that time. She asks curiously, what is it like to be childhood friends with the great mage Landseer? At that moment, she just silently gives an elegant smile in response. Skyla calmly picks up her knife and fork and cuts the steak on her plate. She asks the other person, what do you think? The woman across from her is suddenly taken aback, not understanding. What? Skyla puts down her teacup and repeats the question once more. Imagine you are Landseer's close friend since childhood. She holds the fork with a piece of meat on it towards the woman. What would that feel like? The woman thinks for a moment and then hesitantly replies, maybe it would feel like having the strongest person in the world on my side and I would go around bragging about it. Skyla smiles faintly, looking at her. Is that so? The person they were just talking about is the third son of the Duke Sully family, Landseer. He is a young man who not only has looks that captivate the world, but is also a mage who controls the elements. Capable of commanding people, Landseer is a great mage like no other, in 1,000 years. And also my childhood friend. Yes, he is someone everyone admires. But memories suddenly drift back to a day when Skyla was taking a walk in the garden alone. She squints and raises her hand to shield her eyes from the bright sunlight. It is a bit hot today. Suddenly, Landseer jumps out excitedly next to her and says, then I will call for rain. As soon as he finishes speaking, it starts pouring. Skyla, drenched by the rain, immediately gets angry and growls, stop it now. Or like one day when she is lying listlessly on her bed, Landseer stands beside her and asks worriedly, Skyla, are not you eating? Skyla replies lazily and boredly. Going to eat feels like such a hassle. As soon as she says that, Landseer does something shocking again. He smiles brightly and snaps his fingers. Then I will clear the way. Skyla sees the ground cracking open and jumps up like a spring, yelling, but it is too late. No. Or like one day when the two of them are sitting and talking to each other, Landseer looks at her gloomy expression and asks curiously, are you feeling sad because of Duke and Duchess Kaerun? Before she can answer, he nods as if understanding and suggests, then I will. Skyla, sitting next to him, flinches. She hurriedly uses all her strength to cover Landseer's mouth and warns him, say another word and I will kill you. Just like that, she almost grows up hearing Landseer's calls. He is always like a shadow, loving her with all his life, as if he wishes he could stick to her all the time. Skyla, Skyla? Skyla is helpless and speechless, letting him embrace her. She bites her lip, swallows back her tears, and sighs. Having a childhood friend who is a great mage is harder than I thought. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Skyla Kaerun. I am the daughter of Duke Kaerun. Every time she appears, the servants in the house do not dare to look up. In their hearts, they all have an air of caution and fear. It is the young lady, do not make eye contact. Skyla hears their thoughts. The trembling servants are secretly complaining. Who knows what they will find fault with? Their words irritate her. The pressure around Skyla suddenly drops, causing them to flinch. Her mood becomes gloomy. Skyla frowns, her face dark, but she remains silent without saying anything. Then she suddenly turns to look at the man behind her and asks sternly, Austin, what is the next schedule? Austin adjusts his glasses and replies clearly, representing the Duke, you have a tea party at the Marquis Garnett family at 4:00 p.m. After the tea party, you will have a meal with Duke and Duchess Kaerun. His voice rattles on, next, at 11:00 p.m., you need to plan a charity event for the Kaerun family, draft a budget for the family next month, review the night order's performance report. And Skyla listens blankly, feeling dizzy. She cuts him off, her mood dropping. That is enough. Skyla lowers her eyes, contemplating in her heart. To be childhood friends with a great mage, there need to be 3 principles. Before she can finish thinking, Lancier's familiar voice rings out from somewhere. Skyla, do you want to drink tea with me? The cheers of the maids go straight to Skyla's brain. Ooh, ah, making her jump. Even Austin is startled. That scared me. Skyla calms herself down, reciting in her heart, the first principle of being friends with a mage is, no matter what happens, do not be surprised. She glances at Austin, who is panicking inside. I almost dropped my baby. Hearing his thoughts, she rolls her eyes. You do not even have one to drop. But on the surface, he calmly says, Greetings, Duke Lancier. Later, Lancier, chasing after Skyla, pleads with her, Please, Skyla, my place just got some really good jasmine tea. He enthusiastically invites her in various ways, or red rooibos tea, or Earl Grey tea. It is easy to drink too, so Skyla is indifferent and uninterested. She refuses bluntly, without any patience. I am busy. Lancier stands there sadly, looking dejected like a kicked puppy, calling out softly, Skyla. Austin, standing next to her, feels sorry for him. Duke Lancier is so pitiful, but Skyla is currently making her own plans. The important thing right now is to inherit the title as quickly as possible. A moment later, Lancier loudly tells her, Skyla, I will wait until you are done. He leans forward in front of Skyla's desk, cautiously asking, Okay, please. She remains silent, bowing her head, still not answering. Austin, standing next to her, lets his thoughts run wild. The young lady is so heartless. The Duke has asked so much. Even if it is late, the young lady could visit the Duke Sully's mansion. Skyla's hand holding the pen trembles slightly, and third, she suddenly slams both hands on the table and stands up abruptly. Skyla hisses each word through her teeth. Austin, standing next to her, replies quickly, Yes, young lady. She grits her teeth and smiles without smiling, looking at Austin. With such a tight schedule, how can I go to Duke Sully's mansion? Tell Tizef to prepare the carriage. I am going to Marquise Garnet's mansion. Lancier, hearing these words, beams with joy. Her last principle is, no matter what anyone says, do not comply with Lancier. Austin, suddenly being told this, is a little doubtful of himself. Did I say it too loudly? On the surface, he calmly accepts the order. I understand. Lancier, standing next to her, excitedly raises his hand. Then I want to go to Marquise Garnet's mansion too. Let us go together, Skyla. But Skyla once again turns her head and refuses him mercilessly. Too bad, this party is for women. You can't go. Lancier, hearing this, tearfully pouts, Why, I am your childhood friend, but she remains cold. Skyla replies firmly, Yeah, you can't. Skyla leans her body against the table and nods to herself, thinking, If I follow these 3 principles, no matter what happens, I can still live well. Lancier, standing opposite her, has a new idea. Is that so? Then I will transform into a woman. As soon as he finishes speaking, his body undergoes a series of transformations. A series of colorful transformation spells pour out. Like the magical fairies in fantasy stories, Lancier quickly completes his transformation, making Skyla shudder at the sight of the beautiful, playful girl in front of her winking at her. Skyla stands there, sweating and speechless. She calms herself down, thinking, I can't lose like this. She gives a cunning smile and pulls out an invitation, waving it in her hand, deliberately refuting, How are you going to get into the Marquis' mansion? You do not have an invitation. Lancier quickly conjures one up. I will just make one. Skyla glares angrily at the small, pitiful Lancier, her blood boiling, muttering, That stubborn thing is no different from an iron shield. A moment later, she spends a lot of effort thinking of hundreds of plans, and then sighs, making up an excuse to him. It still won't work. This party is only for 4 people. Skyla fiercely steps forward and points her finger at his forehead, objecting. If you suddenly appear, others will find it suspicious. It can't be done. Lancier, with tears in his eyes, pitifully looks at Skyla, tentatively asking, So as long as I make it not suspicious, it is okay, right? After speaking, he disappears right in front of Skyla and Austin, catching her off guard. And just a moment later, Lancier suddenly returns, winking playfully, I am back. Skyla twitches the corner of her mouth, looking at Lancier's excited appearance, a sense of unease rising in her heart. She asks nervously, Where did you just go? Lancier approaches and whispers to her, I went to persuade them. Skyla is confused. Persuade? He puts on a mysterious look and continues, I used mind control to persuade the young ladies there that this is a tea party for 5 people. As soon as Lancier finishes telling the story, Skyla goes crazy, kicking him out and yelling a warning. Quickly remove the magic, Lancier cries out in agony, hugging his face. Ouch. Later, after listening to her and taking care of everything, Lancier returns and sits curled up on the chair, looking aggrieved. Skyla, I am sad. Skyla stares blankly without emotion. She concisely takes action, cutting her sorrow in half, and then advises, as if not advising, then do not be sad anymore. Lancier is distressed, hurriedly tightening the rope, crying and wailing as he looks at her mournfully. Skyla does not bother to spend time with me these days. I am so lonely. Skyla sighs and crumples the paper in her hand. She roughly throws it into Lancier's arms. Here. Lancier is stunned, not understanding. He puts on a puppy face and looks at Skyla expectantly. She approaches and smiles politely at him. If you feel lonely, think of this ball of paper as me and go back. I am very busy. Lancier stares blankly at the ball of paper in his hand. He mutters in confusion. This is Skyla. After dealing with Lancier, Skyla tiredly returns to her desk. She sighs and sits down, confident in her heart. Now I can concentrate, right? To be honest, saying that she is busy is not just an excuse. It is the job of representing the Chiron family, the leading family among the noble families in the empire. But Duke Keirun and Duchess Keirun are sweet and loving every day, showering everyone with dog food. My sweet taste, you are the angel who stole my heart. You do not know. You are the Duke's prisoner, locked in his arms for life. Work is just a challenge to separate us. The two of them are just happy together in their own fun. Leaving Skyla, tired and wanting to lie down on the desk and sigh. That is my parents' fault, giving all the power to me so the two of them can go on their second honeymoon. She stares blankly at the quiet scenery outside the window, sighing. I, at this moment, am holding the most power. Skyla sees the pigeon flapping its wings outside and smiles, feeling. It does not feel bad either. Suddenly she feels that something is wrong. But why is it so quiet? Turning her head to look, she stares blankly, observing Lancier sitting on the chair, doing something that makes the paper in his hand flash with dazzling golden light. Skyla stands up abruptly, suspicious. Could it be alchemy? Lancier stands up again. He lifts his foot and walks towards her. Skyla. He carefully takes her hand. Lancier blushes shyly and presents the ring in his hand. Because it is you, I made it into something beautiful to be like you. He gently reaches out and strokes her cheek, and then calls her name in a sincere tone, Skyla. Lancier kneels on one knee in front of Skyla, confessing, You are very beautiful. She hurriedly shakes her head to awaken herself. I can't. No matter what he says, I can't comply with Lancier's wishes. Now, as he is about to put the ring on her slender finger, the door suddenly bursts open, and Duke and Duchess Keirun enter happily with greetings. Congratulations. Skyla stares blankly, her eyes widening, wanting to disappear in an instant, staring blankly at the two of them. Duke Keirun smiles and says, Skyla, Lancier, congratulations on your marriage. Duchess Keirun also winks happily. Now your parents can hand over the title to you. But when they see Skyla's still empty hand, they stop in surprise and hurriedly urge, What is wrong? Is it not done yet? Oh my Lancier, quickly give the girl a token of love. The two of them chatter on and on. Love is a wonderful thing. But Skyla reads their true thoughts. Get married quickly so your parents can retire too. Lancier, standing next to her, seems to be empowered by the two of them. He clears his throat, his morale soaring, expressing, Then I will take this opportunity to tell you, Skyla. Lancier cherishes and raises the ring in his hand like a precious offering. I like you, marry me, okay? If you are not too busy, will you like me too? Duke and Duchess Keirun, standing next to them, are so happy that they want to jump, but Skyla suddenly smiles faintly and sighs in relief. Thank goodness. Her mood is like flowers blooming in spring. Thanks to my parents, I have woken up. Skyla calmly raises her hand and makes a gesture of refusal. Lancier is startled. Don't do that. Duke and Duchess Keirun are also very supportive, get married, but Skyla keeps hearing their thoughts jumping, retire, 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 retire. Facing Skyla's tearful and helpless face, Lancier says loudly, Marry me, Skyla. No one knows the specific events that followed. Only a moment later, Lancier's painful voice echoes throughout the castle. Skyla, do not leave me. Skyla lowers her eyes, looking at Lancier without emotion. Leave you, Lancier. She faintly draws a clear line. You were never mine. Duke and Duchess Chiron are swaying in front of the door, eavesdropping because they were just kicked out. Landseer says weakly, including this time, "You have rejected me 316 times. Skyla is surprised by his accurate number. You even count it. She angrily and quickly orders to kick out the guests. Get back home right now, Fabrice. Fabrice quickly and respectfully enters. You called for me, young lady. Skyla points at Landseer, tugging at her skirt. Throw Duke Landseer out for me. Landseer cries even harder. Skyla, I am your childhood friend. He sobs sincerely. The sweet words of a childhood friend are a life partner. Skyla is speechless, looking at Landseer, who is your life partner. Sweet words, my foot. She coldly pushes him away, ordering, drag him away. When Fabrice drags him out, Landseer still tries to yell and plead, Skyla. After seeing off the guests, returning to the room, Fabrice helps Skyla prepare, young lady. She asks while combing Skyla's hair, aren't you going to change into a different outfit? Skyla raises her eyebrows in confusion. Huh? She looks down at the clothes on her body. They are clean. Why should I change? Fabrice replies softly. The host of the tea party this time is Miss Aronia of the Marquis Garnet family. If you go like this, you might be looked down upon. Skyla tilts her head and thinks for a moment, then nods. I admit, that is very possible. She frowns, her eyes turning cold. Because she hates me. Aronia Garnet is the young lady of the Marquis Garnet family, who has recently been expanding her influence in high society to a scary degree. The ill-fated relationship between Skyla and her started a few years ago. That day, Aronia came to see her and bragged, I am planning to go into the spice business. She deliberately asks Skyla, if I take care of the shipping costs, they will supply me at the original price. The deposit is a little high, but it is only half of the expected profit. What do you think, Your Highness? Skyla glances over the report she is holding in her hand. She quickly notices a few unsettling details. The figures do not seem quite right. So she frankly advises her, I think it would be better for you to withdraw from this business now. Her words make her angry. Aronia stands up abruptly. I am leaving. Skyla watches Aronia huff and turn away in front of her, only frowning silently. One day, when Aronia enters Duke Chiron's castle, she shouts loudly, Princess Skyla. She rushes to where Skyla is sitting, angrily questioning, You are being too rude. How could you freely tattle to my father about my business? Skyla indifferently glances at her, her tone mocking. Tattle? That sounds unpleasant. I just gently gave my opinion on the spice business to Marquise Garnet. Aronia's blood boils, grinding her teeth, exclaiming, This is my business! My business! She loudly expresses, I am not a child anymore. Aronia comes quickly like a gust of wind and leaves the same way. She only leaves Skyla a warning to mind her own business. I will handle my own affairs. But in the end, she can't do it. Not only does she fail to recover her investment, Aronia also causes a great loss to the family. And after that, Marquise Garnet does not allow Aronia to touch the family's assets or money again. Skyla bows her head, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. She must have bad feelings about me. Why did she even invite me? I wonder what she is planning. After thinking for a while, she stands up and calls out, Fabrice. Skyla smiles to reassure. Fabrice, I am just going out for a bit. What could happen, even if that is not the case? The truth is, I am often mistaken for a commoner. She confidently and firmly asserts, in this empire who would dare to look down on the young lady of the Duke Chiron family? Fabrice nods, inwardly admiring, as expected of the young lady. Skyla puts her hands on her hips and sticks out her chest, saying loudly with passion, I am Skyla Chiron. Fabrice bows slightly in response, I understand. I was short-sighted, but at this moment, her heart is completely releasing her infatuation with Skyla, that spirit. That confidence, I must write it down in the collection of sayings of young lady Skyla. Skyla, hearing this, is stunned. What exactly are you writing? After finishing the preparations, Skyla goes out the door. Looking at herself now, she hesitates slightly. Even so, is not this too impolite, just at this moment? Someone suddenly calls out, Young lady? She goes to a carriage that is waiting in the yard. There is no Chiron family crest. It is the kind of carriage that commoners would use. Even the coachman is dressed simply. He says to Skyla, I will drive carefully. She nods to him and goes to the front, dressed simply in clothes like a commoner. Take me to the Marquis Garnet's mansion. Usually, if a carriage looking like a commoner goes in as a guest of a famous noble family, the Marquis Garnet family probably would not appreciate it. After Skyla gets on the carriage, Tisov announces, We are leaving. Skyla has thought it over beforehand. Even so, what is the reason for appearing like a commoner, troublesome? She thinks it is already troublesome enough to refuse the people who come to propose marriage, even her childhood friend, who brought a whole bouquet of flowers. "Please marry me," Skylar pretends to be stupid and refuses directly. "No, who are you?" And the reason is just because her childhood friend Lancier is famous. But in Skyla's eyes, Lancier is no different from a bomb with a detonator that just keeps yelling, "Skyla, Skyla." Even if not, ridiculous rumors are spreading. I do not want to become a topic of discussion for the aristocracy. And Skyla sat in the carriage with Fabrice, casually shrugging her shoulders and questioning, "Do I need to be polite to someone who hates me?" Skyla slightly curved the corners of her lips, giving a meaningful smile. "If my parents did not force me to meet this person and that person, I would not even bother coming to this tea party." She even imagined outsiders pointing and gossiping. The representative of Duke Kyrune does not care about visiting the Garnet family, so she had to send some heartfelt words to Aronia. Sorry, Aronia. Her train of thought suddenly drifted to the moment Lancier put the ring on her finger, and the Duke and Duchess were overjoyed as if it was a festival. She sighed. Just thinking about it is annoying. Me marrying Lancier. Once, Skyla had seriously asked Lancier this. "I am asking because I want to know. You said you liked me, is that like how I like you?" Looking at Lancier's blank face, she hesitated and asked clearly, "I mean..." Skyla cautiously asked in detail, "Not just as friends, but a liking between a man and a woman, right?" Lancier was still blank, tilting his head and looking at her, his face full of question marks. After a while, he confusedly asked back, making Skyla's face pale, "Is there a difference?" Back to the present, the smile on Skyla's face had gradually disappeared. In her heart, Skyla always understood clearly, Lancier is the strongest mage on the continent, but he does not understand human emotions. This made Lancier like a sinner, and also turned him into an emotionless person. Thinking about it, Lancier's magical power is easily affected by emotions. If he could not control his emotions, his magical power would explode accordingly. If that young soul failed to master his emotions, everything would turn to smoke and be swallowed by that terrifying energy. Thinking of this, Skyla's mood immediately turned bad. Fabrice, sitting next to her, carefully observed her face all this time. She suddenly asked worriedly, "Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Skyla shook her head, replying softly, "No, I am just tired of dealing with that Lancier." Speaking of Lancier, Fabrice also rolled her eyes. She listlessly suggested, with a look of disgust, "Should we ask the Royal Knights to issue a restraining order against Duke Lancier?" In her heart, she had long thought, "That clingy guy, if he was not the young lady's childhood friend, I would have..." Reading Fabrice's thoughts, Skyla quickly shook her head in protest. "No need. What if the Royal Knights get hurt?" Fabrice nodded. I understand." Skyla lowered her head, falling into a stream of uncertain emotions again. She absent-mindedly thought, "Lancier said he likes me, but that is just imprinting between two childhood friends. Perhaps because of this, only I can calm Lancier down." Skyla's thoughts drifted to a memory of the past. A man had bowed his head before her. "Skyla, I beg you." Duke Sali had pleaded with her earnestly. "Please do not abandon my son." Skyla turned her eyes to look out the window, telling herself, "Therefore, Lancier, I can't push you away." She lowered her eyes, her thoughts drifting again, not knowing where they had flown to. Skyla thought to herself, "Because you are an important friend to me." While everything was calm and peaceful, an unexpected incident happened. The two horses pulling their carriage neighed a few times, then used all their strength to stop the carriage under Tasev's control. The friction of the wheels dragged on the ground. The sudden jolts of the carriage caught Skyla off guard. Her whole body hit the side of the carriage hard. Fabrice panicked and quickly supported her. "Young lady, are you all right?" Skyla, dazed by the impact, hurriedly opened the carriage door, looking around suspiciously. What happened? She and Fabrice got out of the carriage to see what was going on outside. Just as she stepped onto the ground, the coachman of the carriage opposite them shouted loudly, questioning, "Hey, what kind of driving is that?" Skyla looked at the strange grinning face emblem on the carriage and suspected, which family does that carriage belong to? The other person was still shouting loudly, "What if there is an accident?" She glanced silently, assessing the tire tracks on the road. Looking at it, you can tell who is cutting into the lane. Skyla pointed to the clear carriage tracks on the ground, reminding, "Why are you shouting at my driver? You are the one who made the mistake." The coachman snorted coldly with disdain. This commoner woman." He crossed his arms, thinking, "Who dares to interrupt the conversation of men?" Skyla was rendered speechless by his arrogant attitude. Her blood rushed to her brain, and she cursed in anger. "Damn it!" Seeing that she did not respond, the coachman took the opportunity to continue, pointing directly at Skyla and scolding, "Who the hell do you think you are to dare open your mouth?" Chisef, standing next to her, could not bear it anymore. He warned fearfully, "Hey, you are going too far." Febreze had been holding back until she was about to go crazy. "How dare you be rude to my young lady?" The coachman put his hands on his hips, raised his eyebrows, and sized up Skyla's clothes and appearance. Probably the daughter of a nouveau riche or something. Acting like a young lady when you are just a commoner. Skyla suddenly remembered her conversation with Febreze earlier inside the room. It might actually come true. The coachman did not bother to hide his mocking laughter, directly taunting her, feeling wronged, then run to Viscount Artesina's mansion and complain. It was better if he had not said anything, but after saying it, Skyla felt even more speechless. That mixed blood lineage never heard of them before. He was as if injected with chicken blood, continuously shouting loudly, "I am really unlucky to get involved with this nonsense with this woman. Hey, move your carriage out of the way." Skyla smiled faintly. Seriously. She spoke in a threatening tone, her aura suppressing, making Febreze nod in delight. "You think raising your voice?" Skyla raised her head to face him directly. She smiled brightly, mocking. "Can you win against me? Other than being loud, you do not know how to do anything else." He looked at her face and was startled, pausing slightly and stepping back uneasily. "I see you are pitiful, so I will lower my standards." After saying that, Skyla breathed out. Then she pointed directly at his face and scolded like a rapper. "Drive properly, you fake onion with so many layers but no core." Her voice was loud and clear. The coachman became smaller and smaller. "Did you forget your sense of direction under your pillow before you came out? I will crush your trap and spread it as fertilizer for the dandelions." Hearing her scolding like a machine gun, he weakly said, "This woman." Skyla proudly stroked her hair, clicking her tongue and saying, again with the "Lee, this woman" tone. Febreze immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully and saying, "I am here, young lady." Skyla pointed towards the coachman, ordering in an arrogant tone, "Get this carriage off the road for me, I can't stand the bad luck." Febreze had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. She quickly acted, "Yes, young lady." Then, she lifted the wheel with one hand. Febreze, with her superhuman strength, easily lifted an entire carriage high, making the coachman look on in fear. "Ah!" Seeing Febreze heave a loud shout and throw it aside, he could only tremble, kneeling on the ground. "Number?" Skyla walked in front of the coachman, looking down at him from above, advising in a cold voice, "If you do not want a lady to smash your skull, live properly." Then, they drove away triumphantly, leaving the coachman there with the carriage rolling on the road. After getting into the carriage, Skyla rubbed her chin, continuing to think about the coachman's words, the Viscount AR. Something family, right? She frowned, thinking, I heard that the Crown Prince has given out many new titles to consolidate his position. What does the Crown Prince look like? Febreze, sitting next to her, burning with anger, suddenly asked her opinion. Should we send someone to the Viscount's mansion to reprimand them? Skyla yawned lazily. Too much trouble. She raised her eyebrows, smiling to herself. Instead, if I meet them again next time, I will crush that family. Skyla frowned, trying to remember again, but could not. Viscount AR. Something. Scene change. Later, in front of the Duke Garnet's house, Aronia's face was gloomy, looking angrily at the person in front of her as if she wanted to devour them alive. Skyla smiled friendly and perfectly without flaws, appearing in front of the gate, pretending not to see her resentment. She quickly adjusted her emotions, changing her attitude and smiling brightly to welcome her. Please come in, Princess Skyla. Inwardly, Aronia kept scolding. How dare she come here dressed like that? Skyla, reading Aronia's thoughts, gave a cunning smile, her face full of delight. The reaction is exactly as expected. So satisfying. Aronia suddenly covered her mouth, giving a forced laugh and acting, I did not know the princess would come, but it is okay if you did not. Skyla looked at her confusedly, guessing in her heart. Inviting someone yourself and now saying it is okay if they did not come, is not there something wrong with her brain? As soon as she entered, Skyla read the thoughts of Aronia and the other young ladies at the tea party. The atmosphere was gloomy and dim, and no one gave her a proper look. I only invited her out of politeness. Who knew she would actually come? Didn't you notice? She is not close to any of us. She is ruining the atmosphere. Skyla crossed her arms, standing to one side, watching the servant bring out an extra chair, raising her eyebrows. They did not even bother to prepare a seat for me. She walked over and slowly sat down, waiting for the butler to pour tea, accepting it calmly in her heart. Well, that is understandable. Because I am famous for not participating in high society, if I get an invitation, I immediately and without hesitation stamp, reject, on it, not going. Skyla raised the teacup and took a sip. Yes, you guys would not have expected it, right? She remembered her mother's tearful and pitiful appearance. It is all for your own good. And then she thought of Duke Karun's ferocious appearance. Who dares to make my cute little girl cry? Skyla sighed inwardly. Who would have thought my parents would want to send me off to this extent? Aronia, sitting across from her, smiled politely, saying, I really did not know the princess would come. Please forgive me. In her heart, she was extremely uncomfortable, thinking irritably, what is she going to find fault with me about today? Wearing those clothes, she should not have come at all. Another princess who was present said happily, It is an honor for me to have the opportunity to enjoy tea with the princess. But in her heart, she also constantly disliked Skyla. She just sits there and can't talk. What is the point of coming? The remaining person in the group was the same. Thank you so much for coming, princess. On the surface, they smiled brightly to welcome her, but in their hearts, they cursed her repeatedly. Bad luck. She is trying to cause trouble with Aronia. Skyla was still smiling. Only the action of placing the teacup on the table was a bit strong, causing the noble young ladies to startle and turn pale. She propped her chin up, looking at them, without any fluctuation in her heart. Hate. Keep hating. I do not care. After a while, Skyla spoke listlessly. It seems I have interrupted the young ladies gathering. Her words made them flinch, hurriedly laughing it off. Aronia spoke skillfully first. Not at all. What are you saying? Skyla silently glanced around, assessing these people. Her sharp eyes swept over each one. Even so, I sometimes hate it, this curse, of hearing other people's thoughts. The blonde-haired young lady spoke up, changing the subject. Everyone knows, right? The royal palace will be holding a ball next week. They spoke very happily. Only Skyla sat quietly in her place, sipping her tea silently, listening to these sisters laughing and talking lively. She sighed, having a headache. For example, like this. She heard the thoughts of the gray-haired young lady. She was constantly calculating. I finally got the enchanting perfume from the Hebnia Royal Palace. Now His Highness the Crown Prince will be my Gombifal slave. Skyla was not interested at all, commenting in her heart, isn't that smuggled goods? Aronia, sitting in front of her, was still smiling and chatting with the other two. I think the opposite Dolce has a chance. In her heart, she was secretly pleased. Because that day, I am in the process of taking care of my face. My skin is now so smooth that even a fly would slip. Skyla shuddered, honestly advising, getting goosebumps. Wash your face, for goodness sake! The blonde-haired young lady started her performance again. The young lady is exaggerating. The important thing is the Crown Prince's feelings. In her heart, she also had certain plans. I have given the job of making the dress to Madame Beadslace, the best seamstress in the royal palace. The Crown Prince will only look at me. Skyla was speechless. Really? She darkened her face in horror, sighing inwardly. They are all incurable lunatics. Skyla looked at the people putting on an act in front of her, feeling worried. I do not want to know those dark thoughts. Whoever the Crown Prince marries among these three people, or even if he pairs up with a fish head, I do not care. Skyla's ears were constantly ringing with voices, mixed with random thoughts. She uncomfortably thought, too noisy. Skyla shook her head in annoyance. I would rather be next to Landseer. For some reason, I have never heard Landseer's thoughts. Skyla did not care, she guessed inwardly. Perhaps his magical power is stronger than the mage who cursed me. She sighed wearily. I want to flip the table and go home so much. If I do that, she won't send an invitation to a tea party again, right? Just thinking of this, Skyla immediately felt like she had found a new horizon. Hey, not bad. At this moment, Fabrice suddenly stepped forward and whispered, Young lady. She took out a box and handed it to Skyla, reminding her in a whisper, You forgot this. Aronia immediately noticed the pink box that had just been placed on the table. She was excited, her face eager. Princess Skyla, what is this? Skyla did not hesitate, ordering, Open it, Fabrice. Immediately, everyone clearly saw what was inside the box. It was a sweet and beautiful orange cake, even a little sparkly and gorgeous. As soon as the three girls saw this cake, their eyes lit up, their faces full of admiration and exclamation. They all spoke at once, vying to speak. Did you really bring this here to eat with us? I am so touched. Skyla bowed her head a little shyly. Actually, my mother was worried that her only daughter would not have social skills, so she prepared it. Her little soul was feeling very speechless. Just now, she was cursing this and that in her heart. They are really fake people. Suddenly, Aronia smiled and clapped her hands, changing the subject to Skyla, curiously asking, So what does Princess Skyla think? Skyla looked at her suspiciously. Think about what? The blonde-haired young lady took the opportunity to continue. Among the three of us, who will His Highness the Crown Prince like? Skyla's mood completely collapsed. In her head, she kept repeating the words she had just heard. Who do you think His Highness will like among the three of us? She said indifferently. Because His Highness the Crown Prince is also a man, he would probably choose the beautiful young lady, right? As soon as Skyla finished speaking, she heard the thoughts of the three people in front of her suddenly coincide. Honestly, are not I the most beautiful here? Seeing their inner attitudes, Skyla was also uncomfortable. Then why ask me? She paused for a moment, then continued. He will probably choose the person that His Highness likes. The blonde-haired young lady tilted her head, looking at her with puzzlement. So what kind of woman does His Highness like? Skyla sighed wearily. I am sure His Highness wants a perfect person to become the Crown Princess. At this time, Aronia, sitting next to her, suddenly agreed with her. That is right. I completely agree with Princess Skyla's words. She confidently pointed to herself, saying, and His Highness also values the background of the candidates for the position of Crown Princess. Right? Aronia thought to herself. My background as a marquis family is not it, that I am the most capable person. To Skyla, these words were like an ice ruler running from ear to ear. She boredly did not bother to speak. Now, Skyla was so disinterested that she only had one thought. Should I just transform already? The blonde-haired young lady propped her chin on the table, her eyes gently sweeping over Aronia, deliberately raising her voice to taunt. But when it comes to titles, she calmly dropped a bomb directly on Aronia's face. The most promising candidate is Princess Skyla. As soon as she finished speaking, the teacup in Aronia's hand suddenly flew into the air. The two young ladies were startled by the noise. Are you all right, Skyla? Sitting next to her, twitched the corner of her mouth. They really put on all sorts of acts. Aronia regained her composure, then curled her lips and said a shocking sentence. But Princess Skyla already has a lover. Princess would not cheat on Duke Landseer, would you? Causing Skyla to be stunned for 5 seconds. Just regaining her senses, Skyla was furious, looking at her with murderous intent. What are you saying? Why are you suddenly dragging Landseer into this? Aronia covered her mouth. Giggling, isn't that so? She cleared her throat, saying innocently, many people say that Princess Skyla and Duke Landseer have deep feelings for each other. Skyla slammed her hand on the table, angrily questioning, who is talking nonsense? At this time, Aronia was frightened by the low pressure of black air radiating from her. She asked, dubiously, yes. Skyla's hand had reached the edge of the table. Say, I. The next second, she immediately went crazy, throwing the table away. Have that kind of relationship with Landseer. The three people sitting in front of the table did not have time to react, hurriedly reaching out to catch the food and cakes that were flying everywhere. While the three of them were blank and stunned, only Fabrice had time to react, catching the cake that Skyla's mother had prepared. In her heart, Skyla smiled coldly. Originally, the nature of people is like that, whether right or wrong. In their minds, there are only thoughts of slandering each other. Skyla pointed directly at Aronia's face, declaring heroically, Listen carefully, Miss Aronia. I only like pretty boys. Being suddenly hit by these words, Aronia and the others stared blankly, not having time to digest it. Skyla on this side continued. Besides Landseer, there are many pretty boys like peacocks, and meeting all the pretty boys in this world is my life goal. She warned in a threatening voice, so do not randomly pair me with other people. Skyla looked at Aronia, who was bowing in front of her. She heard her resentful thoughts. Does she think someone like her can snatch the crown prince from me? Then Aronia stood up straight, looking into Skyla's eyes, acting reproachful. You are being too rude, Princess Skyla. In her heart, she kept bearing a grudge. I will definitely become the crown princess. The humiliation of today, I will repay you tenfold. Skyla, hearing this sentence, really felt speechless. I have already said, whoever becomes the crown princess is fine. I do not care. She called out, Fabrice. Skyla waved her hand, ordering, Bring that here. Fabrice quickly left. Yes, young lady. Skyla lifted her foot domineeringly, stepping on the table leg to get a foothold. Aronia looked at her suspiciously, wondering what she was scribbling on the piece of paper on her lap. What are you doing? Skyla handed the paper to her, asking for her opinion. Is this enough? Aronia stared in disbelief at Skyla, stuttering, Now, the princess is giving me money. She nodded indifferently. Skyla smiled at her. So, are not you taking it? Seeing this attitude, Aronia gnashed her teeth in humiliation, making a grinding sound. She slapped Skyla's hand away, saying coldly, I do not need it. Aronia turned pale, frowning at her. Is the princess going to use money to erase this rudeness? She lost her composure, blurting everything out without any restraint. I should not have invited the princess in the first place, thinking that just because you are a young lady of the Duke's family, you can do whatever you want. I won't let this action of yours go. Her voice was loud and full of disgust. It is just a check. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired young lady sat down, looking at the check that had just flown past her face. She took a deep breath. Her noise made Aronia, who was madly scolding, stop and look over nervously. The blonde-haired young lady, her face alternating between green and white, held up the number on the check for Aronia to see, 500,000 francs. Skyla, observing Aronia's momentarily changing, drool-worthy expression, was genuinely surprised. She chuckled mockingly in a loud voice. What is wrong? Is the amount too large to refuse? Skyla confidently raised her head. I doubt Aronia can imagine it. My personal assets, as the Duke Chiron family's representative, the wealthiest family in the empire, she continued casually, not bothering to hide the sarcasm, use that money and start a new business. Before leaving, Skyla dismissively added, sitting in the same place as you is terribly boring. Don't invite me next time. Skyla tossed her hair and turned artfully. Let us go, Fabrice. Fabrice quickly followed. Yes, miss. Behind them, Aronia collapsed to the ground in sorrow, causing the two young ladies beside her to panic and help her up. Miss Aronia. Once inside the carriage, Skyla finally relaxed, revealing her completely drained state. Hearing other people's thoughts is truly a curse that drains one's energy. I have to face malice that I should not see, and deeply experience the hypocrisy of people. Fabrice, sitting next to her, looked at her worriedly. Miss, are you all right? She thought to herself. My lady, if it were not for that crazy Solly, you would not have to endure such humiliation. Just moments ago, she hated the ability to read minds, but now Skyla suddenly felt happy. She suddenly leaned against Fabrice's shoulder, causing her to stiffen and try to sit upright. The little deer in her heart was running wild. The lady's head is on my shoulder. Skyla closed her eyes, relaxing her mind to recover. I met too many people at once. The carriage slowly moved toward the horizon, bathed in twilight. She sighed inwardly. I just want to rest today. Soon, they arrived back at the vast, luxurious Kirun family mansion. Skyla entered the house, completely drained. As she stepped inside, she was greeted with a classic scene. Lancier was sitting inside, happily chatting with the Duke and Duchess Kirun. Skyla thought he looked just like the Duke and Duchess. Kirun, seemingly inheriting all their love. Skyla's mother playfully covered her mouth and laughed loudly. Really, Lancier, your words are so sweet. Skyla, annoyed, wanted to question him. Lancier, why are you here? But then she did not know what to say when she saw the joyful atmosphere. Skyla's gaze fell on the tiered cake stand on the table. That is... Her jaw dropped, and she felt dizzy and bewildered. The Kirun ducal family's heirloom, decorated bit by bit with the tears of merfolk. Skyla pursed her lips, frowning in speculation. The heirloom, that was never brought out for my birthdays, is because of Lancier. At this moment, the Duke and Duchess Kirun finally noticed her presence. My darling Skyla, our sweet baby is back. Skyla held out her hands, stopping the two who wanted to rush towards her. Father, Mother... Lancier's eyes sparkled as he sat aside, listening to Skyla's family conversation. Duchess Kirun, deeply wounded, whined. Skyla, not. Mother, you should call me, beloved mother. Duke Kirun nodded. In agreement. That is right, my beautiful daughter, you must say, beloved father. Upon hearing Skyla's voice, Lancier's expression brightened even more. Now that I am an adult, I can manage the family. Don't treat me like a child anymore. Meanwhile, Skyla was speechless at her parents, tragically dramatic in her thoughts. Our daughter, you are so cold. Does it hurt you to call your father, beloved father? Is it so hard to call your mother, beloved mother? You are so mean, so mean. Then she directly ignored them, turning to look at Lancier. Spare me the time to feel bad about the heirloom, Skyla asked coldly. Lancier, are not you going home? Lancier, eyes glistening with emotion, softly called her name. Skyla. He smiled, unable to contain himself, and asked tentatively, Are you concerned about me now? These words made Skyla feel even more tired. No. Behind her, the Duke and Duchess Kirun still had not stopped their melodramatic inner thoughts. She has already become an adult. Skyla, our beautiful daughter. The two slowly stood up, their eyes flashing with predatory intent. So it is time for you to get married, is not it? This time, their inner thoughts truly made Skyla freeze in place. The two advanced towards Skyla like the living dead. Yes, marriage, get married. Duke Chiron spoke ominously. Skyla, your parents have prepared everything. Skyla's mother added, just say you agree. She fearfully flinched, retreating backward to escape. From behind, Landseer also reached out to hold her shoulder. He smiled brightly and suggested, let us get married, Skyla. Duchess Chiron cried out, get married. Duke Chiron repeated like a curse, get married. Skyla screamed in fright, looking at the enemies surrounding her from all sides. Actually, my parents are pushing me so hard for a reason. According to royal law, a person without a partner cannot inherit a peerage. She clearly understood. My parents want to retire, and I want the peerage, but I can't inherit it for that reason. Skyla bristled, her eyes guarded as she turned to look at Landseer. Even so, I do not want to marry anyone. Landseer looked at her with doubt. He called out in a very sweet voice, Skyla. Causing Skyla's heart to skip a beat, she quickly calmed herself and cleared her throat. Landseer revealed a puppy-like expression, looking at her expectantly. Skyla, you are happy to see me too, right? Me too. Skyla quickly snapped out of it and called him. Stop talking nonsense, and stand up. But even though she pulled him strongly, Landseer remained glued to the chair. What is this? Why can't I move him? Landseer looked at her, puzzled, and took her hand. What is wrong, Skyla? She looked at Landseer suspiciously. Before, just a minute of pushing would do the trick, but now... When did he become so sturdy? Skyla thought for a long time without an answer. She hesitantly began. You. She acted as if she understood and asked Landseer, you got fat, did not you? Landseer immediately burst into tears, protesting, I am not fat. He frantically explained, my weight is standard, I eat a nutritious diet every day, and I practice swordsmanship regularly. Then he suddenly stammered, yesterday, because I was busy choosing desserts to eat with you, I accidentally ate all kinds. At this moment, Skyla suddenly realized something. That is right. Now Landseer is also an adult. She looked at him slowly, getting up from the chair, feeling lost. Even at this moment, Skyla looked up at Landseer standing in front of her. He is taller than me now. I have not noticed all this time. Landseer called out when he saw her looking absent-minded. Skyla. He reached out and gently touched her eyes, whispering, your eyes are like a clear sky. Landseer smiled brightly. Looking into them makes me feel good. Each word was like pouring honey into her ears, because those eyes are like a brilliant sunset. A pink atmosphere suddenly enveloped the two. Skyla unexpectedly felt shy and looked away. Immediately she met the interested gazes of the Duke and Duchess Chiron, who were joyfully eavesdropping on the side. The two will get married, and Mom and Dad can retire. Under her parents' bright stares and Landseer's innocent face facing her, Skyla spoke with difficulty. You. She coldly dealt him a fatal blow. Are you crazy? As soon as she finished speaking, Duchess Chiron angrily pounced on her to lecture her. How can you say such things? The Duke also rebuked, Skyla, you should not say things that hurt others so carelessly. Then he turned to look at Landseer and apologized shyly. I am sorry, Landseer. But Landseer still smiled like a flower as he looked at him. Duke Corn, I am not someone else. He affirmed, seriously, because I am Skyla's only childhood friend, so it is okay. As soon as Landseer finished speaking, the words kept repeating in Skyla's head. Because he is the only childhood friend, because he is a childhood friend. After a while of arguing, Skyla sat down at the table, exhausted. In the end, she failed to chase Landseer away, and so he sat next to hers. Then they heard Duke Chiron talking. Sure enough, Landseer has no one but our daughter. I wish Skyla had half of your qualities. Landseer seriously retorted, defending her. Skyla is not a bad person. He paused for a moment, hesitating. Although... Then he innocently stabbed Skyla a few times. She is blunt, impolite, always uses money and power to force others, and tends to be materialistic. But deep down she is a very warm-hearted girlfriend. Landseer winked at her as he spoke. But her heart had cooled. Skyla coldly flicked away the pink heart he had just sent. If you praise one and criticize four, then do not say anything at all. Duchess Chiron leaned on the Duke and sighed. Honey, there is someone like that, who loves our daughter, Skyla. The Duke, teary-eyed, choked with emotion. Yes, I hope our Skyla can live her whole life with someone like that. And by the way, why do not you two get married? Landseer quickly replied. Yes. But Skyla slammed the table and resolutely refused. I do not want to. She jumped up and questioned her parents. Why do you keep forcing me to marry Lancier? We are just friends. Lancier, sitting next to her, could only count blankly 317 times. Duke Kairun suddenly changed his tone and seriously reminded her. Skyla, you are a Kairun. He frowned, reminding her, you also know that you need a marriage partner to inherit the ducal title, right? Skyla lowered her head, stammering without answering, but in her heart, she understood clearly that her father was not wrong. Skyla's mood suddenly plummeted. I have done very well, as the Duke's representative, for the past year. Now it is time for me to take over the title. Therefore, marriage and stability will be better for me. Am I wrong? Those words kept swirling in her mind. It is as if Mom and Dad are doing everything for me. But Skyla could hear the real thoughts in his heart. Hurry up and become the Duke. I want to go to a love paradise with my beloved wife. Duke Kairun and the Duchess each have their own agendas. Once Skyla becomes the Duke, I will be imprisoned forever in the Duke's love and live happily. Skyla was furious, her body trembling with restraint. They just want to abandon their responsibilities. Lancier, sitting next to her, tilted his head and called her tentatively. Skyla. He tried again. Then you will marry me, right? Skyla coldly interrupted. Get lost. Lancier immediately deflated 318 times. The Duke and Duchess Kairun completely did not understand. They were frantically advertising for Lancier. Who is better than Lancier, that is right? What does Lancier lack? The two thought in unison, let Mom and Dad retire. But Skyla still lowered her eyes in silence, not answering. Inside the room, she and the other three seemed to be separated into two worlds. After a while, Skyla sighed and spoke slowly. I am leaving first. Duke Kairun blankly called her back in a hurry. Skyla. But she did not stop, just walked quickly out. To Mom and Dad, am I just a peerage heir? Why do not they care at all about my happiness? The door was pushed open forcefully. Skyla was resentful and uncomfortable. They know I can hear other people's thoughts. As evening approached, Skyla sat alone, huddled in a corner in the garden. She was silent, her mood so low that it suppressed her breathing. Skyla tiredly leaned back and lay on the lawn. She muttered dejectedly, You two are terrible. Actually, besides the wizard who cursed me, my parents are the only ones who know about this curse. She was annoyed in her chaotic thoughts. I know the relationship between you two is good, but can you care about me a little? At this moment, someone approached her and called, Skyla. Lancier, who knew when he had arrived, looked down at her worriedly and asked, What is wrong? What are you upset about? Skyla silently did not answer, lying on the lawn and looking at him. She turned to the other side, avoiding him, and replied casually in a low voice. Nothing. Lancier anxiously kept asking. If there is nothing, why are you in a bad mood? Tell me, okay? Skyla sat up irritably. Don't you ever think that the reason I am sad is because of you, Lancier? She lowered her head and buried her face in her knees. I am not in the mood to talk nonsense with you now. Go away. Faced with Skyla's blunt dismissal, Lancier still buzzed around like a honeybee. Then when will you be in the mood? I will wait until then, okay? Let me see your face. This noise made Skyla even more annoyed. She raised her head and shouted loudly. It is just that seeing my parents show off their love so ridiculously makes me annoyed. Lancier stared at her blankly and silently. Skyla sighed in relief, inwardly certain I answered him, so he probably won't ask any more. But at this moment, she heard Lancier speak. So that is it. He stepped forward and looked directly into her eyes. Skyla. Lancier smiled ambiguously and suggested, Then I will make the relationship between Duke Kairun and Duchess Kairun become disharmonious, okay? This unexpected question made Skyla completely stunned. What? Lancier smiled faintly and looked at Skyla, hinting, Then I will make the relationship between Duke Kairun and Duchess Kairun become disharmonious, okay? She looked at him in a daze, speechless for a long time. Skyla could only stare blankly at Lancier's thin lips moving. Isn't it true that the harmonious scenes of the two of them make you feel bad? If I break the two of them apart, will you feel better? When he said these words, Lancier even smiled as if he was talking about something obvious, making her silent and pensive. After a long time, Skyla finally found her voice. She sighed and objected. No need. Skyla thought about the good relationship of her parents, who often went stargazing together. That star is my Duchess's star. That star is my Duke's star. She loudly warned. A harmonious marital relationship is the only advantage of Duke and Duchess Kairun. Do not destroy it. Skyla frowned at Landseer angrily. More importantly, you do not use magic on other people often. She uncomfortably questioned him. Are you planning to brainwash my parents? If I do not please you, you will brainwash me too, right? Landseer shook his head quickly to explain. Why would I do that? He gently rubbed his head against her head, whispering tenderly. If I do that, you won't be the Skyla I like anymore. Skyla's face turned slightly red because of this sudden intimate action. She frowned, suppressing her feelings and denying it. So annoying, she thought to herself. The peace I feel when I am with Landseer, and the gentleness in his every word. Skyla groaned inwardly. It is so annoying. At this moment, Landseer's whispers sounded again. Skyla, I like you. After hearing that, she only pursed her lips without answering, but her face unknowingly turned red, her heart pounding. Skyla calmed herself, suddenly standing up, causing Landseer to lose his balance and fall to the ground. It is hot? Ouch! He scrambled to his feet and looked at her suspiciously. Hot, Skyla nodded and replied logically. Of course, it is summer. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at Landseer warily. You do not... He tilted his head innocently and looked at her. Don't... What? Skyla was speechless and repeated the old story. Last year, when it was hot, you suddenly made it rain. Landseer was stunned for a moment, recalling and thinking, then smiled brightly like a flower. I remember, you told me you hate rain. Looking at the magic ball that just appeared in Landseer's hand, Skyla was startled and quickly stopped him. No, wait, what are you gonna do? But her words were a beat, slower than Landseer's actions. He leisurely pointed to the sky and cast a spell. Skyla's entire soul trembled in the cold wind. No way! At this moment, the servants who were sweeping in the garden were miserable and could not stop crying. Oh heavens, garbage is falling from the sky. Why is there snow in the summer? Is it the end of the world? Under a certain tree, Landseer was smiling and talking to Skyla. Because you hate the rain, I made it snow. How is it? He showed an expression of wanting praise, facing Skyla's about to explode mood. I did a good job, right? Skyla, filled with murderous intent, gritted out each word through her teeth, Landseer, but he was still in a state of expecting the maximum level of praise. Praise me quickly. Unexpectedly, what he received was Skyla's tantrum. She went ballistic and chased him out. Get home right now. Later, inside the dining room of the Duke Karun's castle, Skyla was sitting and having dinner with her parents. As she leisurely put a piece of food into her mouth, she heard a call. Skyla. Duke Karun sincerely looked at her and blurted out a string of words. My adorable darling, my pride and hope. Skyla quickly interrupted his long-winded introduction. Can you get straight to the point? Upon hearing this, Duke Karun turned to look at his wife and signaled. The inner voices of the two thundered into Skyla's ears. Honey, why do not you tell her? No, it would be better if the Duke told her. She was speechless, looking at those two. I can hear everything? Duke Karun quickly cleared his throat and spoke solemnly. Skyla, I have a wish, can you listen? Skyla refused, decisively. No, Duke Karun cried out in frustration. Can't you listen to what your father says? It is not like you have heard it until your ears are calloused. Skyla said casually, they are calloused. Duke Karun cried and pounded on the table. If they are calloused, then answer your father. He looked at her, his eyes glistening. A fiancé is fine, too. Duchess Karun nodded in agreement. An engagement is also a type of marriage contract. You can inherit the ducal title. Skyla sighed wearily. I know, but right now I do not have anyone I want to marry, so what can I do? Duke Karun and his wife glanced at each other, meaningfully in silence. Later, the two understanding each other slumped and lowered their heads. Thoughts poured out like a stream. It is not really Landseer, is it? Duke Solly said. It would be great if the two of them married each other. Too bad. Duchess Karun suddenly suggested, why do not we find a husband at the royal ball this time? Skyla, chewing the food in her mouth, looked at her without any interest. Aronia is the same. Why does everyone see the ball as a rapid husband selection contest? As soon as Duke Karun and his wife heard this, they clicked their tongues. The two immediately threw themselves into each other's arms and performed a loving scene. You can't not talk about the fateful meeting of the two of us. The whole space was filled with pink, and hearts fluttered everywhere. Skyla stared blankly, wanting to overturn the table, looking at the two people who were enthusiastically dishing out dog food. Please eat your meal for me. Duchess Karun looked at Skyla pitifully. Mom does not expect much, just wants you to live happily. And if they come from a decent family, that would be even better. Duke Kirun chimed in, nodding in agreement and advising, "Your father is the same as your mother. However, a monthly income of at least 100,000 francs would be better." The Duchess quickly added, "And he must be ambitious." The two of them kept talking, putting forth a whole bunch of requirements for their future son-in-law, how he should contribute to the family, how he should care for the children, and also that drinking, smoking, and having bad habits when drunk were not allowed. Duchess Kairon continued incessantly, "You must find out if he has any underlying illnesses." "You should secretly follow him," Duke agreed, nodding. "Check if his father is balding too." At this point, Skyla had completely gone crazy, flames of anger rising fiercely, causing the Duke and Duchess to startled and "Shut up, I do not expect much." She coldly said to them, "I will take responsibility for the Kairon ducal family myself." Skyla glared at the Duke and Duchess Kairon with murderous intent, issuing a final warning, "Don't urge me to marry again in the future." The Duke and Duchess Kairon quickly complied with her wishes. "Okay, dear. Mom understands." Skyla had no interest in eating anymore. She was so tired she wanted to disappear, staggering away, not paying attention to the two of them anymore. Reaching the door, she darkly turned her head to look at them, smiling ambiguously and announcing, "You can feel free to retire." The Duke and Duchess Kairon trembled in fear, hugging each other silently. Switching scenes, it was already the next day. Early morning sunlight shone through the windows, illuminating a room. Skyla was quietly busy sitting at her desk, dealing with a pile of paperwork. Suddenly, unclear thoughts and a knock on the door interrupted her concentration. Skyla raised her head in suspicion. "Is that Fabrice?" She said, "Come in." Fabrice pushed the door open and entered. "Excuse me, miss." To introduce her again in detail, this is Skyla's close maid, Fabrice, one of the few people she can trust. The reason being... Fabrice stood up straight. "Seriously, I apologize for interrupting the miss's work," but internally she was bursting into tears of emotion. "I got to see the miss so early in the morning. I am such a happy person." Skyla was slightly amused because she was utterly loyal to me. Skyla smiled at Fabrice. Outside the door, only she admired her. She asked, "What is it, Fabrice?" Fabrice reported softly, "There is a letter from the royal palace, miss. He said it must be delivered to you personally." Skyla was puzzled and asked in a suspicious voice, "To me, not my father." She started sweating and suddenly remembered the incident at Aronia's house last time. Could it be the incident at the tea party? No, the royal palace would not send a letter just because of that. She quickly calmed herself. "All right, let him in." Seconds later, someone entered, respectfully bowing to Skyla. "Greetings to Lady Skyla of the Kairon ducal family." That person handed her a letter, solemnly conveying the message. "I am truly sorry to disturb you so early in the morning, but His Highness the Crown Prince ordered that this letter be delivered as soon as the sun rose." Skyla looked at the sender's name in suspicion. Crown Prince. I have never had a proper conversation with the Crown Prince. When we meet, he only says, "Greetings, miss." And Skyla responds with a casual, "Yes." And that is it. We occasionally just greet each other in passing. We are complete strangers. Skyla took the letter, swallowing hard. But yet he sent a secret letter to me. She asked the person in front of her, "Thank you. Does the letter require an immediate response?" The person quickly replied, "No, you do not need to respond immediately then. I will take my leave." After the person left, Skyla slowly opened the letter to read. She held out her hand to signal Fabrice behind her. Fabrice, that thing. Understanding, she quickly handed her a small knife. "Here it is, miss." Skyla gently used the knife to pry open the letter's seal. As soon as she opened it, she was stunned into silence. Skyla was completely shocked by the contents of the letter. This was not just a letter. Looking at the neat words on the paper, along with a bright red seal at the end of the letter, Skyla's mood was like riding a roller coaster, her head full of question marks. The Crown Prince's seal, it is a royal decree. Skyla could not believe her eyes. She read the information on it again. 2 p.m. today. Meet me at my palace. Fabrice behind her suddenly asked curiously, "What does the letter say, miss?" Skyla turned to look at her, replying vaguely, "His Highness the Crown Prince said he wants to meet me today." Fabrice lowered her eyes and replied, "I will inform the servants to prepare for your entry into the palace." In her heart, she was celebrating, feeling blissfully on cloud 9. As expected of my charming miss, even His Highness the Crown Prince could not resist. Skyla looked at Fabrice's calm expression, weakly objecting in her heart, "It is not like that, Fabrice." On that very day, the decree sent by the Crown Prince caused a massive shock. The maids in the house were whispering to each other. Did you hear? The Miss is entering the palace to meet His Highness the Crown Prince. They gathered in a place, discussing noisily. It is His Highness the Crown Prince who wants to meet Lady Skyla. When it reached the male servants, the story had taken an unexpected turn. His Highness the Crown Prince and the Miss are meeting with the intention of getting married. It is something like that. Not long after, the Duke and Duchess Karun rushed in noisily, flinging the door open. Duchess Karun asked anxiously as soon as she entered the room. Is it true, dear? Duke Karun was so excited that his heart was pounding and his legs were shaking. They could hardly breathe. Skyla was startled. Her eyes darkly turned to look at the two of them. Duke Karun, with tears in his eyes and the Duchess with a happy expression, asked, You are getting engaged to His Highness the Crown Prince. Skyla was furious as soon as she heard this. She gritted her teeth, glaring at them murderously. There were so many words she wanted to say, but when they reached her mouth, she did not know how to start. She sighed, supporting her forehead, feeling tired. Who said that ridiculous thing? Before those two could reply, a figure flew into the room and collapsed on the floor. Duke Chiron looked at him in confusion, his face pale. Austin. Austin trembled and reluctantly raised his head to greet the two. Duke, Duchess. He stammered, advising, Right now, the rumors are spreading everywhere in the Duke's mansion. His hand fell limply to the ground. Please, be careful. Duke Karun quickly ran over to help him up, calling out in a tragic tone, Austin. But before the act was finished, they heard Skyla's cold voice chasing away the guests. I need to change clothes, please leave. She watched Fabrice go up to close the door, breathing a sigh of relief. Finally, some peace and quiet. Skyla frowned uncomfortably. Is this the next thing I need to deal with? Meeting His Highness the Crown Prince? She looked at the gorgeous clothes being laid out in front of her, knowing that she could not dress casually, but this... Skyla cried inwardly. It is too much. Fabrice stepped forward to explain to her. This is the latest fashion trend, miss. Skyla's face darkened, muttering. The latest fashion. Does not it look like fabric that will kill people? She shook her head in rejection, then coldly refused. Changed to another dress. Skyla remembered the last time Aronia fell into the water. She shouted shamefully, This dress will kill people. She shuddered. I almost died from the weight of the dress. Skyla was sure of her decision. I do not want to risk my life just because of this dress. Fabrice behind her still tried to salvage it one more time. There must be a reason why this style is becoming popular. Why do not you try it on and decide? In her heart, she thought, if she wears it, the miss will definitely be very beautiful. I used my own money to order this from Madame Bede's lace. Skyla was so tired she wanted to disappear. She did not have the strength to explain anymore, only saying vaguely, If you do not want to kill me, then quickly bring out another dress. Outside, the rising sun shone down on the rose bushes below, creating an extremely poetic scene. Skyla changed into another lighter outfit, leading Fabrice out with her. Having walked for a short distance, she heard someone call, Miss. Tisef, also dressed in formal attire today, was standing in front of a luxurious carriage, waiting for her. You have arrived. Skyla looked at him for a moment, evaluating him. You are dressed nicely today. Tisef scratched his head shyly, smiling. Of course you have to ride the family carriage today. She quickly stepped into the carriage. Today, the carriage I am riding is the Karun ducal family's private carriage. To be able to move comfortably, it is equipped with countless different magics. Inside the carriage compartment, it is like a miniature garden. Skyla was sitting with Fabrice, boredly waiting for the carriage to move when suddenly a butterfly flew in, attracting her attention. A blue butterfly. It gently landed on her hand. Skyla smiled gently, raising her hand, observing and unconsciously commenting, This butterfly has the same color as Lancier's eyes. Outside, Tisef also announced, I will depart now. Skyla played with the butterfly while thinking randomly, I have not seen him come by these past few days. Was he so shocked by me chasing him away? She thought to herself, I guess so. Being chased away twice in one day, maybe he felt hurt. Whether he comes or does not come is still on my mind. Suddenly, Fabrice spoke from the opposite side. Miss. She looked darkly at the butterfly on Skyla's hand, her eyes showing disgust, and suggested in a cold voice, That butterfly, shall I kill it? Skyla blanked, quickly shaking her head. No, there is no need to do that. Fabrice looked at the butterfly uncomfortably, saying to her, I asked because I see you keep paying attention to this butterfly. Skyla startled. All right, I will let it go. After a while, she suddenly called out, Fabrice. Skyla's tone was extremely slow. How about I marry Lancier? The once-in-a-millennium great mage, and the youngest in the Sali family. Skyla thought with a headache. Landseer won't take over the family. I might as well marry him. Then she quickly slapped herself hard on both cheeks to warn herself. 5 red fingerprints were imprinted on Skyla's face. Wake up, Skyla. Did you lose your brain just because of a dress? She tried to think of the series of actions that Landseer might take. Skyla, because you do not like the gatherings of the upper class, I have reduced the number to 5 people. Or like, Skyla, because you wanted to see the sea, I moved the Imperial Canal. It could also be, Skyla, because you do not have time, I changed 1 day into 26 hours. Skyla, Skyla. The calls echoed like a mantra, captivating Skyla's soul. Before her eyes, she could clearly see his bright face. She screamed inwardly, Skyla this and Skyla that. If I become the Duke and have to clean up the mess left by Landseer, then I would rather grow corn, grow cabbage, grow blueberries. I would rather live alone in the countryside. Fabrice, sitting opposite her, saw the entire process of Skyla's mood going up and down. She suddenly called out softly, Miss. Fabrice lowered her eyes slightly, avoiding Skyla's gaze, carefully asking, Are you still concerned about the marriage that the Duke talked about yesterday? Skyla smiled blankly. Aye. She looked at Fabrice's serious expression and sighed. As expected of Fabrice, the maid who has served me almost all my life. Skyla took a breath, regaining her spirit. It can't be helped, because it is the law. I have to. Fabrice heard this and lowered her head even further. Skyla calmly thought, There is no need to rush because of my parents, urging. Suddenly Fabrice, on the opposite side, stood up abruptly. Miss. Skyla heard her sincere voice. Suppose, if someone lowly like me is accepted. Fabrice knelt down in front of her, seriously suggesting, Then will you marry me? Skyla silently stared at Fabrice, seemingly not yet able to digest or understand what was happening. Fabrice also knelt below, swallowing nervously and looking at her attentively. The entire carriage fell into an eerie silence. After a long time, Skyla finally revealed a shocked expression, asking, What? Fabrice repeated it once more. Will you marry me? Skyla gaped, listening to Fabrice continue. Miss, give me 1 month. I will come back with a new identity. She sincerely revealed her whole heart. Not even Duke Karen will be able to recognize it. I will prepare an identity that is worthy of you. Fabrice raised her head, looking sincerely into Skyla's eyes. Therefore, if you accept someone like me... Observing Fabrice's expression, Skyla realized one thing. She was telling the truth. Fabrice stared at her, her eyes containing thousands of things she wanted to say. Waiting for a long time without hearing Skyla say anything, she lowered her head again. If my suggestion is too rude, I apologize. It is just that I... But then Skyla spoke. No, do not apologize. She reached out to help Fabrice up. Skyla had been trying to become the Duke Kyrune since she was young. She gave up her time to play with friends. In a leisurely, comfortable life, Skyla did everything for her dream, but at this moment she could not inherit the title just because she did not have a partner. Skyla helped Fabrice up to sit next to her. She said softly, I am very grateful for your feelings, but there is no need to worry about me so much. Skyla thought to herself, even Fabrice feels pressured, so she is acting like this. Fabrice drooped, lowering her head. I understand. Suddenly, a shock came from the carriage. She quickly helped Skyla. The wheels screeched as they braked sharply against the road. Fabrice asked, Miss, are you all right? Skyla supported her dizzy head. I guess I need to equip the carriage with magic to prevent sudden stops. She angrily stood up straight and opened the carriage door. What is wrong with me these days? As soon as she stepped out, a voice came. Sir, I sincerely apologize. Skyla raised her eyebrows, looking at the carriage blocking her path. What is this familiar situation? The coachman on the opposite side seemed to be the same person as before. He was bowing and apologizing. I just got my driving license not too long ago, so... Tisef curled his lips. In that case... He went crazy, using all his strength to shout at the carriage of the ducal family. His fighting power immediately leveled up, loudly scolding. You have to drive slowly. What if my lady can't meet the crown prince? Can you bear the responsibility? The coachman quickly smiled to make peace. Sorry, but can I ask which family this is? Tisef then stepped aside. Can't you recognize the crest on the carriage? It is the Kyrune ducal family. The coachman was even more frightened. He knelt down on the ground. Please forgive me. Skyla asked casually. What is going on? What is happening? Suddenly, someone stepped down from the carriage opposite. Skyla looked at the man who had just appeared in her sight. A mage? She observed him. That earring, it is magic stone. Only mages are allowed to use it because it is prone to accidents. Skyla frowned. Unlike the magic kingdom of Hebina, the Empire does not have many mages. Why is a mage here? At this moment, her eyes also caught the coachman kneeling on the ground. Upon seeing Skyla, his jaw dropped to the ground. He stammered, covering his mouth. The coachman pointed directly at Skyla. It is that crazy woman from that time. Suddenly there was a call, "Hey!" Lifting his head, he saw Skyla rolling up her sleeves, wanting to beat him up. "You messed with the wrong person. I told you, right? If you do not want your skull to be broken, you better behave." That coachman quickly kowtowed until his butt was up in the air. "Lady, I have committed a terrible crime." He kept pleading, "I have young children at home waiting for me." Skyla folded her arms, silently looking at him. "Too bad for you, you thought I was a commoner, so you were rude, but it turns out I am the Karen lady, but the proper thing to do is, whether you are a lady or not, you should know how to speak carefully." Just as she thought of this, someone next to her spoke up. "Excuse me, lady." That mage looked at her sincerely. "It seems my coachman has wronged you, miss." With such a kind appearance, Skyla could read his true thoughts. Damn it, this is what happens when you hire a cheap coachman. He took a step forward. The mage bowed to her. "I sincerely apologize, miss, for wasting the time of someone as noble as you. I do not know how to compensate you." He introduced himself. "I am Viscount Artisina. You are the Kyrune lady, right?" Skyla nodded. Yes. She raised her eyebrows, thinking, this person is Viscount A.R. something or other. Skyla nodded. He is handsome too. But the next second, she unconsciously thought, not as good as Landseer, but... Skyla froze in place. Why am I suddenly thinking about Landseer? At this moment, Skyla heard the inner thoughts of the person opposite her. This is the woman in the rumors. Caleb covered his mouth. Damn it, I am going crazy. Why did not the rumors say she was this beautiful? Skyla looked at him blankly. Caleb's thoughts kept flowing into her head. I want her to become mine. Skyla raised her eyebrows. Just another man like that. She asked coldly, "Can you move aside? I have an appointment." Caleb quickly replied, "Of course." His carriage quickly moved forward. Skyla turned to leave. "Let us go, Fabriz." Caleb quickly called her back. "Lady." He smiled and asked Skyla her opinion. "How would you like to punish the coachman?" Skyla glanced away indifferently. "I will let the Viscount decide." As soon as she finished speaking, a scream rang out next to her. "Viscount." The coachman pleaded in fear. "Please have mercy. My bed is still lonely, waiting for me to return. Please spare my life." Caleb looked at him. "Then hand over your driving license." The coachman was stunned. "The license?" He squinted at him. "Do you think I will say it a second time?" The coachman quickly shook his head. "No, sir." He respectfully handed his license to Caleb. All three of Skyla's eyes widened. In the blink of an eye, Caleb had transmuted the piece of paper into gold, returning it to dust. The corner of Skyla's mouth twitched. The people of Kyrune were too familiar with Landseer's magic. She thought to herself, without a license, you can't drive a carriage. Even if you get it reissued, that coachman will be unemployed for a while. She lifted her foot and stepped into her carriage. Compared to being imprisoned for insulting nobility, this punishment is too lenient. As soon as she got inside, Caleb chased after her and called her, "Lady Kyrune." He leaned against the door, posing. "Unfortunately, I do not have anyone to drive my carriage anymore." Skyla looked at him, not understanding. "So what?" Caleb nonchalantly walked in and sat down. "Let me formally introduce myself to the lady. I am Viscount Artisina, a royal mage." Both Skyla and Fabriz widened their eyes uncomfortably, sitting down as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Skyla pursed her lips. Seriously. Then she heard Caleb continue. "Please give me a ride to the royal palace." Her face showing obvious confusion, Skyla smiled awkwardly. "Did I hear wrong?" Ryan reiterated his proposal. "Once again, I desire that the lady will become my fiancé." After hearing this, Skyla's expression immediately changed. She thought to herself, why? At this moment, her heart was filled with tangled thoughts. We are not even acquainted, but he suddenly mentions engagement. What is his purpose? Is it because the Kyrone family is neutral? Or is the crown princess a puppet without any influence in high society? Skyla's face darkened. Speaking with difficulty, She said that she is the god of death. Ryan listened and widened his eyes, looking at her in confusion. His silence caused Skyla to blush in embarrassment, the room falling into an odd silence. Ryan suddenly laughed loudly. causing Skyla to feel extremely embarrassed. She told the person in front of her, "If your highness likes it, then please laugh." Immediately, Ryan supported his forehead, laughing non-stop. Sorry, the god of death. He even laughed to the point of rolling on the ground. After a while, Ryan, trying to suppress his laughter, told Skyla, "I am sorry, I am the type of person who easily falls down so." Skyla said, "It seems that is true." She took the teacup on the table and asked worriedly about Ryan's real purpose. "Excuse me, but why does your highness want me to become your fiancé?" Ryan immediately became serious. He regretfully admitted the truth. "I apologize. I have investigated the lady." Ryan's next sentence caused Skyla to immediately become angry. "Isn't the lady famous for being the most hot-tempered lady in the Empire?" Skyla asked back suspiciously. "Yes." Ryan explained to her, "After 1 year, we will break off the engagement. In exchange, I will fulfill one wish of the lady." After speaking, he asked Skyla's opinion once again. "So, will the lady get engaged to me?" Skyla angrily thought. "What does being hot-tempered have to do with this proposal?" She was silent, not answering that question immediately. Suddenly, Skyla used her hands to hug herself, darkly speculating, "Could it be that your highness likes that kind of person?" Ryan was stunned, asking suspiciously, "That kind of person?" Skyla replied, "Your highness wants a woman who is cruel and treats you brutally. That is the kind of hobby you have." After listening, Ryan widened his eyes, clapping his hands once, as if he had thought of something. He smiled and said, "Of course, that would be interesting too, but I do not want to do that to you, lady." The answer made Skyla's expression even worse. Did he just say it would be interesting? After a moment, Ryan continued, "It is just that I guess you, lady, are not interested in a love game." Skyla was surprised. A love game? Seeing that she seemed not to understand, Ryan stroked his chin and explained, "I have to find a future crown princess at this royal ball. Otherwise, I can't inherit the throne." Skyla lowered her head, listening to him in silence. "You also know the reason why, lady?" At this moment, the conversation fell silent again. Ryan thought to himself, only those with a marriage partner can inherit the title. He recalled his own past. "I have been trained since I was young to stand on my own, to become perfect. And those things were all for a single goal. Everything is for becoming the emperor. But that goal seemed to be blocked by something. But if I do not have a partner, I can't become the emperor." Ryan felt extremely dissatisfied. Isn't that too unfair? After listening, Skyla also felt a bit of sympathy. The crown princess situation is like mine. Ryan smiled and said, "What do you think, Lady Skyla? I think you will understand me." At this moment, it seemed Skyla had agreed to Ryan's proposal. She crossed her arms and smiled back. "All right. Even if I marry, the crown princess can still inherit the title from her family." Ryan stood up and shook hands with Skyla. "We will be engaged for 1 year. Each of us will inherit our family's title." Skyla continued, "After that, we will break off the engagement." To break the tension, Ryan started teasing again. "Don't fall in love with me, lady, because I am not interested in things like love games." Skyla responded, "It is fortunate that your highness is so clear about what is public and private." After going outside, Skyla stepped into the carriage and ordered Tisef to the Duke Salyu's mansion. Tisef shouted, "Yes, miss." Skyla sat on the seat, closing her eyes, thinking wearily, "I have to cheer up Lance here." Febreze called worriedly. "Miss?" She asked, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, and you talked for quite a long time." "What did you two talk about?" Skyla replied vaguely. "Nothing special." She told herself, "This is one of the secrets I have to take to my grave." Then she started thinking about the things that were about to happen in the future. At the royal ball, the Crown Prince will act like he fell in love with me at first sight, dancing together in front of everyone in the Great Hall. After that, the Crown Prince will publicly propose to me, and I will accept that proposal. After the engagement ceremony, within 1 year, I will take over the title and break off the engagement. After thinking, Skyla smiled happily. She tossed her hair, thinking smugly, "I did not expect it to be resolved so easily." I even thought about marrying Lancier. As she was happily thinking, Fabreze's thoughts suddenly appeared, causing Skyla to freeze. As expected of the miss, the woman who can subdue even the Crown Prince. At this moment, Fabrice was feeling extremely touched. If I see the miss becoming the Empress, I would be willing to die. After reading those thoughts, Skyla started to get angry. "Please be quiet, Fabrice." But Fabrice did not know this. She was still happily thinking, "What should I do? The miss is so radiant." The scene shifted to Sully's mansion. The butler placed his hand on his chest. informing Skyla that Lady Karen, Duke Solly, and the Duchess have gone to inspect the neighboring territory. Skyla replied, "I see. I will greet them later then." A plate of cookies and a cup of hot tea were on the table. Skyla started to feel impatient. Why has not Landseer come out yet? She rested her chin on her hand, bored. "Whenever I come, he will appear with instant teleportation magic." Rachel approached and asked her, "Lady, do you need anything else, Rachel?" Skyla turned to ask, "Where's Landseer?" Rachel lowered her head, answering fearfully, "I can't say that easily." Hearing this, Skyla anxiously slammed the table and stood up. "Has something happened to Landseer?" Rachel stammered. "That, the young master." And her next answer caused Skyla to widen her eyes in shock. "He is very sad." Skyla asked in confusion, "Sad? Why?" Rachel recounted what she knew. "I do not know either. The young master has always been gloomy since returning home." Skyla read the thoughts in her heart after the young master went to meet the lady. At this moment, Rachel was so scared she was trembling. "The young master has locked himself in his room. How should I explain this?" After knowing the thoughts in Rachel's heart, Skyla confirmed, "It is my fault." She suddenly stood up, crossing her arms and ordering Rachel, "Take me to Landseer. I will comfort him myself." This made Rachel extremely happy. "You will really do that?" Skyla sighed. "Landseer, you are very lucky to have such a kind servant." Rachel instructed her, "Please wait a moment." At this moment, Skyla was feeling extremely confused. How should I comfort him? Rachel leaned close to Landseer's door and called, "Young master." Just then, a strong tremor suddenly occurred, causing cracks to appear on the surrounding walls, with dirt and stones falling everywhere. Skyla thought warily, what is suddenly going on? Rachel was extremely worried, constantly knocking on the door. Young Master Landseer." A voice filled with anger rang out from inside the room. "Didn't I say not to come looking for me, Rachel?" After hearing that somewhat unfamiliar voice, Skyla started to feel suspicious. Is that really Landseer? She thought to herself, Landseer has no other merit besides being lively. At this moment, Landseer's door was broken down. Rachel was thrown backwards, falling to the ground. Her body trembled with fear. Skyla had also felt that fear from Rachel. "It is so scary." Rachel stammered, "Young master." At this moment, Rachel was thinking, what should I do if I get caught in the outburst of magic power and die? I was planning to finish saving up for the wedding and then marry Austin right away. After knowing Rachel's thoughts, Skyla widened her eyes in shock. Austin, the butler, when did that happen? She reminded herself, it is not the time to talk about this. Skyla helped Rachel up and approached Landseer's room. Loud shouts were still constantly ringing out from inside the room. Landseer said inside the room, "Don't come looking for me, huh?" Skyla raised her foot and started kicking the door in front of her. After using force to break the door, her feet also had many scratches. Landseer! Hearing someone call his name, Landseer suddenly froze. Skyla shouted loudly outside, "Open the door if you do not want to get beaten." Hearing her voice, Landseer approached, touching the door in front of him, calling back suspiciously, "Skyla." Skyla replied, "Yes." Skyla said, "Right now, besides me, who would want to be by your side while you are having an outburst?" She urged the person inside the room. "So, open the door, Landseer." The door opened a small crack at this moment. Landseer happily walked toward Skyla. He reached out to touch the cheek of the person in front of him, then gently called, "Skyla?" Landseer suddenly hugged Skyla tightly. Before her appearance, he still felt it was hard to believe. "Is that really you?" Landseer fearfully buried his head in Skyla's shoulder. "I am not hallucinating, am I?" He wondered, "Did I miss Skyla so much that I unconsciously summoned you?" Skyla thought to herself, whenever Landseer's emotions fluctuate intensely, there will be an outburst of magic power. It is rare for Landseer to be controlled by emotions, to the point that he can't control his magic, but at this moment Landseer was still holding Skyla tightly, seemingly not intending to let go. Landseer still felt it was hard to believe, so he asked again, Are you really Skyla Landseer during an outburst?" Skyla realized, only with me by his side, he can feel at peace again. Suddenly, Landseer made a proposal. "Skyla, let us be friends to get married." But Skyla said coldly, "Get lost." She coldly turned to look at Rachel. Rachel quickly turned and left. After being rejected by Skyla, Landseer fearfully speculated, Do not you hate me?" Skyla smiled, immediately denying, "What are you talking about? Why would I hate you?" Landseer's face darkened, recounting in a panic. I wanted to hide in the carriage to surprise you, but I was afraid you would get angry, so... Skyla darkly thought. So that is why you turned into a butterfly, huh? Skyla sincerely said, sneaking into the carriage was your fault, but it is also thanks to you that I chased away that mage, thank you. After listening, Landseer was extremely happy. Really, I did a great job. He hugged Skyla once again. Thank goodness I was worried you would get angry. Landseer's attitude once again made Skyla wonder, is this okay if there is no me? Someone once told her, my childhood friend used to be a great mage. Skyla seemed to fall into a hazy emptiness. That made her extremely fearful. He ultimately had to lose his life, at the age of 16. What about Landseer? Skyla recalled the situation just now. At that moment, he could not control his emotions. Suddenly a call rang out. Skyla. Skyla startled, looking up at Landseer. Landseer suddenly made a proposal. Can I sleep with you tonight? After hearing this, Skyla's face darkened, looking at him in confusion. She said coldly, what do you think I will answer? Landseer said excitedly, of course it is yes. But Skyla still resolutely refused. That is what you hope for. Seeing her attitude like that, Landseer worriedly stammered, is it not okay? Skyla was annoyed by his question. She affirmed once again, of course not. How could you think that way? Landseer repeated the previous memories. But you used to stay overnight at my house too. Skyla retorted, that was a long time ago. She grasped the hand that was placed on her shoulder and reminded, Landseer, think carefully. We are both adults now. Don't you understand the meaning of an adult man and woman sleeping together? Landseer hugged her tightly. He laughed and said, of course I understand. Skyla's face turned red because of that smile. Yet Landseer said, it means our friendship is extremely close. Skyla's face darkened, angrily pushing Landseer away. You can't sleep with me. What if there are rumors? What if I can't get engaged? After listening, Landseer shouted in panic, Skyla, you are getting engaged. Skyla thought in shock, oh no. She looked at Landseer's face and wondered, if Landseer knows I am faking the engagement, how will he react? Could it be another outburst? After a moment, Landseer spoke with a tone filled with blame. Skyla, you set a date for the engagement ceremony without letting me know. Skyla quickly explained, no, it is not like that. Landseer suddenly grabbed her hand. He blushed, gently affirming, I will do a good job, Skyla. It seemed Landseer had misunderstood the person Skyla would get engaged to. He asked her, let us take the magic stone of the witch. Odd as our betrothal gift, okay? How do you think that is good match with your red eyes? At this moment, Skyla's face had turned red because of that question. After a moment, she startled and moved away. Wait a minute, our betrothal gift, what are you talking about? Skyla seriously reminded, also, that is the holy relic of the kingdom of Habina. It can't be done. Landseer tilted his head, speaking blankly. Aren't we getting engaged? Skyla was startled by the question. No, do not talk about engagement anymore. Just then, Rachel's voice rang out. Lady Skyla. Skyla turned to ask, what is it? Rachel's voice was a bit hesitant, that... She spoke circuitously, saying, today, the Duke and Duchess are not home. Skyla knew Rachel's thoughts. It is embarrassing to say it. But everyone is scared of the young master's outburst. After knowing the true thoughts in Rachel's heart, Skyla asked, you want me to stay the night here? Rachel fearfully nodded. I am sorry. I know I am not qualified to ask you for a favor, but... Rachel cried inwardly, thinking, the lady will probably refuse because she is busy with work. It is so scary. Yet Skyla agreed to that request. All right. She said, I will stay the night. After seeing those two so excited, Skyla continued, but... She smiled and made a suggestion, in a room separate from Landseer. Then, turning to instruct her maid, Fabrice, return home and explain the situation to my parents. Fabrice angrily thought, just because of that troublemaker from the Duke's Soul's house, I can't see the lady sleep before the end of a day of work. After knowing the thoughts of her maid, Skyla urged with a cold face, go quickly. At this moment, Skyla had entered the room that Rachel had prepared for her. A set of pajamas had been prepared on the bed, in the middle of the room. Skyla thought to herself, Landseer is not stubborn, huh? She had imagined a completely different Landseer. Landseer, in her imagination, why are you sleeping in another room? Let us sleep together. Landseer's attitude surprised her. She thought he would make a fuss. But Landseer happily affirmed, it is good enough just to sleep across the room from Skyla. Skyla thought silently. Landseer has turned his room into a pile of rubble, so that is why it is like this. Before leaving, Landseer instructed, and I have something I want to show you. Before you sleep, stop by my room. Skyla asked curiously, What do you want to show me? Landseer replied, My diary. At this moment, Skyla had changed into the prepared pajamas. She immediately went to find Landseer. When she had arrived in front of his room, she immediately reached out and knocked on the door. Landseer! Seeing her coming to find Landseer, a few maids came to remind that young Master Landseer has not finished bathing yet. Skyla pushed open the door in front of her. She walked straight into Landseer's room. A book was placed on the bed at this moment. It seemed this was the diary that Landseer wanted Skyla to see. Skyla sat down on the bed and wondered, This is the diary he was talking about. She immediately picked up the diary to read. In the diary, Landseer had written, Only I can read this. If you read it without permission, horns will grow on your butt. After reading this, Skyla had to exclaim, Cute. The first page of the diary had written, December 31st, 8:15. According to the royal calendar, today is the first time I confessed to Skyla. Skyla closed the diary. She blushed, thinking, I still remember it very clearly. She lay down on the bed and started reminiscing. That day, my parents went on a trip to the northern sea, and I longed for someone to be by my side. That is so unlike me. Skyla silently looked at the ceiling. At that time, Landseer was patiently sitting next to her. He gave her a glass of warm water and gently asked, Skyla, are you all right? Skyla reached out to take the glass of water. She sat next to Landseer and suddenly asked, You know my older brother is getting married soon, right? Landseer did not hide it, and frankly admitted, Of course I know. He lowered his head, saying sadly, I am envious of him for being able to spend time every day with the person he loves. After speaking, Landseer suddenly made a proposal. So let us get married too. Seeing Skyla's strong reaction, Landseer asked worriedly, Are you okay? Skyla coughed while remembering Landseer's words. What did he just say? Skyla's face turned red. Married me and Landseer. She had imagined the scene of herself wearing a wedding dress and entering the wedding hall with Landseer. Skyla calmed down, turning to ask the person next to her, Why are you suddenly saying that? She blushed as she came up with a speculation. Could it be me, Landseer? Skyla looked directly at Landseer and asked, Do you like me? Landseer touched the shoulder of the person next to him and bluntly admitted, I like you. He smiled, tilting his head, gently looking at the person next to him. Skyla. At another time, Landseer and Skyla were sitting alone together. Skyla asked worriedly, But it is the end of the year. Is it okay for you to be sitting here like this? Isn't the Sully ducal mansion holding a social party? Landseer ate the cake and explained, It is okay. My two older brothers are there. I am the youngest. No one cares. But Skyla still felt puzzled. No matter what, family members have to be together. She sadly lowered her eyes. My parents. Suddenly, Landseer pushed a plate of sweets in front of her. Skyla, try this. It is really delicious. He innocently continued. Sure enough, I like the food at the Karan ducal mansion more. But Landseer's appearance made Skyla extremely happy. It is fortunate that Landseer is here. She reached out to take the plate of cakes from Landseer. Even so, do not keep playing at my house. The guests will think you are being rude to them. Landseer affirmed with certainty. No one talks to me. Skyla realized the great mage is a strange existence to them, so they are scared of him. She brought a piece of cake to her mouth and thought, even though he is such a loving child. Suddenly Landseer said, But there is some mage uncle who keeps talking to me. After listening, Skyla asked suspiciously, Uncle? Landseer said, Right now, there are mages from the kingdom of Habina at my house. He keeps asking this and that, so I do not like him. Skyla speculated, It seems he cares about you a lot. Landseer rested his chin on his hand. He sighed wearily. But I only care about you. After hearing this, Skyla's face turned red, stammering and reminding, Don't say things like that. Just answer his questions. Landseer tilted his head, asking her innocently, I can only cherish the people I like, okay? Skyla looked at him in surprise. Her face immediately turned red, looking around shyly. Then Skyla leaned close to Landseer's ear and reminded him, Others can hear you. Do not say this out loud casually. Landseer asked in confusion, Others? He asked back, Who? Skyla acted mysteriously and instructed, You can only say that when it is just the two of us. Landseer asked blankly again, I can only say I like you when it is just the two of us. Skyla seemed to want to say something. After waking up from those memories, Skyla smiled happily. So many years have passed since then. She wearily supported her forehead, but after meeting the mage from Hibina that Landseer mentioned, everything changed. Skyla felt extremely heartbroken for what Landseer had to endure, to the point that Landseer used to feel hurt. Now he is used to this. Suddenly her eyes widened, staring blankly to the side. Landseer was wearing pajamas, not knowing when he had been standing next to the bed. He asked Skyla in surprise, "Are you going to sleep now?" A drop of water suddenly dripped down from Landseer's still wet hair. That drop of water rolled down Landseer's exposed chest muscles. Skyla stared blankly at the scene before her. She stared at Landseer's exposed abs. Seeing her staring at him, Landseer called, "Skyla?" Skyla's face immediately turned as red as a tomato. She sat up, stammering, "Landseer, you! Seeing Skyla so flustered, Landseer tilted his head in confusion. Skyla, with her pale face covered in sweat, blurted out, "That is right, you are also attending, I completely forgot." Looking at Landseer's innocent and uncomprehending expression, the thoughts in Skyla's heart kept appearing. His father is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and his mother is the tactician for the Queen. So obviously, Landseer will also receive an invitation. Thinking of this, Skyla's spirit immediately sank in powerlessness, while Landseer, like a puppy, kept clinging to her, demanding, "So you will dance the first dance with me, right?" Before Landseer's request, before the boy who had shake hands with her, Skyla's heart was full of resistance. "Unfortunately, I can't, because I already have someone else." Skyla stood up resolutely, speaking the refusal she had prepared. "I think there will be a lot of people attending this ball, so I want to be as peaceful as possible." As if knowing she would refuse, Landseer said, "I will cast a sleeping spell on everyone." After that, he cast a magic test. That way, there won't be as many people attending the ball. Seeing Landseer wanting to cast a spell to make everyone at the ball fall into a deep sleep, Skyla helplessly said, "Please stop that." Then a knock suddenly sounded on the door, followed by the servant's voice. "Miss, I have prepared the bathwater." Skyla replied, "I will be right there." After telling the servant to leave, Skyla turned to look at Landseer, asking seriously, "Do you have anything else to say?" Knowing Skyla was subtly telling him to leave, Landseer lowered his head, saying a bit dejectedly, "I want to dance with you." Seeing Landseer still stubbornly wanting to dance with her, she also felt confused. She asked, "Why?" "You are famous. Other young ladies like you a lot." Saying that, Skyla turned to leave. Just as she was about to leave, Landseer's voice rang out, causing her to stop. "What about you?" Skyla turned to look at Landseer, a bit confused. "What?" He calmly and slowly asked Skyla again, like the others. Hearing his question, Skyla fell into silence, thinking to herself, "Like him." Skyla frowned, her face showing panic. "I can't say it." That panic reminded her of a conversation with the urn. What will young Master Landseer be like when he can't control his emotions? Deern continued to interrogate. "What will you do, lady?" He asked her seriously. "For the person you love, can you deny your feelings?" In her heart, that conversation had made her decide to suppress her feelings. "That is why I can't let you be too happy or too sad. I will keep our distance as it is now." Thinking that, Skyla changed the subject. "I am very busy. You can go." As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed the doorknob, wanting to leave. Just as she was about to open the door, Landseer reached out and blocked her head, pressing her against his chest. His voice, a bit sad and pleading, rang out from behind her. "When you are not busy, can you like me a little?" Skyla's lips curved into a faint smile. Her eyes were full of determination, answering coldly, "Sorry, I think I will be busy for the rest of my life." Hearing her heartless answer, Landseer fell silent, his mood also dropping. He gave a polite smile, trying to appear calm, and said, "I understand. 321 times." After saying a confusing sentence, Landseer disappeared, only leaving behind the words, "See you later, Skyla." As soon as he left, Skyla fell silent. Her eyes were a bit lost. After a moment, she managed to say, "Okay." In front of the mansion gate, each ray of brilliant sunlight shone down on a luxurious and solemn carriage waiting. Suddenly, a voice rang out, attracting the attention of the couple. "Father, mother." Skyla stepped out wearing a beautiful ball gown. Seeing her come out made her parents extremely proud and excited, constantly praising, "Your beauty is a national treasure, dear. Even though you are my daughter, you are really beautiful, Skyla. Yes, yes, that is right." Hearing her parents' somewhat exaggerated praise, Skyla sighed and replied, Yes, I will go find a husband, so you can stop now. It is too embarrassing." Saying that, her mother reached out towards her, asking, "That is right. Did you bring the invitation? Skylar looked away with an expressionless face and said, Tisef is holding it, mother. Tisef also responded, yes, the invitation is in my hands. The royal letter showed luxury. This ball will gather hundreds of nobles. Without an invitation, one cannot enter. Without wasting too much time, Skyla said goodbye to her parents and left. I will be back soon. In contrast, her parents seemed unwilling for her to return early, happily waving goodbye. It is okay if you come back late. In their minds appeared, it has been so long since we have had time alone with our beloved wife. Hearing her parents' joy at her leaving, Skyla said a bit annoyed and resolutely, I will be back soon. The carriage began to roll. A voice rang out, then let us set off. Inside the carriage, Skyla asked Fabrice about the dress. Fabrice, how is this velvet dress? Yes, Fabrice replied. Perfect, madam. Fabrice looked like a serious expression, but she had full of excite. That I want to a mirror in afterlife. Hearing Fabrice's answer, Skyla replied, I see, thank you. Skyla reached out and touched her earrings, thinking velvet is still not widely known in the royal palace. When they know this is an expensive fabric, ordinary people can't buy it. They will all be jealous of this velvet dress. Suddenly, the carriage stopped, causing her to startle a bit. Fabrice lifted her skirt, stood up, wanting to see the situation, and told her, Please wait for me a moment, miss. After seeing the situation clearly, she sat down and said, Miss, you might have to wait for an hour. Saying that she had to wait, Skyla said a bit confused, Wait. Fabrice also did not hide it, saying, In front of us is a line of carriages heading to the royal ball. Looking at the long line of carriages, both Skyla and Fabrice were a bit weary. Skyla tilted her head to look out and said, I can't believe it. It is a good thing I am not wearing a corset. Fabrice then made a suggestion. The wait will be long. Would you like to go for a walk outside? Other people are also walking outside. Skyla sighed, declining in annoyance. No, I am wearing high heels. Aronia, walking past outside, accidentally saw Skyla. She immediately sneered, her face showing malice. Suddenly she spoke loudly, causing Skyla to startle. Oh my, Lady Skyla. Aronia stood outside the door and said, I did not expect to meet you here, lady. Can you open the door? Seeing Aronia appear, pretending to be friendly and getting acquainted, Skyla thought with disgust. How despicable, causing trouble when the other party can't ignore or avoid it. Looking at her smug face, Skyla felt a bit of disdain in her heart. That face is like she has done something great. It seems turning over the table was not enough. Skyla crossed her arms, closed her eyes, ignoring her, and said, Fabrice, open the door. The door opened. Aronia immediately stepped into the carriage naturally. Sitting in the carriage, Aronia smiled smugly, pretending to be friendly and saying, It has been a long time, Lady Skyla. Looking at her fake face, Skyla was full of anger and annoyance, thinking, I think we meet a little too often. After talking for a while, Aronia noticed Skyla looking at the sea green velvet dress that Skyla was wearing to the ball. Aronia covered half of her face with her fan, closing her eyes and thinking, always thinking she is better than everyone else. But she only has a dress like that. Who would wear something like this? Even commoners would not wear it. Thinking that, she glanced at Skyla with contempt. Looking at Aronia's eyes, Skyla knew what she was thinking, and sneered, smiling to herself. Hasn't updated the latest news, huh? Skyla crossed her legs, her face with a hint of pressure, saying, Lady Aronia, what is the matter? Being called by name, Aronia startled, stammering, Yes, that lady. Without letting her finish, Skyla interrupted, Do you know how the people are living these days? Seeing Skyla asking her about the situation of the people, Aronia was confused, speaking a bit insecurely, Why would a Marchioness like me need to know that? Hearing her say that, Skyla was immediately angry, her voice also becoming sharper, instead of happily laughing and playing at home. Why not try spending time understanding the lives of the people? Being scolded like that, Aronia pursed her lips, looking at Skyla uncomfortably. Aronia thought herself noble, so why do I need to understand? THSE, dirty commoners. Skyla smiled faintly and replied, Because you are wearing clothes just like those dirty commoners. These words immediately made the anger in Aronia's heart erupt fiercely. She shouted, What did you say? Skyla asked, This dress is made of velvet. Do you know what velvet is? How can people who are dangerous know that she no? She said, Of course. I know that. But inside she said, What is velvet? Skyla was very happy at this ignorant yet knowledgeable appearance of Aronia, so she continued, Then you must also know clearly, a dress costs about 100,000 francs. As soon as Aronia heard the price, she immediately widened her eyes, even unconsciously blurting out 10, 100,000. Although she only said that accidentally, It was her thoughts that made Skyla's head hurt. That dress is worth the average monthly income of the entire family. What is it? What is that? For Skyla, that voices make her bored, noisy, so Skyla said to get off the carriage, now. Good see you. Then Aronia has fall down, come out the carriage, full of angry at Skyla. After come out from carriage, Skyla can see her back. She pulled up the car to observe the situation. When she saw her back going away, she just feels easy. Now she go. Aronia as if see her look at her back. Then she turn her head and make her smile. Skyla feels unhappy, but she still watch Aronia with the cold eyes, no special feeling. Skyla can't listen clearly. Then Skyla turned her head and said, What do you said? Skyla can see Tisef searching, she asked. Lost the ticket again. Tisef feels scared and said, I remember that I keep it my clothes. Tisef explain. I feel so hot and take it out, maybe it is fall. After listen, Skyla close her eyes. The thought in Skyla moves so fast and find the answer that Mr. Ronia Skyla can do with the situation. She command Febri, open the door, then Febri act her command, yes. She see to Sutter, Skyla said. So sorry to made all of you wait too long. They saw Skyla, they red face and get noseblood, to beautify. Before they return, Skyla also said, Look like the driver lost my ticket. Can I said name with the label logo? They were trained and calmed down very fast. So sorry, we can't. This command can let her Owangsik go up higher, she said it. Look, like I know. Skyla support her hand and think, today son of the king want to said I love her with the movie scene. After few things, Skyla only said, at first we can lead. Skyla eye open wider. Why the car not move? Skyla check out and see the familiar, Artisina. Now she know someone stopped the car. Then she only said, What you want? Artisina smile few second. As the king magic I lead all car in and out. But he said, I fall in you, all my life go. She smile, so small, and said find someone can said. She stare at Artisina and command, Magic Artisina, let me go into palace. He confused and said yes, at that times he think, command. When she said, it means you have something on my hand. She said to the world, don't say again. She is think the point is so important, Artisina smile and support to her hand, hard, that is your job. His face turned red and said, You are too over. But mouth is like, and she also listened the thought. I was be more tretch at you, Skyla hard, then she confused why more. Like, Artisina command them, all of Sauter can open the label Kairoon. Now, this time, everyone feel confused and say magic. Someone said, are you fight king? At this land, if you are not be with us, you gonna die. Skyla worry, was maggot kick with kingdom, but she not tell, and silent and listen them. I can lead, open the door, he said and angry. Now he give the order, and he said follow her command and I will lead her. This time, you own me. Then he blink his eyes, do you want to dance at hall? Skyla slant. Her eye told her to be confident. If you think that your game good enough, then try to lead other people. The car moved to come and pulse. She come into long door, Skyla alone to the beauty. And she can listen, others said Skyla. She turns she the name then she feels worry, that Landseer. See, he only, Skyla to ask him. Did you not be with your family? Why, you only the one. He also smile. I have wait for you. Landseer, count the time. And then he said, I have wait for you to be 5 hours, Skyla thinks. Wow, 5 hours. Skyla with a serious face, do not waste too many time. Did you not boring? Landseer smiled at eye level. Not as long as think about you. After that, he to ask her hand, let him take you in, then he turn red. Then Skyla put the hand on his hand. She think he have wait so long, and this true. Then two had into hall. At beauty everyone come and talk. Skyla and Landseer had joined in and be watched by people, to beauty in now. Slow, the show from new couple this time. She around all girls, and look, the cloth, she said all people want to see this cloth is okay. Skyla, face to her partner. I do not said any. She see what he do what? She make the command first. Okay, Skyla cough and ask, Landseer, can you said something what you want? See her, ask fast, light and smile, he said. I like you after that, Skyla said. Not that. She finally can't do and ask today, do I beautify the most than every day? He care her, and said Skyla. his hand put over hair. You always beautify. He fast closed to her. Do you want to listen more? How much you want me to, said she is so cool now. Just as he stroked her long hair, this time Skyla could only react. She thought, wait, why is he getting so close? Everyone all watch. What, Udu? When she worried, Landseer stopped and got it, then said, look. The worm on your hair. I know this is wrong, but I get this. Before you close call, make it be like that. I have close mind. Did she love that? She get all memory, but in here. Skyla sad face do that. I do all of thing for you. Why this come to me? He get all of his face to worry about her. Skyla act to be okay, but voice told, oh great Skyla. The name said to her, it was Aronia, smile fake one at the face, then said, you get here too late. She hated so Mach said that I can't be this. In her brain, Aronia hated she say, normal you do not show out why you face in from of. Have Lancer you show your all. Skyla confused why she so hate it. She does not wants to take her time. Then she take his arm with him. Let us go, Lancer. Not that easy, Aronia can let you live, she said with hard. Wait for us. Skyla look, and sad. I have no need to say that. But Aronia forced to be good person. I am worried to you, that yai, late? She think for other thing, and smile that make fun. Ah, you lost the dance. Skyla coughed with smile too. In her head, Aronia hate about that. She has worked too hard. Did know that. Skyla said smile. She is no now will. Be the one want you to win the show, Skyla, sad smile. Skyla said, now I'm here too. But, you be with title you have you not need to show ticket? She think, lie, sorry. Aronia big eye, and not say, I think. You know that title is your side. She also now sad, said that Skyla you say no think this. But when she forced to touch him, Landseer lead front said lady. He said this word, with hard cannot watch. Skyla was very uncomfortable with that young lady. His words, showing no consideration for anyone, immediately made Aronia hold on to the person, babbling. In Landseer's eyes, which were once filled with laughter, now only warning and coldness remained, immediately kicking her out of Skyla's sight. His firm attitude not only stunned Aronia, but also scared the two young ladies following her. In the end, Aronia and her group could only leave with gloomy faces. At this time, Skyla was still stunned by his appearance just now. She hesitantly called out, Landseer. She looked at him, thinking to herself, his mood right now is the feeling I get when he faces Viscount Artisna, so strange. Completely different from the way he looked at the ladybug just now, Skyla saw that he did not answer her, so she reached out and gently patted his shoulder, calling out again, Landseer, you. Who knew that as soon as he turned his head, the golden retriever that Skyla was familiar with would return? Did I do well? Faced with his question, Skyla gaped and widened her eyes, not knowing what to say. The large Landseer did not mind her days and still boasted incessantly. Because I saw that Skyla did not like those young ladies, I chased them all away without even using magic. See how good I am. So praise me. After saying that, he lifted her hand, then gently placed a kiss on it. Finally, this person even blushed and smiled at her, pleading, okay. However, faced with such a fierce beauty attack, Skyla felt a little uneasy. She immediately retracted her hand and pondered in her heart, too uneasy. He is still misunderstanding himself, liking me. Although he is sentimental, I am afraid his feelings will crack at any moment. She looked away and thought. While she was still in a tangled mess, the announcement rang out. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Everyone turned their eyes towards the large doors. The entire hall suddenly fell silent, making the Crown Prince's footsteps ring out clearly. He appeared, excessively handsome. He had only entered for a few minutes, but one smile from him had caused countless girls to fall head over heels. Even one of them literally fell over. A young lady beside her immediately panicked. Hey, do not faint in front of the Crown Prince's beauty. Skyla thought helplessly. Don't overdo it to the point of fainting. Seeing that she seemed to be thinking about something, Landseer asked from the side, what is wrong? The beauty attack came too suddenly, catching her off guard. Skyla immediately turned her face away and replied, nothing. But in her heart she thought, who knew I would think he was more handsome? Just as the two were talking, the Crown Prince's voice suddenly echoed throughout the hall. Where's Lady Skyla? As soon as he finished speaking, our eyes met. The Crown Prince smiled brightly like the summer sun. Skyla thought in a panic. He called my name directly, or am I imagining things? and then his next action made Skyla scream inwardly, "No, do not come over here." At the same time, the inner voices of the surrounding onlookers also fell into her ears. "What is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince looking for Lady Skyla for?" Skyla screamed inwardly, "I am also panicking here." Remembering their plan, she could not help but scream, "This is not it. Our plan was to create an atmosphere of love at first sight. But he went straight to find me, while she was still unsure of how to deal with it." The whispers made her sweat profusely. Do His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, and the lady know each other? That is probably it. Something's very strange. Skyla looked at the person getting closer and closer and continued to scream inwardly like a beast that had escaped its cage. The progress is too fast. But what could she do? She comforted herself. Well, at least I have to pretend to be in love at first sight. But just as she was about to act, something unexpected happened. Lancier suddenly grabbed her hand tightly. Looking at the handsome face that was clearly showing anxiety, Skyla involuntarily blurted out, "Lancier." His eyes looked like they were about to overflow with tears. "Don't go." Skyla was confused and uttered a sound of disbelief. Lancier continued in a pitiful voice, "Stay with me, please." This appearance, as if he would cry as soon as she left, made Skyla's eyes widen. But before she could escape Lancier's beauty attack, the Crown Prince had already arrived in front of her. He said, "The lady is here." Skyla hesitantly greeted, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Hearing her greeting, he reached out and said with a smile, "Shall we have a dance?" This invitation to dance made everyone present gape, and they all exclaimed in unison. Skyla could only force a smile. "Yes, I would be very happy to." As she spoke, she reached out her hand. Lancier immediately grabbed her other hand tightly. Immediately afterward, he even made a demonstration of power to his rival, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It seems that His Highness has very bad taste, liking to steal other people's dance partners. Skyla stood in the middle, not knowing what to do. He was looking at her with eyes that seemed to be suppressing anger that was about to erupt. The other man also did not look at her, but stared at the other, with eyes that seemed to be shooting sparks. This series of idol drama developments made Skyla sweat profusely and curse inwardly. What the heck is he saying? Skyla Chiron stared blankly at Lancier Solly, who had appeared out of nowhere. Lancier, what nonsense are you talking about? She panicked inwardly, gaping in fear for him. The other party is the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince. Crown Prince Ryan remained calm in the face of Lancier Solly's attitude. Duke Solly's young master Lancier, right? Lancier Solly's face darkened, not waiting for Ryan to finish speaking. "I am always grateful to the young master's father. Please stay away." Ryan frowned, his voice containing some anger but still maintaining his composure. "What?" Lancier Solly only coldly repeated, "I said, Your Highness, please do not approach Skyla." Ryan was not happy in his heart, staring intently at Lancier Solly. Skyla Chiron silently observed his expression, feeling uneasy. He has crossed the line. She called out softly, wanting to get him out of the situation. "Lancier, oh my." Suddenly, Hovawart suddenly appeared, putting his arm around Lancier Solly's shoulder and smiling happily. "My dear brother." Lancier Solly uncomfortably shook off his hand. Hovawart said softly to Ryan, "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, my younger brother is still young. Please forgive him. Please leave me alone." Skyla Chiron was shocked and startled. "Brother Hovawart." Hovawart smiled gently in response to her like an older brother. "Long time no see, Skyla Chiron." Skyla Chiron quietly searched for Hovawart's image in her memory. While listening to the thoughts in his heart, Hovawart Solly, Lancier's older brother, "I heard he became a royal knight, but he is getting more and more muscular. I almost did not recognize him. This brat Lancier, what if our family suffers?" Lancier Solly glared at him, pursing his lips to express his disgust. Hovawart fearfully begged Skyla Chiron for help. "Save me, Skyla Chiron." Skyla Chiron sternly and coldly demanded, "Lancier, stay away." Lancier Solly explained in confusion, but Skyla Chiron brushed off his words. "But you do that to me," she said slowly but surely. "I do not like it." Lancier looked shocked. He looked at Skyla Chiron in surprise. "What?" Skyla Chiron grabbed Ryan's hand and pulled him away. "Let us go, Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince." Their backs gradually moved away from Lancier Solly in the magnificent and bustling palace. Lancier Solly stood frozen, trembling, calling out, "Skyla." The musicians prepare. The dance music starts to play. Skyla Chiron and Ryan dance together under the exquisitely designed palace dome. The conductor gracefully directed the orchestra, smiling in satisfaction. Ryan looked at Skyla Karoon tenderly. She gently placed her hand on his, looking up at him. Ryan smiled skillfully and praised Skyla Karoon. I heard that the lady's dancing skills are very bad. She asked back, who said that? She narrowed her eyes and smiled, hiding her expression. The lady's friends. The two of you are perfectly matched, but it seems that I misheard. Ryan quietly put his hand on Skyla Karoon's waist to support her. Because the lady has no friends. The girls standing outside were either praising or glaring with envy. Who on earth made the dress that Lady Karoon is wearing? Ryan took Skyla Karoon's hand and spun her around. It seems that there is no need to wear a corset, and the design brings out an elegant temperament. Aronia frowned as she looked at the two of them while everyone around her was still praising. Let us try asking about the material of Lady Karoon's dress. I hope the first dance ends quickly. Ryan and Skyla Karoon seemed to be unaware of the movements around them, holding hands and dancing. Skyla Karoon could not stop worrying about Lancier Solly. Is Lancier okay? I did not hear the sound of breaking, so his magic should not have erupted. Ryan noticed that Skyla Karoon was absent-minded. Lady Skyla Karoon. He questioned softly, but still maintained a gentle smile. Are you busy thinking about another man? Am I not charming enough? Skyla Karoon explained in confusion. Another man? I am honored to be dancing like this. Ryan just smiled meaningfully. He smiled foolishly as if nothing had happened. Is that so? But I think you lied when you said the lady does not have friends. But immediately afterward, Ryan glanced at another place, his face calm. Young Master Lancier is so angry that he wants to burst into flames. Skyla Karoon soothed Ryan gently, speaking up for Lancier Solly. Lancier said something wrong to your highness. I apologize to you on his behalf. Ryan was puzzled. Young Master Lancier is the one who made the mistake. Why is the lady the one apologizing? She smiled gently and replied, because he is my friend. Ryan looked at her in amazement, his eyes filled with unspoken words. I do not want to complicate things, Lady Skyla, probably, but if things become complicated, it is for another reason, not Lancier, Skyla Karoon asked back. Another reason. She said what was on her mind. Didn't your highness come to me as soon as you arrived at the venue? Because your highness has absolutely no relationship with me. The other nobles are suspecting us. Ryan listened to Skyla Karoon's question in amazement. At least, you should turn your eyes to the other young ladies, Crown Prince. As soon as Skyla Karoon stopped, Ryan sighed in his heart. It is so fun to just talk like this. It is the first time I have had this feeling. Skyla Karoon was shocked. The Crown Prince's thoughts. Her gaze caught Ryan off guard, and he stepped on her dress. Skyla Karoon rolled her eyes and fell on Ryan, and he slid backwards. She lay on top of him in the magnificent palace. Skyla Karoon sat up, rubbing her head in pain, because I could not hear his thoughts. I thought he was as special as Lancier. Ryan lay under her and spoke quietly. The rumors about the lady's bad dancing skills seemed to be true. Skyla Karoon then looked at Ryan's hand, which was raised. He was still very handsome, even when he fell, smiling and reminding her, it is really embarrassing to stop dancing like this. Skyla Karoon hurriedly lifted her hand that was pressing on Ryan's chest, and said loudly in a flustered voice, I am sorry. I was just surprised when I suddenly heard his thoughts. Ryan then gently put his hand around her waist to comfort her. Don't worry, as I said, I have a disease that makes me fall easily, but... He sat up gently, his face close to Skyla Karoon's, and said casually, what should I do? Everyone is watching. Will they believe that we really fell in love at first sight? Everyone around them blushed and looked at them. It looks like the lady fell in love with me first. Skyla Karoon darkened her face and whispered in Ryan's ear, Your Highness, let me go. Ryan put his hand on Skyla Karoon's cheek. I want to emphasize my point again. He said gently, I do not want to complicate things, and I like the lady. His low voice rang out, sincerely. Skyla Karoon froze and rolled her eyes, staring blankly at Ryan stroking her lips. He smiled as if he had not done anything big. The two of them looked at each other in the midst of the bustling crowd. Suddenly, Ryan burst out laughing at her attitude. He laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Ryan quickly regained his calm appearance, stood up and reached out to Skyla Karoon. How dare the lady make that expression at me? Does the lady not like me? Skyla Karoon was not afraid of offending Ryan, and said frankly, I am sorry, but my standards are quite high. The two of them took each other's hands again, and Ryan helped her up. To end it, he gently placed his lips on the back of her hand. Ryan smiled gently at her. I am very happy to have danced with the lady. Skyla Karoon gently pulled her hand out of his. She bowed slightly to thank Ryan, and he also bowed, putting his hand in front of his chest to maintain etiquette. I will contact the Duke's family directly, yes. Skyla Caron quietly watched him leave. She pondered and scratched her hand. Immediately afterward, a boy's voice rang out, seeming shy and stammering. Lady Skyla Caron. A boy with chestnut hair quietly approached her. Skyla Caron glanced over warily. It is starting again. She completely guessed the evil thoughts of the group behind the young man. Someone must have instigated him to try to invite Lady Caron to dance. Skyla Caron bowed her head and pondered. Wanting to make me a laughingstock for entertainment. How dare they? The young man slowly reached out his hand to express his intention. Lady Skyla Caron, would you dance with me? Skyla Caron coldly interrupted. I refuse. He was splashed with a bucket of cold water, frozen. Why? A man like me is not bad. Why would you refuse immediately? Skyla Caron reached out to play with her hair, her eyes indifferent, replying arrogantly, because His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, does not like it. The young man immediately trembled with fear. The two of them stood frozen, looking at each other amidst the whispers of everyone. I know, it is not a coincidence that the Crown Prince chose me as the opening dance partner. He would rather officially announce it than let others suspect. The other girls ran over with their skirts, surrounding Skyla Caron with sparkling eyes. Lady Skyla Caron, the dance with the Crown Prince just now was very beautiful. She stiffened at their enthusiasm and what is going on again? On the surface, they were flattering and ingratiating, but inside, they were secretly taking advantage of Skyla Caron. If possible, would the lady like to have tea with us? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince especially cherishes Lady Skyla Caron, right? She looked at them calmly. Since when, and how? Outside the palace, the night silently enveloped the sky, and the moonlight and lights created a poetic scene. Skyla Caron leaned against the balcony, with Canep beside her. Thank you, Viscount. Canep stared at her silently. Skyla Caron was puzzled. Why are you looking at me with that expression? He chuckled, his golden eyes flashing with gentleness. Skyla Caron heard the voice in her heart again. The beauty is too beautiful. He turned his face away shyly, hiding his blushing cheeks. You are even more beautiful today. Normally, the lady would have grabbed my collar and punched me. Canep put his hand on the railing and squeezed it silently. But now, you are so gentle, so I am confused. He cleared his throat, trying to focus more on his main goal. Anyway, I really have something to say to the lady. I must prevent her from revealing my identity. Skyla Caron seemed to have foreseen what he was going to say, although it was actually because she had read his mind. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about the Viscount's secret. I swear on the honor of the current Duke's family. Canep stared at her with wide eyes in shock. Why? She just smiled and leaned against the railing again. Or do you want me to tell everyone? Canep glanced away in confusion. It is not like that. Under the sky with brilliant fireworks, no one said a word. Skyla Caron quietly glanced at him, wondering at Canep's reaction, confused, too complicated thoughts. Skyla Caron looked at Canep coldly, without saying a word. He did not seem to notice the abnormality, and smiled calmly. Skyla Caron crossed her arms in front of her chest. Viscount Artesina. She reminded him coldly, Is Lady Caron? Skyla Caron completely shed her gentle appearance, her eyes becoming sharp. Didn't I say to find someone else if you want to play tricks? Canep avoided her eyes guiltily. Skyla Caron maintained a cold and distant attitude, looking at Canep. He is the one who threatened me. There is no way I would feel sincerity from this person. Canep stepped back shyly. Yes, I was rude. Skyla Caron unconsciously compared him with Lancier Solly, withdrawing so quickly. If it was Lancier, I would have to coax him for a long time before he would stop. She suddenly widened her eyes, as if suddenly remembering something. She stared at Canep's lemon-colored pupils, looking again. He has rare eye color in the Empire. Canep noticed Skyla Caron's eyes and smiled happily. Does the lady like my face? She quickly explained. It is just the first time I have seen eye color like yours. Canep took the opportunity to get closer to Skyla Caron. Is that so? Then can you come closer and take a closer look? She rolled her eyes and sighed inwardly. So that is it, not the type to withdraw quickly. Looking at Canep's boasting demeanor, Skyla Caron was speechless. Even more intense than Lancier, a person who does not know how to yield. She closed her eyes, turned and left. If there is nothing else to say, I will go first. Canep replied in surprise, yes. He chased after her shamelessly, not hiding his thoughts of trying to keep her. The lady's going back to the ballroom. How are you going to deal with those noble ladies? Skyla Caron completely ignored him. Goodbye. Canep boasted arrogantly. I am a mage. It seems the lady has forgotten. I can send the lady to my carriage. Skyla Chiron stood still, as if convinced. She demanded domineeringly, "Then forget about the carriage. Take me back to the Karen Duke's mansion." Canip could not help but be startled. "Yes." Skyla Chiron glared at him, her expression indifferent. "What? Is there a problem?" Canip could only laugh it off, explaining in a voice that showed embarrassment, "There is strong magical protection in the Imperial Palace. I can't go through that magic." She smiled and frowned, resigning herself to saying, "Landseer did it." Skyla Chiron decisively turned back to the hall, reporting coldly, "Then I will go first." Canip tearfully tried to keep her. "I will take the lady home in a more adorable way." She was confused. "What?" He created a sparkling magic circle, smiling brightly, as if performing a magic trick. "Lady, look closely." Skyla Chiron closed her eyes from the light. As soon as she opened her eyes, the first thing Skyla Chiron heard was the sound of a meow. She was extremely dazed, staring blankly at the object in front of her. Canip had transformed himself into a black cat, obediently sitting and staring at Skyla Chiron. Could that be Viscount Artesina? The cat came over and rubbed itself against Skyla Chiron's leg, but spoke. "What do you think?" Canip boasted smugly. "Transformation is the characteristic magic of witches. Even a duke's young master Landseer, a great mage, can't do it, right?" He thought to himself, unaware that Skyla Chiron could read his mind. "Maybe the lady will find me cute this way. I will turn you into a butterfly and perch on my back, lady." She looked at the earring-wearing cat rolling on the ground with disdain. "It is the first time I have met someone with no self-esteem like this guy." Skyla Chiron continued to walk away indifferently. "I will walk?" The teary-eyed cat looked at her. "Why?" She replied, "Because I do not think it is necessary to do that." Canip scratched her dress unwillingly. Seeing such a cute cat, and the lady is still so cold. The lady is a wooden statue, a glass doll. Skyla Chiron said. At that moment, an arm reached out and slammed the door open. "Even so, thank you for showing me the rare magic. I will go first." Canip jumped into the air in fright. Skyla Chiron accidentally caught him, who was currently in the form of a cat, and both froze for a moment. Outside, Austin was arguing fiercely with Aronia. "What is this, young lady? You can't just come in here. Please turn around." "What do you mean? I can't. Lady Skyla is here." Skyla Chiron revealed a sharp look. She sighed inwardly. Still not tired of this? Aronia staggered inside, drunk, her face flushed. "Lady Skyla, as expected, you are here, Aronia." Skyla Chiron covered her nose uncomfortably. How much did she drink? Austin stood there blankly, looking exhausted. They know each other. She told him, holding Canip, who was beaming, "You can leave now. Causing a ruckus won't do you any good." After Austin left, Skyla Chiron and Aronia stood facing each other. Aronia's face was as red as a tomato, and she looked at her dazedly. She stated firmly, "I am not drunk." Skyla Chiron and Canip the cat looked at her scornfully. "You are drunk." She crossed her arms, slightly lowered her head, closed her eyes, and said what was on her mind. I worked so hard today. I really hate the lady." Skyla Chiron listened silently to the complaints in her heart, with a calm expression. "Why did not His Royal Highness the Crown Prince dance with me, but with Lady Skyla? And the dress, why does that rag attract more attention than me?" She coldly advised, "Young Lady Aronia, if you do not want to be embarrassed, go back quickly." But Aronia did not seem to want to pay attention to anything else. "Why? Did you snitch to my father?" She questioned repeatedly. "You ruined my business deal last time." Skyla Chiron only replied indifferently, "I gave you advice before that business deal failed." Aronia cried out, tears welling up in her eyes. "After that, do you know what my position is in the Garnet Mansion?" Skyla Chiron said, "Honestly, without caring, I do not know." Aronia could only shout to vent her anger on her. "Yes, what would you know?" She pointed, saying jealously, "Because Lady Skyla has always had everything in her hands. I am actually not the real daughter of the Garnet heir, but an illegitimate child." Skyla Chiron listened in stunned silence to those confessions. "My real mother was a maid in the Marquis's mansion." Aronia recalled the past when she always had to be timid and fearful. "The Marquis Garnet's wife did not have any ill feelings towards me. But my mother assassinated the Marquis's wife. After the Marquis's wife died, my father reluctantly adopted me." Her eyes revealed her unwillingness, and she angrily burst into tears. "My half-siblings treat me like trash. Even the Marquis, who stood by my side, locked me in the attic. For example, the spice business. I thought that if I was noticed by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, my living environment would improve." Seeing that she seemed unwell, Skyla Chiron called softly, "Aronia." But Aronia was still proud. She wiped away her tears. To apologize to me? No need. Sorry. Skyla Kyron was stunned and confused, putting her hand on her chest. Why do I have to apologize to the young lady? The space was silent. Skyla and Aronia stood facing each other without saying a word. Aronia's face was pale and unbelievable. What? Skyla's face was expressionless. Yes, your situation is very pitiful, but why do that to me? She said bluntly without restraint. Just because your situation is not good, does that give you permission to steal someone else's ball invitation? Being hit right on her sore spot. She was even more shocked, stammering, that how did the young lady... Skyla's eyes seemed to see through her thoughts. A bad situation and mistakes are two different things. Are you trying to forgive yourself for your wrong behavior and justify yourself? She said calmly. You still owe 5 million francs. She was shocked. What? Skyla, with Canop in her arms, questioned. I gave the young lady 5 million to start a new business. Where did it go again? She said generously. If you need more, I can give it to you. She was guilty and blushed, at a loss for words. Skyla, holding Canop, who was looking at the other person, said as if drawing a line, just do not appear in front of me again. Sober up before coming in. She left, leaving Aronia standing there, stamping her feet, clutching the hem of her dress angrily. Inside the party, Canop in her arms cried out, attracting attention, and the two maids beside her were excited and surprised. He thought happily and shyly, the lady would not take me home, would she? Skyla suddenly stopped, thinking, that is right, I am still holding him. Behind her, the male servant blushed with pleasure, thinking in his head, so cute, I really want to sniff those soles. Hearing that, she turned back with a 3-dot face. Skyla held Canop out, causing him to be stunned, and asked, want him? He immediately cried out in shock. The male servant waved his hands awkwardly. No, this is the lady's cat, how could I? Skyla thought, take him, it is okay. Canop turned around unhappily and cried out, thinking, I will appear in the lady's dream. She looked at him thoughtfully, thinking with disgust, annoying, I should have left him on the balcony. Skyla closed her eyes and sighed. Around her, people were chatting together, and she looked around, pondering, should I greet Lanzier's family and go back, deal with this guy first? Suddenly, the door was opened. Canop, who was released onto the table, glared unhappily, Lady Caroon. He stood on 2 legs, arms akimbo, complaining, are you going to give me to the servants? Skyla retorted, I can't take the Viscount home. Quick as a flash, he became pitiful, hugging his chest, tears streaming down. No matter what, how could you tell me to hug another man? She gaped at his acting skills. Where did you learn to act so naturally? Canop continued. Many servants have seen the cat in the lady's arms. If I suddenly disappear, they will ask where the lady threw me away. Smug about what he had said, he thought. That way, I will follow the lady to the Karen Duke's mansion, yes, and ask the lady to raise me. He dreamed of something, thinking, and she will gradually open her heart to me. Skyla sighed. Whatever. It is up to you, Canop shouted. You have to hold me, lady. Skyla opened the door and stepped out, startled by someone calling, oh, my lady. A group of ladies came forward, showing a welcoming expression. We are still waiting for you, Skyla paled. The group of ladies suddenly recoiled in a panic. Canop frowned and threatened. Skyla turned and left. My cat is quite sensitive. I will go first. Canop spoke. Lady, wait. He turned around, his eyes warning the lady, causing her to be startled. The 3 ladies quickly left in a flurry. Skyla crossed her arms and walked calmly. Behind her was Canop. His face looked as if waiting to be praised. How was it? Did I do well? She turned around and smiled lightly in her mind. Yes, it was useful. She thought, I do not want to talk to those half-hearted people. They only approach me to satisfy their curiosity. At most, it is just gossip about the relationship between me and the Crown Prince. Skyla's eyes shifted, thinking, I hate wasting time on such things. Skyla put her hands on her hips and looked around, secretly searching. Where did Lancier go? In front of her, Artberry was praising. Wasn't young Master Lancier great? She was startled and turned around sharply, her eyes wide. The girl asked shyly, should I ask him to dance with me? Skyla thought. Lancier? The lady standing next to Artberry sighed. Are you sober? Young Master Lancier is famous for not dancing with anyone. Artberry shyly daydreamed, maybe he is sitting alone by the window. Is not that very pitiful? Skyla suddenly froze. She stepped forward, thinking, go ask her one last time where Lancier is. Artberry suddenly exclaimed indignantly, Lady Skyla is really too much all this time. She has been playing with young Master Lancier like that. Now she has switched to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Skyla was stunned and motionless upon hearing this. The girl continued non-stop. Lady Skyla is not a good person at all. The lady beside her noticed that her face was pale and changed color. Skyla's whole body exuded a dark aura, and Artberry spoke more and more vigorously. How much has young Master Landseer been hurt? The lady grew more and more stuttering, stopping her. Artberry. The girl reached out to wipe away invisible tears, appearing as if she was doing something noble. Only I can heal young Master Landseer's wounds. Skyla spoke from behind with a mocking face. If you want to find a man to heal wounds, why do not you work in a hospital? Artberry was startled and turned around, shouting, "Lady!" She was silent in response. The girl lowered her head and apologized, stammering, "I am sorry. I did not know the lady was here, so I made a mistake." Skyla's face was stern. "Even if I am not here, you are not allowed to talk nonsense." In her head, she understood a little of how the upper class viewed her and Landseer. Another scene appeared. Two contrasting figures. Me, a heartless villain, and young Master Landseer, suffering for love. She cursed in her head. I was the one who was rejected from the start. Skyla stepped forward and asked, "Where did you see Landseer?" Artberry was startled. "Yes." She repeated, "I heard you say he was sitting by the window." The girl was flustered and trembling. Skyla smiled threateningly with impatience. "While I am still talking nicely, can you take me there?" While walking, she suddenly realized something. Little Landseer was sitting in a corner like a flower, and she thought, he looks so lonely. Skyla wondered pensively, is it because of me? Suddenly a call pulled her back. Skyla. She turned to look in that direction. Hovawart waved happily. "Oh, it is Skyla." Hovawart greeted. "Long time no see. It was a bit chaotic earlier." Skyla looked up lightly. "Have you been doing well, Brother Hovawart?" He reached out his hand. "It has been a long time. Let us shake hands." She was suddenly stunned. She recalled the scene of playing together as a child with her, Hovawart and Landseer, thinking, why shake hands? I have seen enough bad scenes since I was little. As if realizing this, he explained, "As the person who will become the Duke of Kaerun, I have to maintain etiquette now. Please help me, little Duke Kaerun," she thought. Trying to get in line first, and the person... Skyla reached out and took it. "How are Duke Solly and the Duchess?" Hovawart smiled and replied, "They went to see Her Majesty the Queen. They will probably be talking for a long time." Hearing this, she thought in her head, I won't be able to greet them today. The two of them walked towards Landseer, and she called, "Landseer." Landseer was dejected and did not bother to respond. He looked up, his face extremely aggrieved. "Skyla?" She froze at the sight before her. She looked into his sad eyes, thinking, "Landseer." Skyla sighed. "Why that face? Are you in a bad mood?" He replied, "I do not know." She was confused. "Don't know what?" Landseer drooped even more, hanging his head. "I also do not know why. I do not know." Hovawart cleared his throat behind him, looking thoughtful. He leaned close to her ear and said, "He is saying that if it is not you, he won't dance." Hovawart gave a look. "I do not know what happened, but look at him. That is what Landseer is originally like." Skyla was silent. A pair of cat paws suddenly placed on her feet. Canip cried out adorably, and Hovawart exclaimed, "Oh my God! Where did this cute cat come from?" He sat down excitedly. "Oh, little kitty, let me pet you." Canip, with a disgusted face, cursed in his head, "Get lost." Hovawart reached out to pet him, but Canip avoided him with disgust. He swung his claws and scratched his hand hard. Hovawart looked at the red scratch in horror. He recalled when he invited someone to dance. Would the young lady like to dance with me? That young lady, with an unwilling expression, remained silent, rejected from dancing. Canip's disgusted face appeared. Now he is rejected by a cat. He was mentally exhausted. Hovawart closed his eyes tightly and shed a tear of grief. "I am going to go drink." He left listlessly, leaving Skyla silently looking down. She reflected on his words. Is that what Landseer is originally like? The image of him smiling brightly appeared, and she thought, I have to rely on that statement. Skyla was immersed in thought, standing still and motionless. Landseer suddenly looked up and called, "Skyla?" He looked directly into her eyes and suggested, "Dance with me." She was confused. Why? Suddenly, he stood up. "You danced with His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, just now." Landseer stood straight, his eyes looking towards her. "So, can you dance with me this time?" Both stood facing each other, their eyes looking directly at each other. Skyla suddenly turned her face away, her face flustered. Landseer called out again, "Skyla." Before he could say anything more, she grabbed his hand. "Let us go home." He was pulled by her unexpectedly. "Go home." Now, Skyla's face was determined. Yes, your hands are as cold as ice. If this continues, you will catch a cold. Hearing this, he suddenly stopped. Landseer asked, "Aren't you dancing?" Skyla turned around and affirmed, "Yeah, no." He suddenly lowered his head slightly, his mouth about to say something. Landseer's face was full of disappointment. Did I do something wrong? Because I demanded to follow you to the tea party at the Garnet Marquis mansion, or because I hid in the carriage, or because I avoided your eyes, or... Before those pressing words, Skyla was flustered and silent. She hurriedly denied, "It is not any of those." Landseer patted his chest in confusion. Then why? She lowered her body in distress. Skyla clenched her hands in front of her chest. "We." Her face was pained. "Are friends." Her whole body seemed to shatter. "Yes, friends." Skyla explained, "Dancing is an action reserved for lovers," he questioned. "So you and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince are lovers?" Skyla hugged her arms and lowered her head. "We are not," she continued. "But His Royal Highness the Crown Prince cares about me, so he invited me to dance." He stood still upon hearing that. Skyla was suddenly startled and panicked. Landseer shed tears. "Even if I am foolish, I still know that dancing is something only for couples in love." Her face was gradually blurred by tears. "I like you, Skyla. Do not leave me, please." Landseer was full of resentment. "I have decided to keep saying it until you understand my feelings, so no matter how many times you push me away, it is okay." He reached out to wipe away his tears. "But I am very scared. Scared that you will leave me." Skyla's face was surprised. "Landseer..." She recalled the past. "Why are you crying, you idiot? Why do you make me misunderstand like before?" The image of him tilting his head in confusion in the past appeared. He was still crying looking at her. This is the 323rd time, Skyla. Looking at her, he said, "I want to end it right here." Landseer confessed his feelings. "Skyla, I like you." She looked up at him silently. Landseer continued, "But when I think about having to continue waiting like this, my heart hurts so much, so it is okay if you only like me a little. Okay?" Skyla pondered. "I was going to reject him as always, because Landseer does not know the meaning of his own words." She lowered her face, and the image of him with a radiant smile kept appearing. Landseer. Her face looked as if she was about to cry, she thought. "Now I am not as easily fooled as before, but the feelings that I have poured in all these years." Skyla Karun stared at Landseer Solly. "Why do you always say that? Do you really like me that much?" The two of them stood facing each other in the crowded banquet hall. Landseer Solly was slightly surprised by her question. "What?" Skyla Karun repeated, "Do you like me?" Landseer Solly still looked at her silently, as if he still did not understand the meaning of her words. After a while, Landseer Solly spoke, "I like you." But before he could finish speaking, Skyla Karun interrupted him. "Stop." Landseer Solly tilted his head in confusion, looking at her. Skyla Karun was now looking at him with eyes full of emotions. "You still do not know what you are saying, do you?" Landseer Solly also looked back at her. He really did not understand what the problem was. "But now I understand." Skyla Karun lowered her head. "Only I misunderstood your feelings. Only I have liked you unilaterally for so long. In fact, you are not bad at all." The noise and gossip of the people around her kept trying to intrude into her confused thoughts, I know, but... Skyla Karun suddenly remembered what Diurn had said to her. "Lady, Skyla, for the person you love, are you willing to give up your own love?" Landseer Solly on the opposite side suddenly spoke after a silence. "I like you, because that is what I want. Even if you do not accept it, I will always like you." The entire hall suddenly became quiet. Landseer Solly slowly walked towards her. "Because you do not like me, so now I won't confess anymore, but..." He smiled sincerely and said to Skyla Karun, "Sometime you change your mind, please ask me to confess to you for the 324th time." She looked up and stared at Landseer. "Solly, maybe that liking of yours is real." Skyla Karun took a step back slightly, but... She turned to leave. "I do not believe he likes me." And really, Skyla Karun just left like that, because if the first person he relied on was someone else, then he would probably like that person now, not her. Skyla Karun said coldly, "I am going home first." The distance between the two became farther and farther. Clearly there was no obstacle, but it was as if they really could not be touched. Other noble ladies came forward to talk to Skyla Karun, Lady Skyla, today, while dancing with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. "Lady, where did you buy that dress?" She only replied faintly, "Sorry." Skyla Karun left the bustling hall alone. At this time, Ryan suddenly appeared and called her Lady Skyla. Skyla Karun turned around and greeted Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. He bowed slightly to her and suggested in a low voice, "Call me Ryan." However, Skyla Kairun replied blankly, "No, no need." Ryan tilted his head and smiled at her. He chatted comfortably. "It seems the lady has misunderstood something. Calling me like that is not a suggestion but an order." Outside, Skyla Kairun still replied with a polite smile, but in her heart she wanted to eat this guy alive. "What do you want?" Ryan crossed his arms and sighed. "I was also going to say that the lady's complexion does not look too good." Skyla Kairun did not reply to his words. Is he worried about his future fiancé? Ryan, on the opposite side, was still continuing. "Among the royal mages, there are some who are very good at using healing magic. I will send that person to the Duke's mansion tomorrow." He looked at her. "Because the lady is very important to me," Skyla Kairun replied politely. "Thank you, Your Highness." Ryan's light, purple eyes looked at her indifferently. Then he unexpectedly spoke. "The lady has a bad friend, does not she?" Skyla Kairun raised her eyebrows and looked at Ryan. "What does Your Highness mean?" He shrugged. "The meaning is on the surface." Ryan leaned over and whispered to Skyla Kairun, "If it were me, I would have cherished my friend more." She looked at him in confusion, her mind full of question marks. What is he talking about? Is he annoyed about what happened earlier? Ryan reached out to her. "I will escort the lady to the carriage." Everyone around watched the backs of the two people leaving. Skyla Kairun turned her head slightly to look behind. Landseer is also watching. Even though I hurt Landseer so much, is he still paying attention? Outside, it was getting dark, and the lights from the palace flickered in the darkness. Reaching the outside, Ryan suddenly looked behind and asked, "But where did this cat come from?" Skyla Kairun was suspicious. "Cat?" She turned her head to look at the cat, looking at her with bright eyes. Could it be? Skyla Kairun looked at him suspiciously. "Viscount Artisina, you followed us all the way here, Canip, in cat form, rolled around on the ground. Take me with you too." Canip kept crying. "Lady?" Skyla Kairun smirked and replied, "I do not know. Maybe he hid somewhere and followed us here." Ryan ordered the nearby soldiers, "Get rid of it." The soldier quickly accepted the order, yes. Canip was dragged away like that, his heartbreaking cries reaching Skyla Kairun's ears. "I will resent you." A short interlude passed. Ryan took Skyla Kairun to the carriage, where Tisef and Fabrice were waiting. The two looked at them suspiciously. Why did she go in with young Master Landseer, and now she is coming out with another man? Young lady. Fabrice gaped, an idea flashing in her mind. Could it be that the young lady has really become the crown princess? Helping Skyla Kairun into the carriage, before leaving, Ryan placed a kiss on her hand. As expected, it looks very similar. Ryan smiled at her. "Thank you for dancing with me today. We will meet again soon." Only after the carriage rolled away, Skyla Kairun could relax her body and breathe a sigh of relief. Everything was proceeding as she wanted, but why did she still feel guilty? Skyla Kairun muttered. Landseer. When she thought of him, a strange feeling kept rising in her heart. I should not have left him alone. At this time, Landseer Sali was huddled in a corner. He called softly, "Skyla." Night was gradually covering the entire empire. Skyla Kairun lay in bed, and suddenly she heard some sounds in her ear. She opened her eyes wide. Skyla Kairun sat up in bed. Who is coming here at this hour? She got out of bed and went to open the door. Who is it? The Duke and Duchess Kairun were holding a lamp and standing in front of her room. Something big happened, Skyla. Seeing their uneasy expressions, Skyla Kairun felt confused. Father, mother. Duke Kairun struck her on the head. Landseer has disappeared. Below in the living room, everyone was restless and worried. Landseer Sali's mother called out loudly. As soon as she saw Skyla Kairun arrive, Skyla, she quickly went in front of her. "I am really sorry for coming to you in the middle of the night like this, but when I got home, I could not find Landseer anywhere, so..." Landseer Sali's mother's mood became chaotic. Skyla Kairun heard the worry in her thoughts. "He is not here either. Where did you go, Landseer?" Skyla Kairun took her hand. "Duchess, please calm down." She comforted her softly. "I will find him." Landseer Sali's mother was touched. Skyla Kairun hurt her heart. I should not have let him go. She looked at Hovawat, who was sitting slumped on the side. Skyla Kairun heard Landseer Sali's mother's complaint. I thought it would be okay to leave him to Hovawat. At the same time, she also heard his true thoughts. "Oh my god, the wine is making my head hurt too much." Skyla Kairun made a suggestion. "Duke, how about we go back to the ballroom and look for him? What do you think?" She thought for a moment and said, "After leaving the ballroom, I did not see Landseer. Since then, no one has seen Landseer, right?" Duke Sali shook his head. "But no palace servant or noble saw him. Maybe he is not in the palace." Duke Kairun spoke. If so, someone must have seen Lancier leaving the palace. Really, no one saw him. Duke Sully sat down on the chair. Duke Kaerun. Lancier is a great mage. Maybe he used magic to go out. Hovawat tried to sober up. A strong country, with so many layers of magical defense like Hebina, is not easy to invade. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire castle suddenly encountered an earthquake. The shaking became more and more intense, and everyone screamed in panic. What is going on? Skyla Kaerun was still stunned when an arm reached out to her. Skyla. The next second, she fell into her parents' arms. At this moment, she could feel the trembling coming from their bodies, and also heard their hearts. We must protect our only daughter. This mother will protect you. Skyla Kaerun smiled slightly. Waiting for the tremor to pass, Duke Sully cleared his throat and called, Duke Kaerun. He reminded the two of them, it is okay to stop now. As soon as the two released Skyla Kaerun, the door behind them was suddenly kicked open. Duke, Duchess, Austin and Febreze ran in worriedly. Are you two okay, young lady? Duke Kaerun reassured them. We are fine. Is anyone injured? Austin pushed up his glasses. I do not know either. It does not seem like there is anything serious yet. Lancier Sully's mother was dazed. What happened? Is it an earthquake? Someone went to the window to take a look. Then everyone heard Hovawat's voice. It does not seem like an earthquake. Before everyone's eyes was the scene of the palace engulfed in flames. Hovawat was furious. Those damn Hebina kingdom. They dare to invade the palace. Duke Kaerun shouted, It is war. The palace has been invaded. Austin, quickly wake up the entire knighthood. Let us fight for our country, Austin, standing next to him. Raised his arms high in response, I understand. Seeing Duke Kaerun's excited appearance, Duke Sully quickly pulled him back. Stop. We can't conclude that this is the work of the Hebina kingdom. What if... Duke Kaerun frowned. If it is not the magic army of the Hebina kingdom, who could break the magic array of the palace, it can only be a great mage. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire living room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone inadvertently thought of a question. Could it be? No way, no, it can't be. Please, someone say, it is not. Austin was the first to speak, breaking the atmosphere. Maybe it is young Master Lancier. These words were like a thunderbolt to the three members of the Sully family. They covered their faces and slumped down. We have to pray for His Majesty the Emperor. Until dawn, Her Majesty the Queen will not let Lancier go. Hovawat trembled and hugged his head. Lancier, you brat! Why did you make me unemployed? Skyla Kaerun kept having these thoughts fly into her head. She said to everyone, I am leaving and will come back. My eardrums are probably going to burst. Lancier Sully's mother pulled her hand back. Wait, Skyla, where are you going now? She replied calmly to her, I have to go pick up Lancier. There is no basis to say Lancier caused this. Lancier Sully's mother worried. You know it is dangerous, but you still want to go to the place that exploded. Skyla Kaerun was speechless when she heard her thoughts. No matter how you look at it, it is because of that Lancier. She took a deep breath. Then she spoke seriously to everyone in the room. Everyone knows it is Lancier. I have to stop him before things get serious. In her heart, she was constantly drowning herself in guilt. Lancier, I am sorry for leaving you like that. She said decisively to everyone, I have to go, because I am the only one who can convince Lancier. Duke Sully looked at her worriedly. Skyla. Duchess Kaerun worried. But, she thought, Skyla, suppose, if Lancier erupts. She hesitated. You will. At this moment Hovawat spoke, interrupting her thoughts. I will go with you. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Hovawat? He said seriously, I am a royal knight, and Lancier is my younger brother. Hovawat knelt on the ground and vomited while saying, I swear on my honor as a knight I will protect Skyla. Skyla Kaerun looked at Duke Kaerun. I will go with Febreze and the knighthood commander. He nodded to her, okay? Lancier Sully's mother looked at her with tears in her eyes. Skyla, my son Lancier, I am counting on you. Skyla Kaerun nodded. She smiled to reassure her. Then they quickly got on their horses and rushed out of the Kaerun Duke's mansion. Febreze, riding a horse next to her, asked Skyla Kaerun, What will you do? Skyla Kaerun looked at her. What? Febreze lowered her eyes and asked, what if young Master Lancier really loses control? Skyla Kaerun gnashed her teeth and said, What else can I do? I have to beat him up and drag him home. What else? Febreze quietly moved to the side to avoid being burned. Really? The next second, Skyla Kaerun shook her head and smiled faintly. Number. Febreze looked at her, and as the horse galloped, she called worriedly, How do you plan to convince young Master Lancier in such a state of eruption? There was no answer from Skyla Karun, and not long after, they arrived at the gate of the palace. At this time, Skyla Karun raised her hand and pointed to her head. She smiled slightly. I have to use my head. The battle receded, leaving behind a desolate and mournful land, with black smoke rising into the sky. The crowd moved continuously. Some people with strength quickly moved the injured to the infirmary, and urgent voices kept ringing out, "Medic! Call a medic!" Skyla sat on horseback and walked forward, her wine-red eyes filled with worry as she looked at the scene before her. Did Landseer do all of this? The guard beside her did not care much. He only worried about the safety of his master, and reminded her, "Little Duchess, riding a horse like this is very dangerous." Skyla misunderstood his meaning. She nodded comfortably. "Okay, let us get off the horse here and walk." The guard was a little confused. "Wouldn't it be dangerous for you to do that?" Her playful face turned to stare at the other person. Her lips curled into a smile full of reliance. "Of course, that is why you are following me, right?" The guard was finally convinced, and he nodded seriously. "I understand." All three left their horses and walked down, heading towards the city that was once magnificent, now only a pile of scrap. Almost immediately, a foot appeared to stop them. "Who is it?" The soldier's face was full of dust, but his eyes still demanded sternly, "No one is allowed to come here right now!" Helpless, she could only report her name. "I am Skyla of the Karun Duke's family." She looked around the place again, her tone gradually becoming serious, like an order. "What is going on?" In the moment of hearing that name, the soldier was briefly surprised, thinking, "Is it Duke Karun?" The soldier behind him saw his companion stop and asked, "What is wrong?" He did not say it directly, but only whispered something to his friend. While the two were secretly discussing with each other, Skyla asked impatiently, "Someone used magic to break the city wall, did not they?" After knowing her identity, the tone of the second soldier softened but still refused firmly. "Sorry, we can't say anything to you. This place is very dangerous. Please leave quickly." In the midst of it, suddenly, the first soldier shouted. He crouched down, hugging his head in pain. The second soldier was startled and shouted, "Are you okay?" The atmosphere around him suddenly became chaotic, and the man's urgent voice rang out, "Quick, quick! Call the mage! We are here, mage! Please come here and heal us!" The soldiers kept waving their hands, signaling to a mysterious person standing far away under the dust-filled sky. Such a big commotion attracted Skyla's attention, and she looked over curiously, thinking, "Is that the healing mage that the crown prince talked about?" Kainep also noticed this side at this time, but not the patient, but another girl, Lady Kairun. Even she was surprised by this coincidental meeting, Viscount Artisina. His face suddenly lit up, and his eyes sparkled like a kitten as he happily called, "Lady Kairun." Skyla was horrified, her eyes wide and panicky, looking at the thing rushing towards her. Kainep was like a dog that saw a bone, smelling where she was and running over quickly, constantly shouting in his head, "Lady, lady, lady, lady!" She also panicked. "What? Do not come here!" But it was too late to avoid, and the man's big, firm hands had reached out. Skyla was like a little bear, hugged tightly into his arms with full of treasure, lady. She did not have time to react to a series of unexpected actions from him, her face showing obvious panic. After a moment, Skyla immediately sternly scolded, "Viscount, what are you doing with such rude behavior?" Kainep did not care about her reputation, and shamelessly hugged and pulled in the middle of the road, "Lady, I missed you so much. I sent someone to the Chiron Duke's mansion and planned to tell the Crown Prince to bring you to the palace, but I did not expect to meet you here like this." Unable to bear it any longer, a hand reached out to grab his collar tightly. The other had also drawn his sword. One grabbed his collar, the other coordinated by pointing the sword at the opponent's neck. Both of Skyla's servants immediately threatened, "Dare to be rude to the little Duchess." Fabrie was furious, her inner thoughts constantly roaring, "Even I have not been able to hug her enough, how dare you?" She was speechless, immediately revealing a pale face and looking over. It seems someone has their own agenda. Kainep knew he was wrong, and hurriedly waved his hand to explain, "I am not a weird person. I am a royal mage," and his tone suddenly changed, like a peacock spreading its tail, boasting, "Is the person who was given the opportunity to dance with the lady." Skyla cursed inwardly. Just hearing it is enough to know he is weird. She could not stand the scene anymore, and immediately spoke to remind him, "Viscount, can you treat the injured first?" He then belatedly remembered his mission. "I understand, let me see the injury." Kainep closed his eyes, his expression changed instantly, and he used his power. The glittering, bright magic gently landed on the wound of the soldier. As soon as the light touched the skin, the wound closed immediately. The man's forehead was immediately smooth, with absolutely no pain. Canep was fortunate to have a little knowledge to redeem his awkwardness, and he reminded the soldiers, although it has been treated, there is still a risk of internal injuries. Quickly take him to the treatment area. They replied seriously, yes. After dealing with the injured, Skyla immediately asked, Viscount Artesina, what did you mean by saying you were looking for me? He oh-ed and immediately whispered, if it is the lady, you should know who broke the city wall, right? She was a little awkward, but still forcefully breathed out a sigh. It probably was not Landseer. Almost immediately, Canep also sighed dejectedly. It was young Master Landseer. He added, only a great mage can do this. Hearing that affirmation, Skyla covered her face, speechless. It is really Landseer. She looked around at the ruins, her heart tiredly sighing. If he erupts with magic power again, many people will be injured. Skyla pursed her lips, her eyes shining with determination again. Not wanting this to happen again, she immediately suggested, lead the way for me. Canep was slightly taken aback, yes. As if realizing his hesitation, Skyla placed her hand on her chest, her face stern, repeating her request. Viscount, take me to Landseer's place. After that, I will take responsibility myself. Her wine-red eyes looked up, shining with a confidence that could not be buried. Canep and Febreze were immediately shaken by those eyes, their hearts beating excitedly and passionately. Oh my god, that momentum! After a while, Canep, according to her wishes, led them into a dilapidated mansion. Skyla asked again, what exactly happened? He started acting again. I was abandoned by the lady, so I am very sad. Skyla lost patience, and immediately snapped. I am not in the mood for jokes. When did Landseer start erupting? Hearing those words, Canep's footsteps suddenly stopped. His face was full of confusion. You said erupting. His heart kept wondering, erupting. Does she mean erupting with magic power? Canep continued to wonder, isn't young Master Landseer rebelling? Reading those thoughts made her startled. Skyla forgot to even hide it, and almost lost her composure and shouted, rebelling? Of course not. The atmosphere around them suddenly became silent. Canep, who was originally intelligent, almost vaguely guessed, and asked, lady, could it be that you can read my thoughts? She was guilty, and hurriedly turned her head to look in another direction. Damn it, I misspoke. Her face still denied it. Read thoughts. How could I have such a ridiculous ability? Although he still had some doubts in his heart. Just now, the lady... No, it was not. He still chose to believe and change the subject. Hearing what the lady said, I understand now. Canep touched his nose, his lips moved to speak, although I advised the Crown Prince that it was not. Remembering the scary appearance of those knights, he recounted gloomily. The royal knights believe that young Master Landseer is rebelling against the Crown Prince, so they are requesting to mobilize the army to eliminate young Master Landseer. Hearing those cruel words, Skyla's face showed obvious shock. She repeated those two words blankly, eliminate, in her heart. She kept shouting, no way. Remembering his innocent and bright face when he happily called her. Skyla, look at this. Her heart clenched again. I do not want Landseer to be hurt. If possible, I only want him to be happy. At this time, she was still thinking painfully. The things that hurt him are the reason why Landseer has to die. Canep interrupted her thoughts and spoke. It is not reasonable for someone who has always lived peacefully to suddenly be accused of rebellion. The Crown Prince also said similar words. Just when the atmosphere around her became serious, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. What rebellion? Ryan did not know how long he had been sitting here. He smiled as if it was obvious. He was dumped, drank too much wine, and caused a ruckus. Canep laughed awkwardly, but the person does not know anything about this. Again, a voice rang out, interrupting his words. Viscount Artesina. Skyla turned her back to everyone. That lonely back softly asked, after this, can I stay by Landseer's side? In her heart, she kept complaining about her identity. A great mage is really a ridiculous existence. Thinking about that person, Skyla felt even more helpless than ever. I once thought that for a great mage with power above nature and human ability, their weakness can only be themselves. She remembered the last time he lost control, the entire mansion shook and wanted to collapse. Remembering that moment made her even more certain. He is afraid I will hate him, so he takes the harm caused by me. Skyla clenched her palms, her heart constantly aching for her close friend. Did Landseer lose his mind again for such a trivial reason? In fact, is not the person threatening Landseer me? As if noticing her chaotic emotions, a voice managed to ring out, interrupting Lady Kyrun. Canep patted her shoulder, calmly reassuring the girl in front of him. Calm down. He looked directly into those wine-red eyes and began to speak. If the lady can't stop young Master Landseer, The only way is to eliminate the young master. What needs to be considered now is whether you can persuade the young master or not. Skyla pursed her lips tightly, temporarily unable to understand what this person wanted to say. Canop just smiled, his eyes shining with trust and reliance. You have to save young Master Landseer. Hearing those words, Skyla tightened the hem of her skirt slightly. Although she did not say anything, she nodded very firmly. Both of them looked at the door in front of them. Skyla secretly assessed. Even someone without mana like me can feel the instability. It is definitely far from what it used to be. She hesitated a little and asked, Landseer is in there, right? Obviously, Canop was also very reluctant with this power and had to nod gloomily, yes. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face clearly showing boredom. I deliberately did not let others know. If it were the Royal Knights, they would use force to suppress him. Skyla touched her cheek helplessly and could only politely respond, Thank you, Viscount. Seeing her hand reach out to touch the door, Canop called out in panic, Lady. He was scared to death, constantly warning of the danger behind the big door. Are you just gonna go in like that? Inside there is a whirlwind of chaotic magic power. Skyla immediately turned her head, her face stern, and said falteringly, What, of course, I have to go in with the Viscount. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking extremely confident and proud. Even if Landseer loses his mind, he won't hurt me. Canop jumped up. What about me? Is it okay for me to get hurt? She again showed that it was nothing serious, and naturally replied, But the Viscount is a mage specializing in healing, is not he? He cried without tears. Why do you consider my injury as a matter? Of course. Seeing that the other party kept hesitating, Skyla had to resort to a trump card. I will invite the Viscount to the Kyrune mansion soon. Canop flipped his face even faster than a pancake. I will lead the way in his heart, he laughed, thinking, I have to take a look at the ladies' room. Before the two of them actually entered, she suddenly called back, Viscount. Skyla lowered her head, saying a future that no one wanted to come. If both Landseer and I are injured. She raised her head to look, without hesitation, put her safety down. Please heal Landseer first. Canop was stunned for a moment, unable to digest her words. What did you say? But the response to him was not an answer, but her strong back, pushing the door open. Lady. The dazzling light inside flashed, causing both of them to squint. Canop pointed forward with difficulty. Lady, over there. Skyla looked in that direction and was immediately overwhelmed by the glittering scene in front of her. Unbelievable. What is that? He took a glance and could know Landseer's situation. This phenomenon appears when the magic power reaches its peak, which means the young master has reached his limit and is about to erupt. Hearing those words, she was stunned for a moment. Not wanting him to erupt like this again, Skyla tried to shout to wake the other party up. Landseer. Landseer had regained some consciousness. He huddled himself in a corner, constantly asking others to stay away from him. Don't come near! Looking at his appearance, she muttered, Landseer, and had completely determined in her heart, unlike his usual self, is this Landseer when he can't control his magic power? Landseer's attention briefly touched Canop. His pupils contracted angrily. You! Why are you next to Skyla? Without saying much, a powerful ice attack descended. Realizing that he was in danger, she shouted with concern, Viscount! Skyla hurriedly looked up at the raging Landseer, trying to persuade him. Landseer, stop! Her hand was shaking at this time before that absolute, overwhelming power. So scary, I am scared. But for her important friend, she still resolutely stepped forward. This time, Skyla bluntly asked the other party, You are the one who broke the wall outside the palace, right? Landseer was silent, his pupils gradually losing their light and becoming gloomy. She tried to appear comfortable and teased, while constantly getting closer to him. Are you thinking about how much the maintenance cost is? It is all taxes. Skyla reached out her hand, saying sincerely, Landseer, let us go home. She moved her lips, and in her heart she kept thinking about negative emotions. Now, in Landseer's eyes, I am the woman who rejected him but shamelessly pretended to be close. But even so, she said strongly, Landseer, whatever you say, I will listen to the end. I am sorry for everything, so... Skyla tried to force a smile that was about to cry, but the emotion at the bottom of her eyes was sincere. So, let us go back now. Seeing that heavenly scene, his pupils opened to the fullest, and the light at the bottom of his eyes came back like that. But Landseer still chose to be silent, not saying a word. Although it was only a very small expression, she also keenly noticed. The light flashed. He has calmed down, right? But when happiness is so easy to appear, the magic energy that had calmed down suddenly burst out. The surrounding debris fell down because of the impact. Canop panicked, his face pale, shouting, Lady! He only had time to shout 2 words. Careful, but that huge amount of turbulent magic power had shot to her in front of her. Landseer only reacted at this time, but everything was too late. A very terrifying magic explosion broke out in the villa. When the magic aftershocks dissipated, the only one injured lying under the rubble was her. Looking at her body full of wounds lying sprawled on the ground, Landseer's tone trembled in horror. Skyla. His body trembled constantly, his face pale without a trace of blood. Landseer looked at his hand, then looked in the direction of that beloved girl, Skyla. At the moment when he was most painful, memories of the past suddenly appeared. His mother once said. The golden-haired woman gently hugged the newborn child, her tone as gentle as possible. Landseer, I am your mother. I am very happy that you came to me. The servants around could not help but exclaim, Madam, the young master is so cute. But the baby Landseer suddenly cried, but could launch a terrible source of magic, as if to crush the entire room. Time passed quickly. Many years later, the servants could not help but gossip. Do you know why the young master lives in the auxiliary building? Everyone says. The young master is a great mage of 1,000 years. They whispered to each other, their voices getting smaller and smaller. Speaking positively, he is a great mage. Landseer hid behind the door, hearing clearly what they said. But actually, is not he a monster? They were unaware of his appearance and continued to judge. Because he is dangerous, he was chased to live alone in that auxiliary building, making us go far. So annoying. Even he himself despised his identity. Yes, I am a monster. Landseer was mature and kind at that time, so he always wanted to think for others. I am dangerous. I have to run far away. And then he really ran, his small but lonely body just like that, walking quickly on the path. Suddenly, the lonely child bumped into another girl of the same age. It was Skyla of childhood. Our spoiled young lady did not show any mercy and shouted, How do you walk? Landseer, with a big bump on his forehead, although it hurt a lot, was startled and stepped back. Don't come near me, she asked sternly, her face darkening. What did you say? Skyla put her hands on her hips, teaching him in a domineering manner. Apologize to me, apologize. She repeated impatiently again. I said, apologize for bumping into someone. Landseer was originally a young master, who was feared by the servants. It was the first time he had met someone who dared to shout at him like that, and he almost cried, sorry. It was only at this time that she temporarily let him go, and he could not help but sigh in his heart, so scary. But at that moment, Landseer suddenly realized that he could talk normally with others. He sat timidly, hugging his knees, his tender face stuttering softly. Am I not strange? Landseer continued to babble. I am a monster, very dangerous, but Skyla did not understand anything. What are you talking about? Are you playing hide and seek? Having no way with this timid child, she could only reach out her hand to him. She did not care about what had happened before. Her childish face lit up and said, okay, let us go. Landseer opened his emerald green eyes wide. It was the first time someone had smiled and talked to him like that. Do you live here? Lead the way for me? The image of the past pressed on reality. The current him hopelessly wanted to reach out, but he trembled and did not dare. Landseer collapsed. His mind became chaotic, spinning endlessly. Skyla. Canep did not want the situation to become more complicated. Young Master Landseer. He completely forgot the status between the two sides and shouted angrily, don't move. Then Canep went to her himself, his hand trembling, not daring to touch her. Lady Chiron. At that moment, Landseer suddenly realized how troubled and redundant his existence was. But Canep still did not realize that he had unintentionally hurt him and only cared about Skyla. I will heal you. Her hand trembled and slowly reached out to hold his hand tightly. Viscount. Skyla's breath was very weak, but she was still concerned enough to realize that her friend was being hurt and reminded Canep, don't excite Landseer. As soon as the words were finished, a strong but harmless wind blew. Landseer stood in the center of the magic. Brilliant blue light flashed. Even so, he still had not escaped the eruption and the remorse with her. Skyla. Skyla tried to endure the pain and stood up. I said I would take responsibility, right? But just as she moved, a pain that wanted to tear her in half spread to the top of her head. So painful. She gritted her teeth, trying to suppress this pain. So painful. Just being slightly grazed by magic power feels like I am about to die. So, this is why my father is afraid of the magic country Hibina. Skyla walked slowly to right in front of him. Landseer, I am sorry. Looking at his bewildered face, the words she wanted to say were all choked in her throat. Maybe you are also afraid of yourself, but I did not comfort you and left you alone. And now, to make up for that mistake, she decided to move forward. Lancier panicked and hurried back, shouting a warning. "Skyla, it is dangerous. Do not come here." Seeing that she was still coming, he could not help but scold Skyla. But at this time, she softly called out, "Lancier." At this moment, there was no word more appropriate than a heartfelt confession. "I like you. I am sorry for always hurting you." Lancier was stunned for a moment by those words, but at this time she kept blaming herself. "I thought that was the only way to protect you." Canip just stood on the side watching, as if he had foreseen such a result. Skyla gently reached out to touch his arm full of wounds. "I do not intend to coax you. This way or that way makes you dangerous, so now I want to be honest with myself." Her eyes looked up extremely firmly, slowly saying 3 words. "I like you." At the same time, Skyla also promised herself in her heart, "From now on, I will use another way to protect you." Unexpectedly, this story would develop like this, and he was stunned for a moment. "What are you saying?" Lancier asked in confusion, "Then why did you reject my confession?" Seeing his face as if about to cry, she could only tell the truth. "I did that because I liked you." Hearing this, he was even more confused. "You rejected me because you like me." Skyla did not answer, but just nodded slightly. Unable to get a satisfactory explanation, Lancier gnashed his teeth painfully. His face was lowered, unable to be happy. On the contrary, his mood became worse. "I do not understand." Canip reacted very sensitively to magic power, and he panicked immediately. He rushed forward and warned, "Lady, be careful." Canip looked at the magic power around Lancier, and could not help but worry. Young Master Lancier's emotions are chaotic again. Skyla did not expect that she would succeed, and she gently rubbed her chin, thinking, "Is it too late to use words to persuade him?" If words do not work, then use actions. She suddenly reached out and pulled his face back towards her. Being pinched on the face by her soft hands, Lancier gradually returned to normal, but he was also confused. "Skyla?" Skyla stared at him and began to remember in her heart, "Febreze once asked me." She smiled as she thought, "How to persuade Lancier? Yes, it is to use my head." Just like that, Skyla intimately pressed his head against her own, Lancier, causing that boy to be a little shy and misunderstand. Her face changed suddenly, looking at him with a murderous look. "You deserve a headbutt." Saying is doing, she muttered in her mouth, and leaned her head back. Using all her strength to hit his head hard, Skyla decided to use violence to end everything. "Please faint for me." And so it was. The genius great mage just fell to the hard head of his childhood friend. In the next second, Skyla also fell down. Only Canip stood there looking at the two, leaving a pile of trouble. His head was full of question marks, not understanding what he was there for. Changing the scene, Skyla was now lying on a warm bed. She had a dream. After waking up, Skyla walked along the corridor. She was both annoyed and shy, grumbling, "Lancier is really..." She closed her eyes tightly, constantly thinking randomly in her head, and said, "He liked me in such a crowded place. How can he say such embarrassing words?" Skyla tried to fan her face to make it less hot. Her heart was confused. "No, love what? And why do I feel shy too?" And then those small footsteps had to stop. Because Skyla was old enough to realize something. "I am shy." She looked out at the scene outside the window, muttering softly, "So that is it. I also like Lancier." The night had fallen, and the bright moonlight hung high. Even though it was late, Skyla was sitting on the bed, still thinking about that person, Lancier. She closed her eyes slightly and started planning, what should I do with Lancier tomorrow? Chat together. Skyla leaned back on the bed, her teenage heart beating fast because of the random thoughts. It is so strange, even though I have had tea with Lancier countless times. Each time brings a new feeling. The only thing that changes is that our hearts are turning to each other. Maybe today will be a night with a beautiful dream. She closed her eyes softly and fell asleep, her heart constantly reminding her of him, Lancier. Soon morning came again, and the two of them, as usual, organized a tea party together. This time, Skyla took the initiative to mention their love. "Are you also shy to tell others that we like each other?" After speaking, she was a little embarrassed and corrected herself. "It is nothing. I just want to know how you feel." Lancier, with a naive face, tilted his head and asked back, "Do other people know that I like you?" Her heart beat with a start, and she shouted in a slightly flustered tone, "What? What do you mean?" Skyla asked loudly, losing her composure. "You said everything." But he still had not caught up with her frequency and was confused. "What?" She suddenly felt a little embarrassed, her cheeks flushed, and she said hesitantly, "The thing. We like each other." With a natural face like it was a normal thing, Lancier had a shocking statement. Everyone around me knows that I like you. He smiled and said with a harmless smile, since I was little. Skyla was startled when she heard the words he said. I said that you are the best friend in the world. Her hand gently released on the table, but her tone was slightly trembling. To understand, I want to ask you. Skyla lowered her face, carefully confirming his feelings for her. You like me, just like I like you, right? The feelings that she had for him had been germinated from those moments in her memory. You live at my house, always by my side at all times. Waking up in the same bed, starting a new day together, the two of them could break all barriers and happily lie next to each other every morning when they woke up. And in the distant future, she still wanted the two to always be by each other's side, this feeling of wanting to grow old together. So when she heard that Lancier liked her as a friend, she had to ask clearly, so? Her face darkened, asking crazily, you like me, not just as a friend, but the liking between a man and a woman, right? Are your feelings the same as mine? Lancier just sat there quietly, opening his eyes wide and not saying a word. Until she called his name in her head again. Lancier. He lightly said those cruel words. Is there any difference? Unable to bear those words, Skyla immediately stood up. She lowered her face as if wanting to escape, and said goodbye. I am going first. Not knowing if Lancier understood, he also hurriedly stood up and called her name, Skyla. He chased her to the corridor, and the boy kept calling without understanding. What is wrong with you suddenly? Skyla just wanted to be calm. She turned to look at him, almost shouting, Don't follow me! Lancier was hurt, and immediately fell silent, his face pale and miserable. She realized that she had been a little too much, but she could not say anything except that painful mood. I did not want you to know that I have so many male and female emotions for you. Skyla pursed her lips, scolding herself. You idiot. In the end, she had to make peace, but at the same time, she made them even more distant. I am sorry for raising my voice to you, temporarily. It would be better if you do not come to me. Do not come until I contact you. Lancier was confused but had to accept and asked carefully, Then, where will we meet? She did not answer that question. On the contrary, her tone was 10 points cold, as if chasing someone away. I do not want to see you. I am not in the mood to see you off. You go back yourself. After speaking, Skyla turned and left, leaving Lancier behind, still trying to reach out to her. Skyla. She walked up the stairs with an uncomfortable mood, but suddenly someone greeted, Young lady. 2 servants politely asked, Where are you going suddenly, if you need anything? Skyla interrupted the servants and walked past. I am going back to my room. The maid asked a little confused. Yes, yes. What about the dessert? But the response was just 2 cold words. Not interested. The maid looked at the plate of cake in her hand confusedly. But this is the chocolate cake that the young lady personally went to the kitchen to choose last night. Skyla gradually lost patience and emphasized, I do not like it. In the end, she only left a light sentence, and left immediately. Bring it to Lancier, tell him to eat it all. The door opened, and she returned to her private room. Skyla lay tiredly on the warm velvet bed. So embarrassing. She sat up. The corners of her lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. Yes, there was no reason for Lancier to have male and female feelings for me. But even so, Skyla's mood was heavy because of unrequited love. Is this what a great mage is like? Great mages are not good at expressing emotions, to the point that they can't distinguish the meaning of the word, like... Hot tears welled up. Her heart was currently smoldering, as if it wanted to bleed. Why did I fantasize like that? From the beginning, if I knew Lancier's thoughts, then Skyla fell asleep like that, and then woke up with a not-so-good mood. Her eyes were swollen from crying too much. Her head was buzzing as if it had been hammered. Damn it. I woke up too early. Looking at the familiar scene in her room, a loss suddenly appeared in her heart. Lancier probably won't come for a while, right? Cutting off her close friend, Lancier was her only friend from the past. Skyla began to fall into confusion. So, what do I do now? Very quickly she straightened up. That is right. Study. Sitting at the desk, but her mind still kept thinking about him. Even though I am still angry, but on the other hand, I feel guilty towards Lancier. Skyla lowered her face thoughtfully. Because after all, I am the one who misunderstood him. Right now, I do not have the courage to face him. Maybe I'm afraid my heart will waver again. But at the same time, her passion for learning had also burst out strongly. Sometime, these foolish feelings will disappear, and now, I have to really study. In the midst of her fascinating study, Fabrice suddenly stepped forward to announce, Lady Skyla, Duke Hovawat of the Solly family has come to see you. She closed the book and asked her, Brother Hovawat. Fabrice politely nodded. Yes, he is waiting in the living room. Skyla was full of doubts in her heart. Why did Landseer's older brother come to find me? But not letting the other party wait, she opened the door and stepped into the guest waiting room. Hovawat stood up to greet her as soon as he saw her, Skyla. He nodded shyly. I am sorry for suddenly coming to find you. Skyla waved her hand and asked straightly, It is nothing. What is the matter? Hovawat hesitated. That. After a while he finally spoke, his words like an arrow striking straight at her. Did Landseer do something wrong to you yesterday? Skyla froze, pretending to be normal and replying, Nothing special, brother. Hearing this, he showed a thoughtful expression. Then what exactly is the matter? Hovawat looked at her with embarrassment, his lips moving to speak. Don't be surprised when you hear this, Skyla. He announced, Landseer's magic power has erupted. Those words made her instantly stunned. Her whole body trembled with fear. Erupted magic power, which can kill a great mage. Hovawat at this time continued to recount. Last night, after meeting you and returning, he was always in a strange state. He sighed and said, because of unstable emotions, he almost blew up the entire mansion. But when he saw Skyla stunned, Hovawat raised his hand and called Skyla. When he regained her attention, he breathed out a heavy sigh. Fortunately, among the guests, there was a mage, thanks to that person using sleeping magic on Landseer. A disaster was avoided. Skyla was curious, can other people's magic affect Landseer? Hovawat laughed twice and replied, Of course not. He probably quaffed 5 large bottles of magic power-enhancing medicine. But anyway, the result was good. Skyla felt secretly relieved in her heart. That is great. Landseer is okay. That is really good. But she could not stop blaming herself for that eruption of magic power. Was it because of me? Skyla pursed her lips guiltily. It was because of me that he was hurt. Not seeing her confused mood, Hovawat suddenly invited, So, can you come to the Sully Duke's mansion and wake Landseer up? He explained further, if Landseer can be awakened now, he will avoid the eruption of magic power. But meeting him made her a little awkward. Is that so? As if seeing Skyla's hesitation, Hovawat tried to persuade her further, I think. When Landseer wakes up and sees you by his side, he will be a little more stable. These words with an obvious meaning began to make her uncomfortable. Don't you think I might be caught up in the eruption of magic power? And honestly, Skyla did not want to meet him at all. I did not want to meet him until these feelings subsided. But suddenly like this... Hovawat also knew that he was very thick-skinned, but he could not do anything but ask her for help. I am sorry, Skyla, if it is not you who can make Landseer calm down. He said casually a word that everyone could see, because Landseer only likes you, and that word touched her teenage heart. And then, Skyla began to rationalize everything. So that is it. In Landseer's small, narrow world, there is no one but me. For Landseer like that, I am both an outsider and his only friend. She decoded herself, determining that he also liked her, and was also his link to the outside world. A Landseer like that said he liked me, which means he has no one else to like but me. Skyla's hand clenched slightly as if making a decision. She looked straight at Hovawat, nodded, and accepted the invitation. I will go. He was overjoyed to hear that. Thank you, Skyla. The two left the mansion and headed towards the carriage. Skyla also began to clarify her thoughts. Even if this feeling is ignored, it does not mean Landseer is no longer important. Putting one foot on the carriage, Skyla also clarified her identity, I will go save Landseer, as the only person who can like him. At the Sully mansion, a cheerful voice rang out. Long time no see, Skyla. It was Madame Sully and her husband. She looked at her gratefully. Thank you so much for coming here. Skyla nodded politely. Yes, long time, no? See, she secretly assessed their condition. It looks like they both lost sleep. She remembered clearly what her purpose was for coming here, and immediately looked around and asked, Where is Landseer now? Madame replied, He is in his room. Duke Sully patted his wife's back to reassure her, and simply recounted what happened yesterday. You probably heard. Landseer has been in a state of magic sleep since yesterday. Madame Sully chimed in. Count Diurne helped us. Count Diurne slowly stepped out to greet. It is a pleasure to meet the lady. I am Count Diurne, from the kingdom of Hebina. Skyla secretly observed the other party. At this time I also vaguely recognized. Is he the mage Landseer mentioned last time? She did not say a word. Only her wine-red eyes slowly looked over. What she was staring at was the other party's blue earrings. Feeling that Skyla was a little rude, Diurne smiled and teased. Is it strange for a man to wear earrings? She was startled and quickly waved her hand to defend. No, not at all. She cleared her throat and explained euphemistically, I am just surprised because rough stone earrings are very rare in the royal country. He did not show any attitude and only replied, Does the lady think so? Then Diurn spoke up to introduce, "This is magic stone, not rough stone, because the magic power hidden in the stone can harm ordinary people. Only mages are allowed to use them." While Skyla was surprised, so that is what it is, he had begun to curiously ask, "The lady is the only person who can stop the young master from erupting with magic power. Is that true?" Being interrupted like this made her a little dissatisfied and cursed silently, treating people like puppies. Skyla put her hand on her chest and replied very skillfully, "I do not know if I can stop the eruption, but it is true that I am close to Landseer." Diurn smiled meaningfully. "That is enough." At this time, the Duke and Duchess had spoken. "Skyla, are you planning to wake Landseer now? Can you go with Count Diurn?" Seeing their expectant expressions, she smiled and nodded. "Of course I came for this matter." In front of her at this time was the familiar corridor that she had walked many times. Skyla walked up slowly, having prepared herself for the important task ahead. To wake Landseer, I must be calm and not let emotions control me. At this moment, Diurn suddenly asked, "Are you two in an engagement relationship?" The unexpected question caught her off guard, and she blurted out, "Yes." Turning around suddenly caused Skyla to lose her balance and fall backwards, crashing into the mage count. He hurriedly reached out and grabbed the stairs tightly, using so much force that his veins were bulging. Both were safe from falling, but everyone's heart skipped a beat with fear. "You stop so suddenly. It makes it difficult for me," Skyla stammered to admit her mistake. "I am sorry." But not letting herself be blamed, she began to shift the blame. "It is because you casually asked such impolite questions that I reacted unconsciously." And then they suddenly realized that their current posture was probably not suitable for talking. Diurn hurriedly regained his image and apologized with education. "I am sorry. It seems that young Master Landseer cherishes Lady Skyla very much." He continued to probe. "Isn't young Master's magic power erupted because of an argument with the lady?" Skyla fixed her hair and asked back, "You say it as if you know everything. Did Landseer say that?" Diurn tried to explain. "I did not mean to make the lady sad, that matter." But at this time she had turned to leave. The next words from him made Skyla stop in fright, "Because I also have a childhood friend who is a great mage." Her face turned pale. "A great mage." Diurn continued to show a harmless smile to get closer. "So I think maybe the lady's situation is similar to mine." Skyla did not turn around. She slowly said her doubts. "Apart from Landseer, I have not heard of other great mages." He nodded. "That is right." Diurn raised his eyes and looked at the scene outside the window, softly saying his painful memory, "My childhood friend died at the age of 16. She was not surprised by this, born as a great mage, but left too soon." The upper half of Diurn's body hid under the darkness. No one could see his expression when he said these words. "Perhaps, because she was a great mage, she left this world so early," Skyla said with pity. "Why?" He recovered his bright expression and stepped forward to explain. "You probably know how emotions affect a great mage, right? Since she was little, my friend could not control her emotions well. That is why." Diurn remembered the thin back of that person. She was often punished severely for not controlling her magic power. He lowered his eyes, showing a bitter smile. Although it was effective, it made her become insensitive. No different from a puppet, and Diurn at that time could only stand by and do nothing. A drop of cold sweat slid down, Skyla asked nervously. "Then what happened to your friend?" In her heart, she slowly drew a reason. Could it be that she had suppressed her anger for so long? Unable to hold it back any longer and erupted? What kind of emotion led to her death? She firmly thought, "I have to avoid that emotion." Seeing her nervous expression, Diurn only pursed his lips as if thinking about something. After a long time, he finally spoke. "I know what the lady is thinking." Diurn repeated exactly what Skyla had thought. "I have to avoid that emotion," causing her to startle with goosebumps. He smirked, revealing a kind of dangerous and creepy feeling, but unfortunately, the lady can't avoid it. Those words made her emotions completely explode. "What do you mean? Are you just going to let Landseer lose his life?" Diurn did not react to her anger and only said an irrelevant sentence. "Sadly, humans can't escape love." The next words from him made Skyla's face look extremely ugly. That friend had her first love at the age of 16. Diurn seemed to have seen something and continued to announce, "Yes, love is what killed her." His voice kept echoing, making Skyla's face as white as paper. What will be the end of young Master Landseer? The suspicion in Skyla could not be hidden. She blurted out unconsciously. "What?" Skyla almost snapped, questioning the person in front of her. "You said she fell in love by chance, but why?" Diurn was completely silent when he received that question. He remembered the image of bliss in her lover on the meadow. The first time she fell in love with someone, they became lovers. and it was the beginning of a tragedy. Diurn had once confessed his love to her in the flower garden. Bliss, I love you, marry me, Bliss, who had not yet adapted, asked back, marry. He touched her nose intimately and whispered to her, that is right, we will live together for life, only you and I. Bliss's eyes at that time opened wide, sparkling. For life. But then, she was hit on the forehead by an expensive porcelain cup. At that time, King Hernia was so angry that he abandoned his image and roared, Marry, are you talking about marrying now? Do you know what it means? In response to him was her most indifferent words, to live for life with the one I love. The king lost his temper and cursed, you idiot, you are going to marry someone with a lower status than you. She again endured the harsh words of her father alone. Immediately bring him here to me, I will accuse him of daring to take advantage of you. Diurn now had a little understanding with Bliss. She felt confused. He also realized that she had fallen into silence because of what she needed to choose. Between the thought of following her parents' wishes and the feeling of not wanting to break up with the one she loved. When the two sides collided, she did not know what she should do. At that time, Bliss's bloody hands did not scare Diurn at all. The eruption of her magic power was not like young Master Landseer. He still faced her, even if Bliss had blackened. Intense emotions that could not be expressed, like poison, gradually eroded her heart. Diurn had realized the current situation when he set foot in the castle. In that situation, her parents had no choice but to let the two of them get engaged. But Bliss's father was secretly forcing him. For now, I will let the two of you get engaged. However, Diurn only heard the first part and was very happy, so no one expected him to continue to speak, however. When the king turned around, he spoke the most inhumane words. 3 months later, the two of you will divorce. By then, my daughter's mood will have stabilized. He was naturally amorous and of course refused immediately. That is not possible. Diurn accepted kneeling before him to beg for happiness. We love each other sincerely, please. But all were ignored by King Hernia because of anger. It is too noisy. Do you think you can make my daughter happy? Ridiculous. He even threatened, you will divorce 3 months later. If not, I will exile you from the kingdom. He had no choice, so he went to the room of the girl in his heart, Bliss. Diurn pretended to scratch his head and said shyly, he allowed it. The unexpected words made Bliss look much brighter. She did not hesitate to run and hug him as if she was about to be free. I am so happy. After that, Diurn and Bliss began a beautiful love. She had gradually recovered with a dispirited spirit. However, he secretly harbored other thoughts, but the mind of the man she loved became complicated. Can I make Bliss happy? Diurn looked at the hands that were holding each other and felt uneasy for a second. A lower noble, lacking, and a great mage who can marry the prince of a neighboring country. This relationship has no future. Until 3 months later, according to the milestone set by King Hernia, he took the opportunity to take a walk with her and opened his mouth. Bliss, it is time to end it. But Bliss was still blank and confused. End what? After so many times of tormenting his mind, Diurn decided to let go. Let us get a divorce. She also had a moment of shock, but still wanted to salvage a little. You said that if you love each other, you have to be together forever. Bliss's hands clenched unconsciously, but she still said softly, but you want to get a divorce. He, in order to completely break Bliss's will, did not hesitate to be ruthless, because I no longer love you. The whole scene at that time almost stopped. Only the two of them remained. Returning to reality, Diurn had almost finished telling the story. That man let go, hoping she would meet someone better than him. The melancholy on his face did not diminish a bit. A few months later, my friend left this world. Her dilapidated body appeared before his eyes, making Diurn haunted. Because of the eruption of magic power, her body gradually weakened, and she could not bear it anymore. Skyla, hearing these words, frowned and could not accept it. Impossible. Landseer is different from her. Although he is clumsy, he has always clearly expressed his emotions since he was little. Walking for a while, he had taken her to the front of the room. Please, go in. Skyla's skirt quickly made an accent for the snow-white floor. She went to the side of the bed of the unconscious person with a hope. He will really be different, right? Skyla's mind kept thinking of the worst-case scenario. Just by temporarily not meeting each other, Landseer has erupted like this, if he really loves me. In a flash, she had come close to the sleeping person, Landseer. Skyla's hands uncontrollably touched Landseer's cheeks. If you love me, will you just die like this? Diurn saw that the atmosphere was a little strange and knew to avoid. If you release the magic, the young master will wake up in a few minutes. I will wait outside. Before leaving, he was kind enough to leave a little magic. And she was still stroking that handsome face. The face is too handsome. I am looking forward to a simple love. Her hands glided to his lips, unconsciously no longer pure. A date like everyone else, and the first kiss. Now Skyla had realized and wanted to make amends. I have defined the relationship with Landseer according to my own intentions. I am sorry, Landseer, for unilaterally misunderstanding and blaming you. She suddenly closed her eyes and secretly prayed. Suppose if I have the ability to read other people's thoughts. At that moment, familiar hands had grasped Skyla's hand. Landseer, who had just woken up, saw his lover by his side, Skyla, and she could only feel helpless at the sight. Landseer, what to do now? I have to say something. So Skyla immediately flared up and tortured him. You are causing trouble again. What is wrong with you? You are just lying in bed and sleeping all day at the beginning of the year. Is it too comfortable? She did not feel sorry for the sick person, and even used a baseball bat to beat Landseer. I clearly said do not wear shoes on the bed. Until she calmed down, Skyla realized that she had lost her image. That is it. Apart from the harsh words I usually say, I can't think of anything. Even so, he did not dislike it, and even deliberately took her hand. Landseer pulled Skyla into his arms, causing her to blush shyly. The next words were spoken by him officially made Skyla freeze. Skyla, I was wrong, so do not dislike me. Landseer's eyes looking at her became even more sincere. He tried to sit up straight, showing sincere remorse. Although I do not know why you are angry, but I apologize. Speaking of this, Landseer's tears were about to fall, feeling wronged. Skyla looked at a series of expressions and scolded endearingly, You idiot. Immediately after, she pushed him back to bed. I do not dislike you. In the luxurious room, Skyla's voice became even more charming, Landseer. When she had settled on the bed, she seriously questioned, Why did you say you wanted to marry me before? Landseer instead answered very frankly, Because I like you. As soon as the words were finished, Skyla jumped up and shouted, What is there to like about me? Why do you like me? And in the future, what do you want to do to live? But he still happily affirmed, Because it is you, that is why I like you. I like you the most in this world. I hate everything else. Landseer slightly moved his head closer and said in a low voice next to her ear, I want to be with you every day, like the way my older brother is with his lover. While speaking, he conveniently pulled the blanket up high for Skyla. Every morning when I wake up, the person I want to see first is you. Landseer quietly hugged her waist and expressed his heart. All day I will spend time with you, when the weather is good, before going to sleep. You are the last person I want to look at. He still babbled sweet words next to Skyla's ear. When we get old, I want the two of us to share small memories and laugh happily. But she suddenly interrupted that confession. Enough, I understand clearly, so do not say any more. I also like you, Landseer. Although she really wanted to, Skyla's heart had a little resistance, but our feelings are not the same. She looked at Landseer smile, and her heart kept wavering, holding hands, kissing. He is still naive like a child. Skyla has to always be by my side. That made Skyla even more helpless. Are things that do not exist in Landseer's mind. In the end, she still gave Landseer a gentle smile. My wishes are different from Landseer's wishes, even so. At this time, the door suddenly had a knock. Rachel did not dare to look straight and only said loudly, Young Master Landseer, Lady Skyla. Madam asked me to convey that the meal has been prepared. Skyla could only awkwardly respond, I know. After preparing, he again said in a pleading tone, Skyla, let us go eat together. But she turned away indifferently. No, I have to go home. My parents will be home early tomorrow. At this time, Landseer could only send a little hope. Then, can we meet tomorrow? However, the response to him was a vague answer, I do not know. So Landseer lowered his face and swallowed his grievance, is that so? But as soon as he raised his face, the gloom had been replaced by a bright smile. Okay, I will wait for you to contact me. Then, Landseer immediately turned and walked out. Skyla leaned against the door. Feeling a little strange, I thought he would make a fuss. Suddenly De'Arn appeared and interrupted her silence. Fortunately, the matter has been resolved smoothly. He did not hesitate to sigh. As expected, young Master Landseer likes the lady very much. Skyla stared at that face and questioned, You have been waiting outside all along. De'Arn very casually laughed. If the lady fails, I will use sleeping magic on the lady again. However, she remained silent, causing him to panic. Does the lady have something to say to me? But when Skyla spoke, De'Arn froze. That matter, can I know the name of your childhood friend? But he quickly regained his composure. That question is outside my expectations. Only De'Arn's eyes dropped slightly. It has been so long I have said this name. He mentioned that familiar name with a soft smile, Bliss. Her name is Bliss. When she received the answer, she wanted to demand more. I know it is not polite to say it, but I have time to consider, so I will ask you one last question. Skyla's words were like tearing through the silent space in De'Ern's thoughts. What should Bliss's lover have done to save her? Of course he would dodge the question in a flash. The lady does not have the qualities to be a diplomat. Asking sensitive questions like that could worsen the relationship between the two countries. Even so, she responded very firmly. I have already said, I do not have time to consider. Knowing that he could not escape, De'Ern could only hesitantly admit, I do not know. The helplessness in him suddenly became clear. What should I have done? De'Ern's back suddenly became lonely, even though there was someone to confide in, if she had not fallen in love from the start. Bliss's happy smile made him even more remorseful. Then maybe now, she would have lived a happy life. Speaking of this, De'Ern turned to Skyla. So what about the lady? His words were like an arrow piercing straight into her heart. For the one you love, can the lady not love him? Skyla remained silent. I can't answer Count De'Ern's question. Her vision gradually shifted to the study full of books, but I can recognize that letting Landseer experience love is impossible. The place where Skyla's heart was, I have to draw a clear line, in case Landseer's feelings become deep, because I want to live happily for a long time with Landseer. When she was flipping through a book, a call came. Lady Skyla. A girl ran in and reported to Skyla, I found a great mage named Bliss. Hearing this, she was full of curiosity. Is that so? Let me see. Skyla listened to her and conveniently flipped through a few pages. Bliss is not a noble, but a royal. Is this really the person we are looking for? This word made her waver for a moment. Royal. And that girl continued to affirm once again, yes, the one named Bliss in the kingdom of Hebena is only the deceased Princess Bliss. At this time, Skyla began to think carefully again. That is right, he said it was a childhood friend, not a noble lady. The news and portrait of Bliss made her face darken. After 3 months of marriage to Count De'Ern, Princess Bliss passed away. Immediately after, she took the book and ran very quickly. If I have the ability to read other people's minds. De'Ern's meaningful smile suddenly appeared in Skyla's mind. I should be able to grasp the meaning behind that smile. She began to rummage through her brain to guess. Landseer completely does not understand what love is. Even so, the risk of magic power erupting is threatening his life. Now Skyla could only regret silently in helplessness. I am sorry. Instead of protecting you, I am making you face danger. A long time had passed, and she had waited for her to wake up. The surrounding scene made Skyla a little flustered. This is... Before she could come to her senses, she was startled by the voice next to her. The lady is awake. Skyla looked at the familiar face and was surprised. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Ryan was still sitting leisurely with his legs crossed. I did not think the lady would be so surprised. I apologize. He looked straight at her as if to explain, because the lady fainted. So after treating her with magic power, I took the lady to the royal palace's resting room. Then Ryan took off his glasses and closed his eyes tightly. Because it was urgent, I did not have time to ask the lady for permission beforehand. I apologize. Skyla also sincerely responded, It is nothing, thank you very much, Your Highness. Yet he uttered a shocking sentence. I did it for my fiancé, no need to thank me. After those words, she was silent, causing Ryan to be suspicious. So are not you going to ask me anything else? Skyla hesitated a little, but still tried to say it. How is Landseer? Mentioning this, his face was a little stiff. Ah, that bad friend of the lady. Ryan put the book on the table and seriously opened his mouth. If I say it bluntly, then now. He stood up with a cold and gloomy voice. Now, young Master Landseer is in prison. The more Ryan spoke, the more she was stunned and frozen. Fortunately, no one died, however. The crime of destroying the palace cannot be erased. Skyla's hand suddenly clenched and trembled. Of course, there is no reason to let go of the person who directly caused the trouble. Seeing her expression like that, he returned to his calm appearance. As expected, the lady's mood is not good at all. Do not worry, it is called a prison, but that place is no different from the room. You are in... Ryan quickly put Skyla back on the bed. The royal mages are working hard to make the young master calm down, so the lady should also rest. He even delicately covered her with a blanket. I am not a cruel person to execute the lady's best friend. At this point, Skyla still wanted to demand, Can I meet Landseer? But Ryan rejected that request. Not yet. He smiled as a comfort to her. Just rest now. But as soon as he left, Skyla quickly changed her clothes. She was more sober after a coma. I do not know what will happen to Landseer. Objectively speaking, the magic power erupting on its own cannot be considered Landseer's fault. Skyla kept thinking about all kinds of problems in the palace. Everyone knows that a great mage cannot control the eruption of magic power, but why was it the palace? Negative thoughts were gradually appearing in her head. The palace is the center of the royal kingdom, even if the Soli Duke's family is the closest family to the royal family. This matter cannot be easily let go. But then, Skyla could also breathe a sigh of relief. Even so, it is fortunate that no one died. Perhaps Lancier protected everyone unconsciously. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out abruptly, causing her to be startled. What is it? Fabrice rushed into the resting room like crazy. Young lady. Skyla quickly went out and immediately encountered that scene. Fabrice. Before she could finish speaking, she ran over and hugged Skyla tightly. But Skyla's face turned purple from that tight hug. Fabrice, what is wrong? Suddenly, Fabrice's heart rang in her head. I thought I had lost the young lady. So Skyla took her hand very sincerely. I am sorry, Fabrice, I was so thoughtless. She suddenly became very self-reproachful. I should have informed my family first. This action made Fabrice pause. Don't apologize, I am fine. Hearing that apology, her heart was burning. If something happens to the young lady, I will die. Seeing this, Skyla secretly told herself, for Fabrice's lifespan, I have to live for a long time. At this time, the maids caught up. I am sorry, lady, she insisted on meeting you, so... She was very understanding and did not blame them. It is okay. I also have something to say to my maid. Can everyone avoid me for a bit? The two maids knew better and retreated. Yes, we will take our leave. The door quickly closed by inertia. After there were only 2 people left, Skyla began to confide. My parents also know I am here, right? She replied very quickly. Yes, that Artisina. Ugh, no. But Fabrice's face could not be happy. The Viscount conveyed a message, and I explained it to the Duke and Duchess already. She was slightly shocked by those wide eyes, revealing all her thoughts. Returning to reality, she was still more worried about Skyla than anything else. Is your forehead okay? And she could only mumble to get through. Ah. Skyla looked out the window and asked softly, How many hours have I fainted? Of course, Fabrice had told her very honestly. Exactly 1 day and 12 hours, lady. Hearing these words, her mouth opened wide uncontrollably. What? She still babbled. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has been visiting constantly, until you woke up. Skyla was embarrassed to the point of wanting to dig a hole. Oh my god, I wasted His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's time. I have to apologize the next time I see him. By the way, she quickly questioned, Fabrice, how is Lancier? Fabrice's face was a little ugly. The royal trial was held yesterday. As soon as the words were spoken, Skyla had to silently look at her hands. I was also present as a witness. Her subconscious mind suddenly drew the scene of speaking at that time. According to the testimony of a soldier, the city wall collapsed not long after the ball ended. Fabrice recalled every detail of running against death. As soon as the dance ended, I was helping people escape outside the collapsed city wall. Even the guards had to widen their eyes at the shocking scene. Then a light appeared, and we heard a very loud explosion. The castle was suddenly knocked down by a powerful energy. The entire scene of the country was submerged in a blurry white. Speaking of this, she could not help but sigh. Yes, even the Karen Duke's mansion was shaken. In another place, Lancier had shrunk like a frightened snail. Lancier deliberately hid deep in the palace, to a place where no one was. He also tortured himself, because Lancier is that kind of person. Skyla's voice suddenly dropped several octaves. So, what was the verdict? She hesitated and was cautious. His Majesty the Emperor. Fabrice mentioned this, and her heart suddenly chilled, has exiled young Master Lancier to the Northern Territory. The news reached her ears like a lightning strike. Northern Territory, I did not hear wrong, did I? Skyla rushed out without hesitation, leaving her behind, young lady. Unexpectedly, Lancier on this side was happily wrapped in a thick cotton blanket and heard a scream, no way. At the same time, her feet stopped because of the strong call, young lady. Fabrice still tried to hold on to the slender person in front of her. Please calm down. But Skyla was even more decisive than her. I am completely calm, for now. I must see His Majesty the Emperor. Fabrice knew that she could not do anything foolish, so she hugged Skyla tightly. Young lady, it was an accident, but young Master Lancier committed a serious crime that endangered national security. Because of thinking about the honor of the Soli family, His Majesty exiled the young master. Contrary to her worry, she thought of his naked body, but Lancier... Skyla's words petrified everything. Even Fabrice has no clothes on when sleeping. She could not advise any further. Yes. She became angrily because of the silly reason he will only freeze to death if he goes to the north. Fabrice suddenly understood something and probed, how did the lady know that? But Skyla did not care about those words anyway. She boldly opened the big door with a fierce spirit. Exiling Lancier to the north is too harsh a punishment. But before she could finish speaking, Skyla bumped into someone. I will immediately... The person's hands and mouth were both very elegant, gently reminding the lady must be careful. She was a little dazed when she looked up. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Ryan still explained while holding Skyla. I accidentally learned about young Master Lanzier's sleeping habits. Then he did not forget to add a sentence. But I wear clothes when I sleep, you know. I am telling this to the lady, causing her to blush shyly. Yes. At this time Fabrice showed her face and said timidly, I would like to greet the small son of the royal country. Ryan instead smiled very warmly. Thank you for always taking care of the lady. But very quickly he used the excuse to send people away with a face that deserved a beating. However, can you avoid us for a bit? I have something to say to the lady in private. She obeyed on the surface, but was resentful in her heart. Understood. What are you two going to do? Why do you always send me away? Now that only 2 people were in the hallway, Skyla opened her mouth. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I am sorry to take away your precious time. Ryan looked at her for a while before replying, Why apologize to me? Skyla bowed slightly and seriously admitted her crime. As the heir to the Kaerun Duke, not only did I not serve, but I also troubled you. I sincerely apologize. Can your highness forgive me? Why is not your highness saying anything? His expressionless face made her even more flustered. Like Lancier, I can't read his highness's thoughts. Perhaps it is because he is royal. Skyla's words suddenly stopped, and silence took over. But clearly, I could read his thoughts when we danced. Therefore, Ryan quickly interrupted. Unfortunately, I cannot forgive you. Her whole face rose immediately. What? Skyla could not help but think badly of this man. What is this? Is he looking for an excuse to find fault? But she still showed an industrial smile and flattered. What do I have to do to get the mercy of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? According to Skyla's words, his hands suddenly raised to her eye level. Ryan only made a very gentle request, can I call the Lady Kyla? But it could not dispel the doubt. In Skyla, nickname. Is this a tool that your highness uses to show intimacy with others? Seeing that she was still silent, he asked again. Is it okay? At the same time, Ryan's heart had reached Skyla's ears. It took me a long time to think of this nickname. I hope she will like it. His eyes caught the fleeting surprise in her expression. What is wrong? The lady looks very surprised. Skyla, who was caught off guard, stammered, that. The meaning after that was all neatly put into Skyla's heart. It has been a long time since I have heard your highness's inner thoughts, so I am surprised if I said these words. I would probably be considered crazy. When she calmed down, she could only defend. It is because I did not expect your highness to give me a nickname, so I was surprised. Ryan spoke his purpose directly. We will officially announce the engagement soon, so I think it is okay to give you a nickname. This made Skyla's mind jump repeatedly. What a wise and intelligent determination. As soon as he finished speaking, he pronounced a sentence. So Kyla too? She was stunned by it. Don't call me your highness anymore. That. Skyla could not accept it, so she changed the subject. Even if I am a representative of the upper class, calling His Royal Highness the Crown Prince by name is a little. But Ryan considered it very seriously. Thinking carefully, Ryan is my nickname. This secret made her look at him with different eyes. Everyone in the Empire knows. The Crown Prince's name is Ryan. What is going on? As if understanding Skyla's question, Ryan leaned close to her ear and whispered, This is a secret that only my close officials know. My real name is Dandelion. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. Are you Mindul? He even excitedly raised his thumb. Yes, I am. Skyla was now no different from a proper clown. The name of the next emperor is Dandelion, the majesty of the royal family. Ryan was still very dignified, putting his hands on his hips. If you want, Kyla can call me Dandelion. But in her head there was only doubt. Could it be that your highness came to see me just for a nickname? At this time, he finally confessed. Indeed, Kyla is very perceptive. Ryan confessed to Skyla at this time. That is why I like Kyla. She was too surprised and did not have time to shape what was happening. Skyla could only laugh secretly as if benefiting. Is this the taste of power? Being called by the Emperor with such a close nickname, I have really made it. After a moment of digression, he got to the main point. This matter, I was going to explain it slowly to Kyla, but Kyla has already heard it from her maid, right? Whenever this issue was mentioned, she was very worried. Lancier was really exiled to the north. Knowing that he could not hide it, Ryan nodded. His Majesty the Emperor's current verdict is like that. Skyla suddenly had a bold thought. So what do I have to do to keep Lancier from being exiled to the north? That also caused him to be silent for a while. But then Ryan had to open his mouth to break the gloomy atmosphere. I thought Kyla would ask me not to exile Lancier to the north. Skyla cared about her face very much and retorted, I can't keep begging. Skyla did not have the mood to joke and looked out blankly. Fabrice's words were not wrong. Objectively, Lancier was at a disadvantage in every aspect. But Lancier is a rare great mage. Perhaps only appears once in 1,000 years. I can't beg the Emperor with tears, so I have to change my strategy. Thinking of doing, she stood up to defend the person in her heart. Are you going to let such a talent rot in the north? But he still took the upper hand and blocked her. A claim that is difficult to accept. A naive mage who can't even control his own magic power. Can he be called a talent? Ryan did not hesitate to admit, to me, the young master is no different from a ticking time bomb. He kept questioning with the danger. This time it is the palace walls. But how can you be sure that next time it won't be the Emperor's bedroom? However, Skyla was still very determined. I will adjust. She stood up straight and solemnly assured, I will personally put a collar on Lancier and supervise him. I will train him. Ryan was completely silent before Skyla's decisiveness, to let him control his emotions well and not add any more controversy. But unexpectedly, she heard him think in another direction. Is that Kyla's hobby? I do not know why, but I like it. So Skyla was panicked. It is just an analogy. She also had to secretly endure Ryan's dumb thoughts. What a pity, but Kyla... In Skyla's heart, she was full of tears. What a pity. But she still had to squeeze out a smile, yes. He bluntly exposed the truth. Even the Soli Duke and Duchess have completely given up. How is Kyla going to teach him? She even rebelled brazenly, even swearing her honor. What method is not important. However, if I can't make Lancier control his emotions in 1 year, I will go to the north with Lancier. These words caused confusion in Ryan. The person who caused the trouble is young Master Lancier. Why is the lady going to the north? He kept asking in a rush, are you giving up the title of Kyrune Duchess for young Master Lancier? But all were wrapped by Skyla in one word. No, I have absolutely no intention of going to the north. She unconsciously remembered Ryan's handsome image. I just wanted to show you my will and confidence. And... Now, Skyla had taken out her trump card. Didn't you promise you will listen to a request from me no matter what it is? His eyes suddenly dropped. In the end, Ryan could only force a smile to hide his embarrassment. Yes, I clearly promised that. When she achieved her purpose, she revealed a little plan. Throughout history, there have been many great mages. Among them, there are those who have grasped how to control their emotions. I will research all the records about the great mages. A secret was revealed by Skyla to him. I plan to rely on analyzing successful examples of emotion control to train Lancier. After these words, Ryan had fallen into silence. But he still accepted the request that was made. I will directly advise His Majesty the Emperor. I do not know if His Majesty will listen. I did not expect the lady to use the wish on such an uncertain thing. Kyla? Ryan still could not completely believe in himself. I thought Kyla would request something that was more certain. And she felt lighter by a few points. Thank you. He also seized this opportunity to invite, now that we are at it, is there anything else Kyla wants to ask me? Just waiting for this sentence, Skyla happily demanded, if possible, can I meet Lancier? As soon as the words were spoken, Ryan could not help but laugh. The same words as young Master Lancier, right? He had recounted everything. After confirming that he had woken up, I released him. I intended to let him go home, but young Master Lancier asked if he could meet Kyla. When receiving that story, she wavered a little. Lancier. Seeing that attitude, Ryan wanted to tease. Isn't Kyla too close to young Master Lancier already? I am about to be jealous, so he had to receive her disgusted eyes. You do not need to be jealous. Skyla's mood gradually fell when she admitted to herself, Lancier and I are not that kind of relationship, and... These next words made his surprise unable to hide. The same with the Crown Prince. Ryan finally understood these words. Yes, that is right. His eyes narrowed to get rid of the anomaly through his pupils. I hope you can maintain that spirit. In the evening, she followed the maid Fabrice to the carriage. The driver knew better and asked first, we are going back to the Karim Duke's mansion. Right, lady. Skyla quickly said the location. No, to the Soli Duke's mansion. She also conveniently reminded, lady, the Duke and Duchess are waiting for you there. Fabrice still wanted to persuade her. Everyone is very worried about you, lady. But Skyla had made a condition beforehand, 10 minutes. She smiled sweetly to be approved. I will only look at Lancier's face. She paused a bit at facing this expression. Very quickly, Skyla appeared at the luxurious white castle. Oh, Lady Skyla. Rachel saw the familiar figure and ran over. The youngest young master is in the dining room. She quickly replied, okay. The door just opened a crack when it let out a powerless voice. Oh my God, Lancier. Skyla froze at the sweet words. Eat more, son. Once you go to the north, you won't be able to eat it anymore, my son. Meat. Eat meat. The middle-aged voice was still earnestly pleading. My poor son, at least you have to gain weight to withstand the cold. But the young man resisted immediately. But I am not hungry. The Duke and Duchess Solly were crying miserably beside their son, bribing the Grand Duke of the North, no, an offer of cooperation enough to help you not be hungry. But this kind of meat is rare in the North, son. However, all the touching words were knocked down by Landseer in one sentence. Every time it is mealtime, I will go home by teleportation. He suddenly stopped when he saw a figure appear. Landseer could not help but say the name he missed, Skyla. But she wanted to evaluate him. This guy does not understand the meaning of the word exile. At this time, Fabrice suddenly jumped in and broke the atmosphere. 10 minutes start counting down. Skyla had to reluctantly reply, I know. But his legs moved faster than her by one step. Landseer went to Skyla's side and hurriedly asked, Are you okay? She let him hold her hand and spoke, I am okay, so I am standing in front of you. Landseer suddenly lifted a few strands of hair on Skyla's forehead with pity. Forehead, does it hurt? She was shaken by the action. No, he also responded quickly, that is good. Then Landseer opened his mouth with a gentle tone. Such a strong collision, it must hurt a lot. I am really sorry. Skyla understood the meaning and laughed immediately. I am the one who hit your head. Why are you apologizing? He was just embarrassed in confusion. Then I won't apologize. At this time, she ran over to ask, Oh my God, Skyla, is your body okay? She immediately changed the direction of the conversation politely. Yes, thank you for your concern. He took the opportunity to interject. But Skyla, you just came from the royal palace, right? Skyla was a little startled, but did not deny it. Yes, that is right. And she saw the panic of the Duke and Duchess. Why? Why? So Skyla took the opportunity to speak first. I came here because I have something to say. She did not hesitate to go straight to the point. I heard that Landseer was exiled to the north for the crime of destroying the palace walls. He was a little sad, but still opened his mouth. That is right. At this time, Skyla said the previous agreement. It is true that Landseer caused a serious accident, but I have said to the Crown Prince that it is too harsh a punishment, and His Highness agreed with me to some extent. Hearing these words, he seemed to be overjoyed. Is that so? What did His Highness say? Did he say he would exempt the exile order? Of course, she gave the most reasonable answer. He said he would say good things about this matter to His Majesty the Emperor. This made him very grateful to Skyla. We owe you again. Thank you very much, Skyla. She quickly turned to advise Landseer a few words. I probably do not need to say that I will directly train Landseer, right? Now I just need to say that there is a possibility that Landseer won't be exiled, so do not worry either. Yet he was too frank. I am not worried, causing Skyla to turn purple with anger. Landseer, I will definitely save you, this kid. You have to know how to worry. Right. Can't I come all the way to the north every time I want to see you? Even if this feeling is one-sided. Speaking of this, Landseer began to scratch his cheeks again. Thinking about it, I think it would be better to divide myself. He acted like a child deducing some cartoon scenes. The clone will stay in the north, and the real person will stay by your side, making the old father embarrassed and want to dig a hole. Landseer, Skyla is tired today. Let us stop here. Seeing this, she prepared to slip away. Landseer, I will contact you later. But when she got home, Skyla was squeezed in the embrace of the old couple. Skyla. The couple kept saying sorry. Hitting Landseer's head must have been hard on you. And she had to quickly resolve this mess. Yes, can you two stop and sit down now? After settling down, he said a bunch of things. Fortunately, thanks to the Crown Prince's timely actions, the situation did not erupt into a national chaos. Landseer's trial was also conducted very carefully. It seems that the Solly Duke's family has made a lot of moves. Taking this opportunity, he had a chance to be proud. Like father, many people also mistakenly thought that the Kingdom of Hibina had attacked the capital. Thanks to this, many patriots rushed out with weapons in their hands. Then he remembered the dangerous riots. Even the soldiers in the suburbs of the capital came back to the palace, so it led to a riot that was not small at all. Skyla was also secretly relieved and sighed. At present, Landseer's matter has not spread everywhere, thank goodness. I have asked the Crown Prince to reconsider the exile of Landseer. She quickly opened her mouth about her own matter, on the condition that I will be the one to train Landseer so that he won't cause a similar incident again. Just like that, the two suddenly panicked. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, listened to your request. Skyla did not speak, but she secretly had an answer. That is the face for the contract marriage. He saw that she did not say anything and wanted to probe. What else? How will you train Landseer? However, she did not really share it. I have my own way. Skyla could only rely on a small belief. Father, mother, do you two believe me? Right. They also accepted very sympathetically, of course. The couple even raised their thumbs to reassure her. we believe in you. But the voice in her heart was known by Skyla. Even Lansier's parents have given up. How can this child do it? The green castle seemed to blend into the cool scenery of the forest. The hot spring was steaming with strong breaths. She sighed in relief as she came up from underwater. The stress is relieved. Suddenly the servant went to report unexpectedly, "Lady." Fabrice saw the naked body and hurriedly repented. "I am sorry for rushing in while you were bathing, but I have urgent news to tell you." But Skyla was focused on questioning, "What is the matter?" She uttered, "Shocking news. The Crown Prince has come to find you, lady." So she was shocked. The Crown Prince. Skyla could not help but guess. Could it be that he is waiting for me? Fabrice struggled to follow her to get dressed. No, the messenger from the royal family came and said that His Highness is coming soon. Skyla rushed out of the room with all her anger. At least they should have notified me one day in advance. It is really rude. What is going on again? However, the big string in her broke suddenly. A group of maids came in with a ton of things. "Invite them in, lady." Her mother was also involved in this. "Skyla, the Crown Prince is coming to our house in 1 hour. Right, honey?" Skyla was completely helpless in the face of that warm welcome mom. She did not care about anything and ordered the people behind her, help the lady put on makeup as quickly as possible. They pounced on her like hungry tigers. "Lady, do not be afraid." Skyla was surrounded and could only complain, "So scary, no do not, please." Not stopping there, she excitedly turned to Fabrice. "Fabrice, bring that dress here." She obediently followed. "I understand." At this time, her eyes suddenly narrowed in doubt. Mom is not the kind of person who makes a big deal out of things like this. Maybe the Crown Prince's arrival is the reason. Finally, Skyla had to sit still for the group to dress her up. Even though this is just a fake engagement, it seems that His Highness wants to score points in my parents' eyes. Or come to tell me about the punishment of Lansir. But she kept wavering as she saw her happy. Seeing Mom so happy, well, this time. She was still in the mood to help Skyla choose clothes. "Wear this one, honey." Facing the low-cut dress, Skyla had to grit her teeth and endure, just ignore it to be safe. Just then, the bell rang, and said loudly, "Lady, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." She heard this and quickly adjusted her clothes. "Okay, I am coming right now." Skyla just left the one mistress and one servant alone in the spacious room. After a while, she appeared in a layered dress. Ryan turned around following the call. "Kyla." He smiled awkwardly. "Sorry for suddenly coming to find you like this. How are you feeling?" Skyla kept that polite face. "Yes, I am fine, but..." She dragged out her voice as if wanting to probe. "The matter that your highness is about to say is so important that it cannot be conveyed through a letter." However, Skyla received Ryan's tangled thoughts. "I do not know either." She suddenly caught his eyes looking up, and the thoughts she heard, "If I say I came here because I wanted to see Skyla." Skyla could not hide the surprise on her face and thought, "Wanted to see me?" Ryan saw this and explained, "It is true that this matter can be sent through a letter." He looked towards her while continuing, but because young Master Lansir smashed the city walls, dust flew everywhere in the palace. Ryan's expression could not hide his excitement. "I wanted to go out for some fresh air and happened to meet the lady." The more Skyla listened, the more confused she felt. Why does he want to see me? Could it be that His Highness likes me? One of her hands reached out to pull a chair. Ryan's voice still rang out. The words that the lady said yesterday. I have directly conveyed them to His Majesty the Emperor. He tilted his head, his smile clearly on his face, and His Majesty the Emperor generously accepted the lady's request. Hearing these words, Skyla could not hide her excitement. Following that, Ryan added, "It took me 3 hours just to persuade His Majesty." The words he said were like arrows piercing Skyla's conscience. "Although I gave up many rights at the Crown Prince's palace, but it is okay to have His Majesty's permission." She thought shyly, "I feel so bad." Ryan leaned forward and dropped a question. "The exile order of young Master Lansir will soon be revoked, so will Skyla listen to my request?" Skyla asked curiously. "Yes." He carefully put a fence up first. "If you find it difficult, you can refuse." But she had already made clear her views, so she listened attentively. But it is the price for getting acceptance in a legitimate way. Even so, a voice still rang in her heart. "I am Skyla's conscience. To be honest, I feel a little guilty." Then Skyla had to reluctantly accept Ryan's proposal. "I will do what I can." Looking at the face of the person in front of her, blooming like spring, she could not help but wonder, what will the prince ask for? Will he organize an engagement ceremony immediately? Or request support from the Karun family on the day of the Crown Prince's coronation? Unexpectedly, what Ryan proposed was so simple that Skyla froze. "Let us spend time together drinking tea once a week." She forced herself to ask again, just that. And he also smiled brightly and explained, as the representative of the Karun Duke, spending time once a week is a burden. Unexpectedly, Skyla was still amazed, looking at the person in front of her with wide eyes. Why is that? If Ryan wants to, I can spend time on any day. In her heart, she was busy questioning her life. I am just a noble. I will do whatever the Crown Prince says. Ryan still kept that mischievous smile when he replied, "These flattering words do not sound bad." He said softly, "I have realized one thing through this incident." Ryan's expression suddenly became more serious. Skyla. She kept denying, but in my opinion, Skyla is not simply a close friend of young Master Landseer. Skyla slowly corrected, "I said Landseer and I are just friends." She did not forget to carefully repeat it a second time. To me, the positions of Landseer and Ryan are the same. In her heart, she was still constantly calculating, because both are people that I'm trying not to like. But Ryan leaned forward with interest, those words. He smiled brightly. The words are full of implications, wanting to say that Skyla likes both me and young Master Landseer. Skyla drank tea while leisurely affirming, "Let us just say that." However, she could not help but panic as she observed his expression. What is wrong? I can't read the Crown Prince's mind at these times. It is so uneasy. Ryan intertwined his hands. The story continued from this. I will say one more thing. If something similar happens to me, Skyla will save me. This question made Skyla freeze. Just like the way she did with young Master Landseer, she hesitated and looked back Ryan that question. Seeing that confused look, Ryan did not force anything more. No, it is okay if Skyla does not answer. He slowly stood up, maintaining a polite demeanor, and continued. Thank you for receiving me with such delicious tea. Next time it will be my turn to prepare. Skyla hurriedly stood up immediately afterwards. Are you wanting to go back without anything more? Unexpectedly, Ryan only answered her with a smile that was brighter than before. Thinking about it, I should have cared more so that Skyla could rest more. I will solve everything so that Skyla can recover quickly. She froze and reluctantly responded shortly, Thank you, but in her head she secretly asked, I am healthy already. Ryan did not forget to give more instructions before leaving. Skyla, come see me every Saturday afternoon. Then he turned, and Skyla could only watch him leave. Unexpectedly, Ryan tripped before he could take a few steps. Looking at the man who fell flat on his face, Skyla could only sigh secretly. He really is easy to fall. If he falls like this on the coronation day, it will probably be a national disgrace. Returning to the library, she quickly requested the helper, help me find the materials related to the Kingdom of Hebena and Princess Bliss. The servant softly asked back, These are the materials that you have read once. Should I take them all? Skyla rubbed her chin and wondered. There are no new materials, the girl explained slowly. There are no new materials. After all, the princess has passed away for some time. The disappointment was undisguised on Skyla's face. She sighed. Then we request the materials at the Royal Library. If possible, borrow the library's records about other nobles as well. The other person accepted and replied shortly, I understand. Speaking of which, the Great Mage is an existence that is so rare that only one has appeared in thousands of years. The existence like that appearing 2 people in just over 10 years is a miracle. Skyla kept calculating. Princess Bliss is the most recent Great Mage. She requested again. Summarize everything and bring it to my study, and considered a few other factors. If we investigate her, I do not know if we can find anything. She began to remember the past. 4 years ago, I checked, and there was no solution, but... And then, Skyla decided to make a determination. When she saw the pile of books that the other person brought, try to find it again, even if it is just a little information. It can help. Skyla quickly started her research. She could not help but think of that person, Princess Bliss. After many years of meeting her again, she still smiled so brightly. Skyla's hand propped on her chin, her face showing contemplation. Why does her face look so familiar? Her eyes swept over the content on the page, while her mouth kept mumbling. Golden pupils, huh? At this time, the person outside suddenly spoke. Lady, the servants in the royal palace have come to find you. Skyla raised her head and asked in confusion. But I did not call them. Austin presented in a very detailed way. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince sent them because of your health. He did not forget to add a word. It would not be polite to send them back, so I took them into the living room already. Hearing this, Skyla had to follow. As soon as she came to the door, Austin's voice rang out again. There are rumors that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince dotes on the lady very much. Skyla walked in the hall, secretly asking in her head, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince dotes on me. After thinking for a long time, she sighed. I do not know what will happen. He was talking nonsense just yesterday, but... The door of the room was cracked open. Skyla froze when observing the scene in front of her. She was so shocked that she unconsciously sighed. Why did you send so much? A chef enthusiastically spoke. I came here to provide nutritious food for Lady Skyla. Following that was a person with a slightly strange appearance. I came here to make herbal tea that benefits both the mind and body for the lady. The third person solemnly introduced. I came here to help you relax your mind before going to sleep. A boy with a harp in tow said, Lady Skyla, I hope you will find happiness in my music and face. But the last person was the most dangerous, and I. Both Skyla and the other members unconsciously stepped back. When she saw Canip with a friendly smile, came here to cast recovery magic for Lady Kyrune. Observing him for a while, Skyla secretly commented, eyes reminiscent of a cat, pupils shining like gold. This person was none other than Viscount Artisina. He smiled and continued her words, long time no see, Lady Kyrune. But Skyla's attitude had become cold in just a second. Viscount, immediately follow me to the study. This made Canip lose interest. So scary. What about me? The other three were left behind just like that. As soon as he entered the room, Canip spoke. Lady, is your body okay? She bluntly interrupted. Thanks to the Viscount's recovery magic, I am okay now. He smiled and probed. Does the lady know I am coming here? Unexpectedly, Skyla suddenly turned her head to question Viscount. Her seriousness was pushed to the highest level when looking at him, looking at me. What does the Viscount see? Canip blushed slightly and presented hesitantly. Yes, I see. Unexpectedly, the words that were spoken were contrary to that serious expression, the most beautiful woman in this world. Skyla continued to request, please sit down. Canip huddled awkwardly on a chair. What do you want to say by calling me here, lady? In his head, he was a little smug, thinking, there are only 2 people in the private room. Could it be that the lady cares about me? Skyla crossed her arms and questioned harshly, is the royal treasury very lacking? She did not forget to remind Canip, snap out of it. Following that was a series of words like knives stabbing into his heart, causing Canip to shed tears. Are there no other mages in the royal family besides the Viscount? Why do I always see you? He smiled awkwardly and began to explain. Actually, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince values my abilities, that is why. However, the true intention was more interesting to her. Actually, because he owes Dandelion, he is being ordered around by him. Skyla narrowed her eyes and looked at the person in front of her. The Viscount knows the Crown Prince's real name. The Crown Prince said that only his close officials know this. Apart from his activity, I do not see anything outstanding. Then she continued to count. Very suspicious, thinking about it. Viscount Artisina. Skyla carefully observed the person in front of her. Is he a new noble? She asked curiously. Are yellow eyes very common in the kingdom of Hebena? He froze at the off-topic question, but still quickly gave an answer. Yes. Even so, the truth hidden in her thoughts could not get past Skyla. Actually, only the outside and a few nobles have yellow eyes. She rang the bell while answering. Is that so, lady? Do you know the saying that if you meet 3 times, it is destiny? Canip began to self-admire. Anyway, our destiny. And before the words flew far, at this moment a maid had quickly entered. You called for me. Skyla continued to block him with an invitation. Viscount, would you like some cake? Canip repeated in confusion, cake. His expression also became strange, and the thoughts followed that entered her head. Unexpectedly, there would be a day when the lady would give me snacks? Skyla asked herself. What exactly does he see me as? She quickly clarified her intentions. I want to thank the Viscount for helping me in the royal palace ballroom, leading me to the place where Landseer was in a state of magic eruption. The words were added with a friendly smile, and for using magic to treat me in the past few days. Canip was suddenly so surprised that his eyes widened. She returned to the main topic. So, cheesecake or chocolate? Many thoughts were poured into her head again. If the lady knew I liked chocolate cake, she would probably see me as a child, right? Canip hesitantly suggested. Then cheesecake, and Skyla did not hesitate to follow his wishes. Chocolate cake, with black tea. The maid replied shortly, yes. Very quickly, the door was closed. She continued to ask, is the Viscount's body okay? If you are depleted of magic power, your body will be very tired. He smiled slightly, and the thoughts in his head continued to ring. The lady is caring about me. And then Canip carefully replied, I am okay. My magic power is quite strong, Skyla muttered with a clear expression, as expected. She continued to ponder, letting the person next to her tilt his head in confusion. The magic power of the kingdom of Hebena is passed through blood. The person who possesses magic power will become a noble. Hebena is a country where the person who possesses a stronger source of magic power will become a higher noble. A conclusion was drawn by Skyla, and coincidentally, the yellow-eyed mage who possesses a strong source of magic power comes from the kingdom of Hebina. Just a moment later, the maid had brought the food as requested. She bowed politely and replied, "Enjoy your meal." Skyla, while raising the teacup in her hand, asked, "Why did you come to the royal kingdom?" Canip elegantly cut the cake slowly and continued, "This is a personal matter, but—" The explanation was uttered lazily. "My parents forced me into a political marriage, so I ran away." Skyla leisurely drank tea, but could not help but be shocked in her head. A political marriage. She slowly put down the cup and asked, "Viscount Artisina, what is your name?" He smiled brightly and revealed, "Me, Canip?" The question in her head continued to echo in Skyla's ears. She is caring about me again. Skyla's gaze became sharper by several points. She slowly clarified, "No, I am talking about your real name." Hearing this, he froze stiffly. In her heart, panic began to arise. Was I discovered? How could it be? And then Canip decided to feign ignorance and asked back, "I do not know what you are talking about, lady." Skyla did not hesitate to affirm again, "But I do." She explained slowly, "The third prince of the kingdom of Hebina." The old things were reminded. That means, about the time when Canip was young, Skyla quickly came to the conclusion. He had experienced a similar phenomenon. Hearing this, Canip could not hide his laughter. I was completely fooled. The aura around him suddenly became more dangerous by several points. How does the lady know? She explained slowly, "Let me see, because there is too much evidence." Then she added a guarantee, "Of course, this is a secret between me and the prince." Canip replied satisfactorily, "Thank you, lady." He returned a promise to her. "Later, if I return to the kingdom of Hebina, I will definitely invite the lady and repay you." Skyla took the opportunity to probe, "But who is the marriage partner that you have to run away from?" Canip honestly replied to her, "It is a secret, but whatever. The partner is Princess Esmeralda, the daughter of the Demon King." Skyla gave a guess. If she is the daughter of the Demon King, is not she very beautiful? Curiosity had told her the mind-blowing truth. She is 25 years older than me. Canip suddenly changed his attitude. Enough small talk. His tone became more cautious when he questioned, "The price for knowing my true identity, what does the lady want?" The question was released as light as a feather, but the meaning was profound. "The price for knowing my true identity, what does the lady want?" Skyla could not help but look over and explain, "What price? There is none. I heard it from Dandelion, so I know everything." Canip rubbed his chin and thought, "He said the exile order has been withdrawn, on the condition that the lady educate young Master Landseer." He looked at her, his smile clear on his face. "My older sister. The lady must be very curious about Princess Bliss, a great mage." Skyla looked back at Canip, already calculating in her head. "He is not as stupid as he looks." At this time, he shrugged and replied, "I am the youngest son of His Majesty. The age difference between me and my sister is not small, so I also do not know much about her." She nodded slightly to assure, "It is okay." The corners of Canip's mouth curved into a smile. He sincerely suggested, "So I will answer according to what I know. You can ask me anything, lady." The afternoon gradually fell. Canip stood up again and stretched, sighing. "It is this hour already." Skyla looked over and softly continued, "You have helped me a lot. Thanks to that, I have been able to grasp the ways that can help Landseer." He just smiled in response, "It is nothing." The conversation came to an end with her guarantee, "I will train Landseer well, according to your advice." Canip faced the door and did not forget to leave a sentence. "Good luck, Lady Karen." In his head, he also sincerely thought, "I hope that young Master Landseer will not have a tragic ending." Skyla unconsciously said the answer, "I will try my best." Canip froze and observed her. He could not help but ask curiously, "Can the lady read my thoughts?" Skyla directly affirmed, "To be precise, I can hear them." He hugged his head and sighed. "No wonder. That is why I can't hide my true identity." Then Canip asked again, "Wait, so can the lady use magic?" Skyla avoided his gaze when replying, "Number." Walking out the door, she explained, "During a trip before, I was cursed by a mage, so that is why." Canip asked in surprise, What kind of magic is it?" She refused to explain further. "Let us talk about that later. I have to report about the education to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Before leaving, Skyla did not forget to say goodbye. "I will go first. Viscount Artisina?" He waved his hand and replied shortly, "Go home carefully, Lady Kaerun." He did not forget to send her a thought. "When you get back, take me to see your room." Skyla smiled warmly. and accepted the opinion. She walked while thinking of one person, Landseer. Skyla did not hide it and directly affirmed, "I miss you." The two girls began to speed up and called loudly, "Landseer." The small hand knocked repeatedly on the door. Skyla called from inside, panting, "Landseer, I am coming in," Landseer exclaimed in surprise. "Skyla!" He was sitting on the ground, an embarrassed expression clear on his face. The question was raised when she approached, "What are you doing?" Landseer hesitated. This thing. His hand was holding a piece of paper. The explanation that followed made Skyla confused. "I see this as you and am making them." Landseer smiled brightly and explained, "Every time I think of you, I make one." A small memory flooded into Skyla's head. "Here, if you feel lonely, see this as me and come back." Landseer's innocent expression at that time struck straight into her heart. "This is Skyla." Skyla asked blankly, "How have you been living lately?" He replied in confusion, "Well, breathing and living day by day." Observing Landseer in front of her, she could not help but feel confused. But why is his condition like that? The worry gradually grew in her heart. He was still calm when the exile order was issued. What is wrong with him now? Skyla slowly sat down next to him and began to bring up the topic. "Landseer, what is wrong? Is it because of the magic eruption?" Her gaze never left the person next to her. "If not, why are you sad?" Landseer asked in confusion. "I am sad." She patiently explained. "You are sad now. If this is not sadness, then what is it?" At this time, he leaned his head into his hands and sighed. "So this is the feeling of being sad." Skyla froze. A worrisome thought arose. Landseer is more ignorant about emotions than I thought. She continued to ask herself, what has happened in the past few days? And then the question turned into words. "Why did not you come find me?" Landseer could not hide his confusion. Skyla slowly explained, "Before, at least you would come to see me once a day, right?" At this time he recounted, "Yesterday my older brother came." She asked curiously, "Didn't he get married a few years ago and is at home?" Landseer gloomily recounted, "Yesterday he came for a bit." Skyla was not surprised and thought, "His younger brother caused such a big trouble, it is worth him coming to see, right?" Then she slowly asked, "So, did he scold you?" Landseer suddenly turned around, asking in a sad tone, "Do you also think I am a bad friend?" His hand clenched when he continued. He looked at me and said that if I keep bothering you, one day you will dislike me and leave me. A casual affirmation was uttered. "No, maybe. You have started to hate me already." Landseer dropped his head between his hands and announced, "Just as he said, I am a bad friend, even though you told me not to come find you. But I came to find you every day." Skyla's words of rejection were remembered. "Now go home," he sadly added, "even knowing that you are busy, but just because I miss you, I just want to see your smiling face." The more he thought about the times they met, the more Landseer blamed himself. "I should have realized that you might not like it." He shed tears, not daring to look straight at Skyla. "I have made you suffer all this time. I am sorry." Skyla then sighed and replied, "You do not need to be by my side now, Landseer." Her hand reached out to wipe away a tear on his face. Skyla smiled and asked back, "The words I said before you fainted from being hit on the head, do you still remember them?" Landseer looked at her with wide eyes in confusion. His eyes flickered slightly, and his face turned pink when he remembered. She was satisfied and looked over before continuing. "It is good that you still remember." Hearing this, Landseer was shocked and asked back, "But the words you said you liked me, were they real?" Skyla only asked shortly, "What is wrong?" She smiled and teased, "Do you want it to be a lie?" He hurriedly waved his hand to deny. "Number." Then he slowly added, "But every time I said I liked you, you said you hated me." Skyla tilted her head to reply, "Because your liking and my liking have different meanings." As soon as the words were spoken, Landseer was confused. Seeing this, she had to explain, "Listen, Landseer, you like me as your only friend." But no matter how much she said, he would not understand, "And I like you as a friend of the opposite sex." Landseer asked blankly, "What is the difference?" She continued to open his mind. "The feeling you have for me is obsession, and the feeling I have for you is—" Unexpectedly saying half of it, she was choked by her own embarrassment. Skyla blushed and replied, "Low love." Landseer asked another question with confusion. "What is obsession?" Before his dazed expression, she still patiently explained, "Imagine this. If I go traveling with another friend besides you, how would you feel?" Unexpectedly, she received a very difficult answer. "But you do not have any other friends. Skyla was ashamed and turned to anger. Shut up. She crossed her arms and seriously asked back, so how do you feel? After a moment of consideration before Lancier smiled and replied, I will use sleeping magic on that person and go instead. Hearing this, Skyla's eyes widened and she seriously affirmed, that is obsession. Skyla's whole person began to sink into thought. The old things that were recalled explained this. Because the Viscount, the only person in her life, said goodbye, it caused her to be greatly shocked. If only she had other friends. How nice it would be. After thinking east and west, Skyla spoke again. Listen carefully, Lancier. You, from today, besides me, make other friends. He obediently replied, I understand. Lancier's cooperative attitude could not help but surprise her. His hands at this time were many tiny spots of light. The crumpled papers in front of him were lifted just like that. They gradually formed a concrete figure. Lancier smiled and introduced the paper figurine that had just been created. Here, friend. Skyla was so annoyed that she swung her hand and punched her friend. She raised her voice and scolded. I told you to make friends, not to create friends. Skyla angrily instructed Lancier, or go to a job introduction center and hire a friend, but he still innocently asked back, Are we going now? Skyla's hands clenched into fists. Please, do not make me use violence on you. At this time, Lancier slowly stood up with an announcement. But other than Skyla, I do not need other friends. She cut off this thought. No, from now on you will need them. He slowly lowered his body and sat down. Then he reluctantly agreed. Okay, if you want, I will make one friend. A few seconds later, another question was raised. But how to make friends? Skyla was stunned for a moment. She became flustered when explaining, well, if you get along, the two will gradually become close. Lancier asked in confusion, Besides you, does Skyla have other friends? She boldly affirmed, of course. He looked at her intently. In Skyla's heart, she could not help but shout, Why not? Lancier only asked slowly, Who is the other friend? Skyla was still questioning herself. Do I have one? Why? Why? Finally, a name was uttered that made the other person surprised. Is Ryan. Skyla continued to affirm again. I am close to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. And then secretly sighed. I revealed the identity of one noble Blast. Lancier indifferently commented, You only danced with him once. Is dancing once enough to become friends? She had to follow that up and cover it up. Well, that is also a way. At this time, Lancier rubbed his chin and concluded, So the ladies who asked me to dance with them at the royal ballroom this time wanted to become friends with me. Skyla seemed to catch a lifeline. The excitement was written all over her face. Ball, that is it. She placed her hands on Lancier's shoulders and smiled at him. Skyla was awake at this time. Lancier has never appeared in social parties or tea parties. Is not this an opportunity for him to make friends? Her thoughts continued to go deeper. But the royal ballroom has just taken place, so there probably won't be a ballroom in the near future. She quickly made a suggestion to him. Lancier, do you want to come to a social party with me? Yes. Skyla's expression was unusually enthusiastic. Then tell the person to send all the invitations sent to you here. Lancier happily responded. Unexpectedly, only immediately after Skyla had to ask in surprise, threw them all away. The manager politely presented, even though her expression was rapidly turning ugly. Yes, I am sorry. Because the youngest young master has never participated, so ma you. Lancier suggested in confusion, I am sorry, or should I turn back time? Skyla replied speechlessly, No, the soul may be divided into two and fly away too. He hugged his head and cried, I do not want to. Lancier felt at a loss and sighed. What should we do now? You wanted to go to a party so much, but she had almost flown away. Not that I wanted to. Never mind. Skyla's eyes suddenly opened wide with a thought. Wait. She became excited again when she guessed. That is right. What if there are invitations sent to me? At dusk, Skyla stopped before a building. She looked around, very confused. Where is that scent coming from? On the other side, there were two people burning paper. Skyla came closer and asked curiously, What are you two doing here? Madame Keroon raised her head to look at her. My beautiful daughter. She continued to smile. It has been a long time since I have had private time with your father. Hearing this, she could not help but be suspicious. While the two of you spend 25 hours in one day to date. And be in love. At this time, it was Duke Keroon's turn to speak. Every time your mother eats marshmallows, her mouth is covered with it. So if I wipe her mouth, I will definitely kiss her mother. Skyla refused to receive any more dog food. She quickly went home. Austin bowed politely and greeted. You are back, lady. Skyla suddenly called, Austin. Then she hesitated and requested, The invitations I received for the party. Gather them all and bring them to my study. He raised his eyebrows in shock. Party invitations. The response to her was disappointment. Lady, I am really sorry. Austin explained blankly, but all the invitations sent to the lady have been burned. He hesitated when mentioning the reason, the Duke and Duchess. Skyla's expression was not surprised at these words. They said they would use it to make a bonfire. Austin bowed to admit his mistake. I am so ashamed. His thoughts reached Skyla's ears. If I paid a little attention to the usual invitations. She hugged her head and sighed. Then tomorrow, I have to report to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Thinking of the invitations made into props for her parents, love, Skyla was a little tangled. What to do? Immediately after, she saw herself in a strange space. This is... A voice rang out in the back, causing her to pay attention. Skyla. A letter with raging flames, the corners already scorched, appeared, causing Skyla to be shocked. It spoke accusingly. You have never valued social activities anyway. Then, without saying a word, it rushed to attack Skyla. She woke up abruptly and shouted loudly, "Number." Only until now did Skyla realize that she had just had a dream. She slowly sat up. It took a while to recover. Then a thought flashed. Oh no. Skyla remembered a few things. Prince Cade asked me to keep the secret about his true identity, so does not that mean I can't do anything this week? Thinking, she made a decision. I have to talk to Mom about the party. Several thoughts shifted to Madame Karoon. If Mom used to be very involved in the upper class, then the current her can also be like that, but Skyla was able to quickly confirm, Mom will definitely tell me to wear that. A voice rang out when the carriage began to roll. She decided to act rashly. Well, I will just say, what is there? Ryan was waiting in the room early. His expression became more radiant when he saw Skyla. Ryan's soft voice rang out. You have come. She bowed slightly and replied, Your Highness, Ryan. Skyla slowly sat down. He pointed to the plate of cake. Please. Skyla did not reply, only took the cup and used it. But Ryan's eyes never left her. He opened his mouth again. What has the lady done this week? Skyla put down the cup while replying. I investigated Princess Bliss of the Kingdom of Habina, the most recent great mage. She presented in detail. Princess Bliss has no friends other than Count Diurn. The story was told. Ryan was very focused. Finally, at the moment when Count Diurn left, she completely collapsed. And a conclusion was drawn. Landseer at this time is no different from Princess Bliss. Ryan was very absorbed in Skyla's words. Landseer must meet other friends besides me. Skyla yawned and said, However, I have not decided what social party is worth Landseer attending. Seeing this tangled expression of her, he also fell into contemplation. Ryan quickly made a suggestion. Let us do this. He calculated a distance in a few seconds. The 9th birthday of my younger sister, Princess Yuria, is coming up. When that time comes, I will invite you and Landseer to the birthday party. Skyla's face lit up in an instant. Princess Yuria's birthday party. She weighed this suggestion. The princess is still young, so most of the participants are young nobles who have not had their coming-of-age ceremony yet. Skyla secretly commented, They are still inexperienced in the social world, so they will overlook Landseer's small mistakes, right? She smiled brightly and politely replied, Thank you for this wonderful suggestion. We will definitely attend. Ryan put his hand on the table and gave Skyla a promise. The invitation will be sent within the next week. Please wait. Finished with one problem, at this time he continued. That, the prolongation of Ryan's words made Skyla unconsciously look up to listen. Yes. Ryan asked back slowly. Besides that, is there anything else to report to me? She calmly affirmed. No. In Skyla's head, she was urgently rummaging. Did I forget something? He replied indifferently. Is that so? Ryan propped his hand, waiting expectantly. But I really want to hear what the lady has experienced. Skyla's eyes widened in shock. Afraid that she would be cautious, he spoke his purpose directly. We will be officially announcing the engagement soon, but I do not know much about the lady. Ryan took a sip of tea, his gentle voice asking patiently again. So what have you done this week? She hesitated for a moment before speaking. The truth was that Skyla could not answer this question either. Skyla looked back blankly in her memory. What did I do in the past few days? She was so dazed that she was embarrassed. There is also nothing different from usual. Skyla slowly recounted each thing she had done to Ryan. I researched the great mage Bliss. Processed the materials that needed approval. There must be more than that, making Skyla fall into self-doubt, and received reports on the current situation and the manager and the head maid. Ryan laughed until tears streamed down his face. Kyla, I knew you were always working, but I did not realize you literally only know work. Skyla glared at him, annoyed. Ryan, are not you the same? Suddenly she startled, realizing, oh, I forgot to use honorifics. Skyla was momentarily flustered. Since when am I so comfortable with Ryan? Meanwhile, he continued rambling, I am not as busy as everyone thinks, because I am not the crown prince yet. And all the important national affairs are handled by His Majesty the Emperor. Hearing this, Skyla was struck like lightning. Am I the only one living like this? Ryan leaned forward with a curious expression. At the ball too, you did not have any friends. I thought there would be many nobles socializing with you, but what were you doing anyway? Ryan's laughter burst out uncontrollably. Now I understand why... Skyla glared, adopting a self-deprecating tone. Probably because I have a bad personality. He immediately denied it, his voice still laced with amusement. But I do not think so. Regaining his composure, Ryan asked her earnestly, Skyla, you are still young, but you are already working so hard in place of the Duke. Doesn't that seem strange to you? Skyla was silent, as if he would hit a nerve so deep she could not even argue. Ryan stated seriously, for the next year, try living as a noble lady Skyla, not as the Duke Chiron's representative. Skyla could not let go, instinctively raising her voice. But there is so much work I have to do. He casually cut her off. Let Duke Chiron do it. Ryan told her, frankly, that is not originally your job, is it? Skyla trembled at this suggestion, even so. She felt a sudden emptiness. Skyla wondered, if I give up my work, what will I have left? Her hand tightened on her skirt. Many doubts arose in her heart. I have only ever thought about becoming a duke. Ryan gently explained further, if it is work you want, you can do as much as you like after you become the duke. So for now, try doing something you actually want to do. What do you say? After a moment of internal struggle, Skyla looked up, her expression composed. Thank you for your advice, but this is what I want to do. Ryan rested his chin on his hand and questioned her intently, as if playing a psychological game. Really? She remained silent again, and looked down. To ease the awkward atmosphere, he offered a small proposal. Today, I will issue an order to Duke Chiron. For the next year, you are not to assign any work to the lady. Skyla was so incredulous that she stood up abruptly, slamming her hands on the table. What? Ryan looked at her seriously. Next week, I expect to hear a more interesting story. Skyla's face went blank for a moment. Yes. A cold, empty feeling enveloped her completely. A piercing scream echoed throughout the peaceful mansion. What did our daughter do wrong? Duke Chiron angrily questioned Austin again. Skyla can't handle the work now. He was flustered, a look of embarrassment clearly on his face. That is... He clenched his fist and declared powerfully, listen carefully, I absolutely trust Skyla, my daughter. But she completely understood what Duke Chiron was thinking. That is what Dad says, but in his heart, it is completely different. Skyla, standing nearby, could read his thoughts. No, my time, with my sweetie pie, my honey bun, my little sugar plum, will be reduced. Skyla wearily rubbed her forehead, helpless. Dad? She quickly suggested, how about combining your office with Mom's? What do you think, Dad? You two will have time together. These words startled both Duke Chiron and his wife. Skyla's brilliant idea moved them to tears. My dear, our daughter is truly a genius, well, of course. She takes after me? Maybe it is because she takes after the Duke. With nothing to do, Skyla lay motionless on the large bed, her thoughts racing. Skyla called out listlessly, Fabrice. She was still very confused. What does living as a noble lady Skyla even mean? Hearing this, Fabrice's eyes sparkled. Does the lady need my advice? She pointed towards the window and encouraged. If you are feeling bored, how about going outside? But Skyla immediately rejected this idea. I am tired of walking around the garden. Fabrice racked her brains for ideas. Then, how about going to the market? Autumn's coming soon, so there is a lot to see. In her heart, Fabrice was eagerly anticipating it. Please take me with you, lady. Let us buy matching bracelets. After thinking it over, Skyla suddenly thought this idea was not bad. Oh, not bad. She quickly gave the order. You are coming too. Go get dressed quickly. Fabrice was overjoyed. Lady, a date with the lady. But Skyla's next words brought Fabrice crashing down. Ah, contact Landseer too. Her face lengthened with judgment. Yes. Skyla excitedly got out of bed. She did not forget to remind Fabrice, we have to bring Landseer along. Contact him. I will pick him up in 30 minutes. She remembered Canop's words, the Grand Magician is someone who possesses power so great that ordinary people can hardly understand it. Easily exploited, also respected by others, and finally, socially isolated. That is the fate of someone born as a Grand Magician. Skyla sighed in sympathy. Come to think of it, when Lancier was young, he had quite a few people around him. Mostly people who approached him out of curiosity, or to exploit him. Because of that, he was almost kidnapped. Lancier asked innocently and curiously, unaware of the danger lurking, what should I do with these people? These words made Duke and Duchess Solly extremely worried. After that incident, Lancier grew up in confinement. Just thinking about taking him outside made Skyla feel happier. Lancier will probably be surprised when he sees the market. Febreze pretended to remind her. Lady, she immediately put on a serious face. I am going to change into my outdoor clothes now, you get ready. The outside of the castle was extremely magnificent and splendid. Skyla, wearing a beautiful dress, stood waiting outside. At that moment, someone rushed up to her. Lady Skyla, she was surprised to see such a hasty appearance. Rachel. Skyla stared blankly as she panted and asked. Lancier is not ready yet, Rachel said anxiously. Please understand that I tried my best to stop him. Skyla was unconsciously confused by Rachel's incoherent words. Suddenly, a shout echoed from above. Skyla? She looked up with a confused expression. Why is he up there? The owner of that voice was none other than Lancier, dressed flamboyantly as if going to a party. Skyla's mouth dropped open, not knowing what was happening. Lancier suddenly landed in front of her. Skyla awkwardly looked at the person in front of her. You are planning to go to the market like that? Lancier tilted his head innocently and asked back, Why? Skyla really could not handle this. She helplessly rubbed her forehead. What should I do with him? Rachel hurriedly explained for him. Master Lancier said he had to dress really cool to go on a date with a lady. Febreze secretly criticized in her mind, so over the top, really. Skyla said sternly, Lancier, take it off. Being suddenly asked to do that made him flustered and blushed. Suddenly, right here. She crossed her arms and explained to Lancier, You can't go to the market with such flashy clothes. He whined like a child and looked at Skyla with pitiful eyes. But today is our first date, I want to dress nicely. Just looking at his outfit made her head hurt. We are not going on a date, and even if it were a date, you have to dress appropriately for the time and place. You even wore your pajamas to the ball. You only wear pajamas to sleep. Lancier finally understood. Ah, so that is how it is. Skyla lifted the hem of her dress and kindly showed him. When going to a complicated and crowded place like the market, it is better to dress as simply as possible. She gently coaxed Lancier. So you go inside and change into something normal, okay? Lancier silently looked at Skyla for a moment. Immediately after that, he smiled brightly and replied to her, I understand. Rachel immediately rushed over to diligently complete the task. I will choose this time. Suddenly, Skyla overheard Tisaf's compliment. Today, the lady gave such a clever persuasion. His next thought made her stiffen. But usually she just urges young Master Lancier on. Skyla was momentarily confused. Have I been treating Lancier too harshly? Febreze approached and announced, I will wait inside the carriage, but Skyla was currently immersed in a sea of memories. What was I like before? Clearly, I would explain that something was wrong, but Lancier could not understand it right away. Then I gradually got caught up in work and sent him away. Skyla quietly retreated into a corner of the dark carriage compartment. In fact, she knew that if she explained it little by little, Lancier could still understand. Skyla recalled the past and could not help but blame herself. Because of the work of a Duke's representative, at some point, I no longer had any free time. That is why I was often angry and rushed Lancier. Only now did Skyla understand Ryan. His Highness the Crown Prince is right. Suddenly, Lancier knocked on the door, pulling her back to reality. Skyla, I have changed. He had now changed into super simple clothes. Lancier excitedly asked her, Is this okay now? Skyla smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Very good. That smile made Lancier unconsciously blush shyly. Skyla gently extended her hand. Her eyes affectionately looked at the person in front of her. Let us go before it is too late, Lancier. He happily stepped into the carriage. As soon as they were settled, the carriage rolled away in the warm sunlight. They quickly arrived at the market, where the crowds bustled. There were no luxury items here, but the atmosphere was still extraordinarily lively. This was also the first time Lancier had his eyes opened. He excitedly pointed for Skyla to see. There are so many people. Seeing Lansier's appearance, she could not help but exclaim, "Cute." Skyla tilted her head slightly. "You two go separately." Febreze, Tisif. Febreze was a little confused, but immediately agreed. Yes. Even so, Febreze was very worried. "If the lady is in danger, then I—" Skyla looked at Lansier and casually asked back, "Danger? Me?" The two slowly strolled around the market. A fruit vendor enthusiastically invited, "Please take a look at these fresh apples. You can try a piece. I won't charge you." Skyla carefully observed her surroundings. Even she did not expect it. It is true, the clothing styles of ordinary people have changed. Now we do not need those heavy dresses anymore. Suddenly, Lansier curiously pointed in one direction. "What is this place, Skyla?" she gently explained. "The market, a place where things are sold." He innocently asked her, "If you want to buy something, do not you just tell the servants?" Skyla whispered in Lansier's ear, "Only nobles do that." In her heart, she was worried. If this goes on, everyone will know we are nobles. Lansier was curious like a 5-year-old. Then, "What do I have to do to buy things here?" Skyla was surprised and did not know where to begin explaining. She stared directly at Lansier. "Are you seriously asking that?" He blushed a little, his face slightly red. "Sorry." "Because no one told me." Skyla gently took his hand. "I will tell you." A wave of warmth surged in Lansier's heart, and the corners of his lips formed a bright smile. Really? He was truly happier than ever. "Thank you, Skyla." "Before, you were always busy, so even if I asked, you would not answer." Skyla secretly blamed herself. "So I was so cold." She leaned over and rummaged in her dress. "What do you want to buy?" Lansier quickly replied. "What you like." Skyla clicked her tongue and repeated, "No, I mean what you want to buy." He answered without hesitation. "Then, nothing. I only need Skyla." Suddenly being flirted with made Skyla pretend to cough a few times. Skyla quickly changed the subject. "I am not for sale." Lansier asked innocently, as if he did not understand anything. "You are my friend, not a thing." Suddenly he stopped, making her curious. "What is wrong?" Lansier pointed forward and asked curiously, "Skyla, what is that?" Looking at the red fruits, she quickly answered his question. "Those are apples." Lansier blankly stared at it for a long time, making Skyla very confused. After a moment of hesitation, he turned around and argued, "Apples are white, Skyla." She was completely bewildered by this strange answer.